He Who Rides the Tiger. The Story of an Asian Guerrilla Leader. Louis Taruc. Contents by Douglas Hyde. 7. Foreword. By Douglas Hyde. In the summer of 1954, one read in a Japanese newspaper one morning that the Philippine communist guerrilla leader, Louis Taruc, upon whose head there had been for years a great price, had come down from the hills to surrender and was now in jail. When I was in the British Communist Party, years before, the name Taruc was magic. We knew him as the colorful, idolized military commander of the Hooks, the Philippine communist guerrillas who, like their comrades in the jungles of Malaya, were carrying on an armed fight for communism. We also knew Taruc as a prominent leader of the Communist Party of the Philippines. We called him the conscience of the Philippines. Now, said my morning paper, he had given himself up to President Magsaysay. That he had surrendered surprised me. If Taruc had done this, the communist guerrillas who 7. 8. Not very long before had threatened Manila, the capital itself must be in very sorry straits indeed. I wished I knew more. Later that morning, I visited Tokyo's foremost communist bookshop to see what books were being offered to the Japanese public. Among the works of Mao Zedong, Liu Shaoqi, and others, I saw a paperback book called Born of the People, by Louis Taruc. It was an autobiography, which was just what I wanted. That afternoon I had to attend a reception organized on my behalf. Present were practically all of Japan's leading non-communist trade union leaders. After drinks, we sat down together, and they began to shoot questions at me. The first was, what do you consider to be the significance of Louis Taruc's surrender in the Philippines? Is this the beginning of the end for Asia's communist guerrillas? Time after time, among the other questions, the subject of Taruc came up. It appeared to be the number one topic that day and for many days among the more politically alert people in Japan. In bed, at the Columban Father's house in A.Zabu that night, I read Born of the People. I was at once struck by the essential simplicity and sincerity of its author. Here was a man of poor peasant origin, educated and intelligent, who had continued to think and talk in the language of the common people. He wrote with that mixture of idealism and blazing hatred of injustice usually characteristic of the new recruit to communism but which clearly still burned in him undimmed. From his book it was plain that the things that had sent Taruc into communism were, in a different way, the ones that had led me as a boy, years ago, into the party, too. But I had merely observed, against a background of security and plenty, the injustices, the poverty and insecurity. I had been angered and distressed by seeing them at a 9 distance, then joined what was to me a crusade. Taruc had experienced them in his own life. As I read his book, I felt that here was a man I could understand. I had a strong conviction that he might also understand me. We were, I sensed, sympathetic types. Even though I was thoroughly English and he a son of the Orient, I now was a Catholic, freely traveling through the world in the course of my work as a writer while he, a lapsed Catholic and a communist, sat somewhere in a prison cell in the Philippines. It was a hunch, but it was so strong that I resolved there and then that if ever I had the chance to meet Taruc, I would take it. Back traveling in the West again, I came across only occasional references to Taruc. On a visit to the United States, I learned that he was still in jail. One report I read, however, particularly stuck in my mind. It came from the NCWC News Service and told of a priest who had visited the prison and stopped to speak to members of the Philippine Communist Party's Politburo who were all there together. As he left, he saw Taruc sitting on the floor of the cell, a little withdrawn from the others. He had a word with him and, according to this report, Taruc whispered in response to a direct question something to the effect that he was having difficulty in accepting the atheism of communism. In the winter of 1957, I was asked by the British government if I would go to assist with a seminar organized by the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization in Baguio, in the Philippines. The invitation could hardly have come at a less convenient time, but I accepted it at once, although I made it a condition that once the seminar was officially over, I must be free to get around the Philippines alone and that my sponsors should cease to have any responsibility for me from that moment on. It was only fair that I should mention this, since I was going under official auspices yet would want to visit the Catholic missions, associate with Catholic institutions and organizations, and appear on Catholic platforms. My conditions were accepted. The Philippines is a Catholic country, anyway. Once the job was over, I would be free to pursue my own interests. But another idea was foremost in my mind, and it was this that made me take the trip. I still was determined to follow my hunch about Taruc, and I wanted to use this opportunity to meet him by some means or another. At the seminar, we had a busy week, and I saw all too little of the astonishingly beautiful mountain province in which Baguio is situated. As the chairman of one of the seminar's subcommittees, I was kept occupied to the very last moment. Then I got down to Manila just as quickly as I could. It was the day on which Filipinos honor Bonifacio, one of their great national heroes. In Baguio, I had learned that the jail in which Taruc was imprisoned was in the Manila area. 3 hours after arriving in the capital, I had got myself smuggled, along with the Saturday afternoon visitors, into the new Bilibid prison, in Rizal, some miles outside Manila. Someone obligingly went to Taruc's cell to bring him to me. I cannot as yet disclose how it was done. The whole operation was highly irregular and unofficial, and it would be unfair to those who eased the way for me if I were to name them now. Suffice it to say that my getting in through the succession of well-guarded gates and past the various checks and counter-checks in no way reflects on the prison authorities or on their security arrangements. The jail, a modern one, looked like a great white fort. Inside the grounds, as one would expect, were gun turrets, set up at strategic points. Within the main building good conduct prisoners walked around in the courtyard dressed in dazzlingly bright saffron uniforms. The color reminded me of the robes worn by the Buddhist monks one sees in such numbers in every town and village in Burma. The Philippines, despite past years of Spanish and American domination, is, after all, in the Orient, by Western standards, the new Bilibid prison is tough. This was particularly true at that time, with some 15,000 inmates. It was so hopelessly overcrowded that it was almost impossible to maintain normal discipline. 6 prisoners had been murdered inside the jail during the previous 4 weeks. Shortly after my visit, a riot occurred in which more than 20 prisoners were murdered. As I sat waiting for Taruc to be brought to me, I rehearsed in my mind the various openings I had thought up on my way to Manila. I had no idea how this man would regard my visit. To the best of my knowledge, he was a communist, a renegade. Only someone who has been in the party can know just how much hatred and contempt can be put into the word. He might, of course, refuse to see me. But perhaps he would seize the opportunity to have the enormous satisfaction of taking a chair and quickly knocking me down. He was already serving a 12-year sentence, with a capital charge pending against him as well. He had very little to lose. I looked around the room and saw that all the chairs were chained together. But even the possibility of violence seemed to me a risk worth taking. I was resolved to take whatever was coming, and I deliberately sat as far as possible from the 2 armed guards who were there to keep an eye on things. If Taruc talked at all, he would be far more likely to do so, I calculated, if we were off in a corner on our own. Even though it would not be easy to begin a conversation, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. It was what I had wanted when I first read his book in Tokyo. I wanted 12. To get him out of the Communist Party, if he was still in it. If he was already out, I wanted to win him completely away from communism. That was my first aim. Second was to bring him back to the Catholic faith in which, as a Filipino, he must surely have been brought up. But at that moment I was still wondering what our first words would be if there were to be any. Then Taruc walked in. He was fairly tall, erect, with a fine, proud bearing, well turned out, wearing well-shined shoes and a neatly pressed prison uniform which he wore as though it were that of a field marshal. His face was sensitive and open. As he strode toward me, he reached out his hand and I wondered what was coming next. "What a Bonifacio day this is," he said, his face radiant with joy as he grasped my hand. "You're the one man on this earth I have longed to meet. I read your book I believed here in prison. I know every word of it. I love every word of it. And as I read it, I knew that if only I could meet you, we would understand each other right away and I could discuss all my problems with you. But I never thought it would be possible with you on one side of the world and I on the other." We sat down, facing each other. He talked at length about his 3 years in jail, working off as he spoke some of the tensions and frustrations he had felt during the long periods in solitary confinement. I encouraged him to tell me how his doubts about communism had grown and of his gropings toward a return to Christianity. He had traveled further from communism than I had expected. His political thinking was confused, but this was understandable enough. In the same jail, and in contact with each other, were most of the members of the Politburo of the Communist Party of the Philippines. They knew that he was full of doubts and were exerting a constant barrage of pressure, which he found difficult to resist. 13. "If only I could get away from here to some other jail where I could think things out for myself," he said wistfully. "But here it is impossible." By this time, with all the impulsive warmth of his nature, he was calling me Daugi. It was as though we had known each other for years and had met after a long parting. When we talked of religion, and particularly of organized religion, he again had much to work off his mind. He told me of the bad priests he had known, of the callousness of rich landowners who called themselves Christians but treated the poor like animals. Taruc believed in God and had always retained some glimmer of his belief. But he resisted the idea of coming back to the church in which he had been reared and said he could not bring himself to confess to a priest. After some 2.5 hours, when we parted, he had traveled a long way. He had long been toying with the idea of writing a book and now agreed to do so. He would bring his story up to date. He stressed his lack of any special ability to write it. With his earlier book, he said, he had been helped by another communist leader. The book had also been worked over by a colleague of the Politburo who in the process had written into it a certain amount of doctrinaire Marxism which did not exactly reflect Taruc's mind at the time. I strongly urged him to write this second book. I believed that thinking things out and getting them down on paper would help him to clarify his own ideas, quite apart from the obvious usefulness this book would have for others. I told him that I would have to go back to England soon, but I would be happy to help him with the editing of the book. I had no idea at that moment when or how we would proceed in our work, but I was certain that things were working out according to plan, and that was sufficient for me. 2 days later, I prepared to visit Taruc again. This time, however, there was no question of smuggling me in. The authorities had at once heard of my first visit, and there had been much telephoning in official circles and many attempts to trace me. Now I was told that the purpose of my visit was known and appreciated, and that the gates of Bilibid prison were officially open to me. I went out to the jail from Manila accompanied by someone responsible for Taruc's case, an enlightened, humane, and intelligent man, whose one concern was to see Taruc made into a useful member of society again. He left me at the gate and agreed to meet me later, after my visit. This time we talked in the superintendent's room. The authorities had cooperated in every possible way. At Taruc's request the superintendent had sent for documents relevant to the case. Taruc wished to refer to these, to explain to me some of the details of his history and present situation. We again discussed religion. He agreed to go to midnight mass on Christmas Eve. I told him that my devotions and my family's that night would be offered for him. By the time I left, we had agreed that Taruc should send his work, chapter by chapter as he wrote it, to me in England. I would give him the editorial help he might need and we could discuss by letter the ideas he would put forward in his book. He explained that its aim would be to make restitution for the wrong he had done as a communist, to make the workings of communism better known, to tell the story of the Philippine peasants' revolt. I stressed that there was no need, indeed it would be wrong to soft-pedal those social and political injustices which had driven him into communism and about which he still felt strongly. 15. I asked him if he knew of a jail where he might think and work more easily. He named two, both military prisons, and indicated which of the two he would prefer. I told him I would try to get him transferred and have him set up with typewriter, paper, and all the facilities for getting on with what might well prove to be an important and useful job. I conveyed Taruc's wishes to the Philippine authorities, and again they cooperated in every way. Within a few weeks Taruc had been moved to the prison he had chosen. He was provided with all the facilities for which I had asked. As his prologue reveals, he had already started to work on the book before he was moved. That is how this book came to be written. Chapter by chapter it came to me in England, and with those chapters went an exchange of letters quite unlike what one would expect from two people who had met for a total of 5.5 hours. They were like letters between old friends. While the book was being written under these unusual circumstances, Taruc was given a life sentence for kidnapping, and robbery with multiple murder. As you read this book, you must remember the strain under which the author was writing. He was in jail. And for the whole period he worked on the book, he was facing a capital charge. Time after time he was taken from jail to the court, not knowing whether he was going to live or die. However, he was optimistic about the outcome of his trial, hoping that he might be let off, that old sores, left festering at the end of the war, might by now have healed. But the strain and uncertainty were always with him. Finally, his sentence was pronounced. He was given life imprisonment. His immediate reactions are to be found in the chapter entitled, Written After. 16. He heard the sentence. He had clearly been hit very hard. By that time he had returned to Christianity. He had gone to midnight mass at Christmas, and, as he wrote to me at the time, I felt that I was coming home. A few months later, for the first time in many years, he made confession and received the sacraments. Although, when he writes of his trial he protests very vigorously that he was framed and that a grave injustice was done, he felt, and continues to feel, understanding and charity for those who sentenced him. Shortly after receiving his sentence he wrote to me. Along with my faith in God, I have faith in my fellow men, in our leaders and in the justice of our courts in general, especially our higher courts. One erring, individual judge will not weaken that faith. But, if God wills it that I might spend the rest of my life in prison, then I bow my head and bend my knees humbly to him if it is his wish that I must atone for all my sins in life that way. But this is not a statement by a tamed lion. Taruc remains an outspoken critic of all he considers evil in the society in which he lives. But he has indeed traveled a long way. In the process, he clarified his thoughts, both with regard to his politics and to his religion. His letters to me throughout that period reflect an astonishing change. I do not believe that Taruc should spend the rest of his life in prison. He has gifts and qualities the world badly needs today. He has also a knowledge of communist guerrilla warfare, about which we cannot know too much in these days when this is the principal means by which communism is spread in the developing countries. I make this point, recognizing that the question of his release is up to the Filipino authorities. I know that Taruc himself would be the first to urge me not to write of his book as if it were a plea for mercy. Indeed, in my first discussion 17. With him I had to break down one very strong objection he raised against writing it at all. He feared that if he wrote the story of his break with communism, inevitably some people would say that this was but a means of gaining his freedom. I assured him that if he wrote frankly, people could conclude for themselves whether or not he was the sort of man who would cringe before anyone in order to save his neck. I have good reason to believe that Taruc would be the last man to try to buy his freedom. It should be apparent from my story and the sequence of events I have related that Taruc was already a changed man before he received the life sentence. He had already been born again. When he received his sentence, he again advanced the same argument for deferring, or dropping altogether, publication of the book. He feared the public might look upon it as an attempt to get the sentence annulled. I had told him that I would come back to him when the book was completed so that we might work on it together. But when I made that promise, I had no definite idea of just how I would be able to keep it. I was banking on the probability that I could, as a writer and lecturer, get an assignment of some sort to Southeast Asia. 11 months later, in October 1958, just after Taruc had received his life sentence, I was asked to attend a conference in Singapore. I seized the opportunity and, once in Southeast Asia, went back to the Philippines. By now Taruc had been moved to another, smaller military prison where he was in semi-solitary confinement. I asked that I might be allowed to occupy a cell near Taruc's, so that I might spend as much time as possible with him. It also seemed important to me that I should share his conditions. It would be unseemly to work with him in his cell by day and return to an air-conditioned hotel or other comfortable accommodation in the evening, while he stayed behind. We, 18, would share each other's minds best, I believed, if we were also sharing the prison conditions. The Philippine authorities were courteous and cooperative and did their best to meet my requests. No cell was available, and so they fixed me up in an improvised cell at the end of the corridor. This became my home for the next month. When the time came each night for me to go to my own quarters, I found myself drawn by the relative quiet and attractiveness of Taruc's cell. The people in charge of the prison were in no way to blame for the situation, they offered me all they had. I had asked for the austerity of a prison cell, and the upshot was that my quarters were to be more austere than those of the man with whom I worked and talked for some 16 hours a day. The sense of friendship which we had established 11 months earlier was maintained over the 5 weeks we worked together. I think that neither of us was conscious of the prison bars, the confined space, the armed guards, or the other occupants of the jail. A man may become a saint within the isolation of a monk's cell, drawing only on his own resources and his love of God. It is difficult, however, to grow politically when one is shut off from the world outside. This was Taruc's case. His spiritual growth was impressive. Understandably, however, his political thought had not kept pace with the spiritual development. Taruc discussed and examined with me the ideas behind all that he had written. Thus, I believe, his firmly held Christian faith became more integrated with his political thinking. He was acquiring a new, positive Christian democratic outlook, and he was eagerly reassessing the world from his new standpoint. But it was still the standpoint of a peasant leader who believes that land reforms along with other sweeping social reforms are urgently needed. 19. We argued and bantered together from early morning until late at night. This was no attempt to produce a so-called autobiographical work which would in fact be more mine than his. Taruc never would have lent himself to such a project. As will be plain when one reads this book, it is indeed the work and writing of Taruc. When, after lengthy discussion, he was fully convinced that an addition, insertion, or modification was required, he made the necessary change. Where he was convinced that in all conscience he must tell his story in a certain way and that this was the truth as he saw it, nothing could have made him change his position, nor did I press him beyond a certain point. Chapters I and III are apt cases. I believe that he was still too near the picture to be able to see it in its entirety. This is evident in his account of the events that led the Hooks back to the hills to fight once more and in the way he interpreted what followed immediately afterward. He believed that even though there may be two sides to the case, the rebel peasant's side must be on record. And it is that presentation he has given us. Inevitably, the account is distorted. But it holds out powerful lessons to us, lessons all the more valuable because they enable the reader to see not only how the guerrilla fighter operates, but also how he thinks and feels. For Taruc puts a searching finger on the mixture of dedication, idealism, weaknesses, nastiness, intrigue, and cruelty and the sheer evil of communism as he knew it. Southeast Asia is a key area in the world today. Still, in many countries in that region in South Vietnam, Malaysia, Burma, and Laos, counterparts of the Hooks fight in the jungles, swamps, and mountains. Simultaneously, in those same countries, other communists are making determined efforts to infiltrate democratic organizations and subvert whole sections of the population with an aim to making it impossible for newly independent countries to continue to function. I believe that Taruc's book will make a serious contribution, not only to the problem of how to deal with communist guerrilla fighters in general, but to a fuller understanding of the problems besetting much of the free world. Above all, this is the story of a spiritual pilgrimage and, because of the circumstances in which it was written, the reader may observe the progress as he makes his way through the book. The book is not only the story of a conversion from communism to Christianity and democracy, it is part of the conversion itself. Today Louis Taruc has one great desire, the one he has had all his life, to serve the peasantry from which he sprang and, along with them, all suffering, sweating, toiling humanity the world over. He wrote this book, I know, in the hope and belief that by this means, even in his prison cell, he could make some contribution to that great task. Although Taruc was a leading member of the Communist Party, he was, quite clearly, no great Marxist. But he was a good proletarian front behind whom the genuine Marxists among the leaders could operate. His ability as a public speaker and leader grew out of the warmth and feeling which are so apparent throughout this book. I have met nearly all his old comrades in the leadership of the Communist Party of the Philippines. Most of those of peasant origin are tougher and grimmer, by far, than Taruc, and the intellectuals are colder, more remote from the people. This is one reason why Taruc was so useful to them and to the cause of communism. The people in the XXI barrios are, most of them, warm and feeling, too. He talked their language, operated on their wavelength. And he was a great guerrilla leader. This was, until shortly before his break with his comrades, his greatest value to the party. No doubt, he and his Hooks were extraordinarily successful during the period of the Japanese occupation. Later, when he led the Hooks in a new guerrilla war, this time against people of his own nation, and after independence had been granted to his country, circumstances were clearly against them. Even so, they came very near to victory. When victory had slipped through their fingers, or rather was wrested from them by Magsaysay, the inevitable demoralization occurred within the guerrilla movement and the Communist Party leadership itself. Dissent grew among the leaders and they began to plot and scheme against each other. By then, Taruc was regarded as expendable and treated as such by those whom he calls the Bolsheviks among the leaders. Taruc's story of the merger between the Socialist Party and the Communist Party, which took him straight into the leadership of the Communist Party, is full of meaning for every socialist and anyone else who flirts with the idea of having a united front with the communists. Unwittingly, the Philippine socialists were about, to quote Taruc, to take a ride on the tiger. In all the long and dismal history of united fronts in various parts of the world, there is no example more instructive, more devastating than this. It seems incredible that intelligent men like Abad Santos and Taruc would actually merge their party with the Communist Party with practically no prior discussion of their ideological and doctrinal differences. Present dangers were so urgent, Taruc writes, that XXII. We were prepared to let even the fundamental differences take care of themselves for the moment. How many others have said much the same before taking the ride on the tiger? The Western reader may question Taruc's story of the corruption and the rigged elections of the early post-war years. Thoughtful Filipinos do not for one moment deny that this was indeed the situation. Independence came to their country immediately after years of Japanese occupation, a period in which the corrupt and the treacherous prospered while the honest and patriotic suffered. This was true in many occupied countries during World War II, in East and West alike. And these evils did not suffer instantaneous death the day independence was won. Similarly, those not already familiar with the story may question Taruc's allegations of the use of torture and atrocities against the Hook rebels. Men who led the fight against the rebels in those early days do not deny the charges. Many of them have been very frank about the atrocities in their conversations with me. Under Magsaysay's leadership these evils were brought to an end, and Taruc's story shows, as would the stories of many other post-war insurrections still to be written, that the use of torture and atrocities is not only inhuman but self-defeating. This book was written several years ago. The Philippine authorities, rightly or wrongly, considered the moment inopportune for its publication. But now it can and must be published. Its lessons are urgently needed today. Any doubt about this will be dispelled by the section covering the period when the security forces and their military advisors switched for 6 months to an all-out attack on the Hooks. They used dive bombers, big guns, flamethrowers, large numbers of ground forces. They even tried to defoliate the jungle. One might be reading the story of Vietnam in the 1960s. Taruc tells why, after 6 months of this, the XXIII Hooks had lost only half a dozen of their guerrilla fighters. Like the Viet Cong, the Hooks always slipped away just before the attack came. And, like the Viet Cong, they, too, had their intelligence organization. Taruc describes how they penetrated the ranks of the counterinsurrectionary forces and those of the American advisors, too. And after Vietnam, where next? Sarawak, Guatemala, Venezuela. Publication of this book may perhaps help, in a small way, to prevent this from happening. Then Taruc, who is still serving his 4 life sentences, can believe that even from a prison cell he has played some useful part in the fight for world peace. Prologue. I am writing this inside a solitary cell of the New Bilibid prison, the National Penitentiary of the Philippines. My cell is 5 feet wide, 8 feet long, and 8 feet from floor to ceiling. Its whitewashed walls are of reinforced concrete 10 inches thick. The door has a heavy steel frame and bars and is covered on the inside by a thick wire screen. So is the window. In a corner of my cell stands a built-in latrine bowl, near it is a water faucet. My window faces west. The sun creeps into my cell from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until dusk. It is a daily reminder of the afternoon and evening in every man's life. Prison routine and the setting sun compel me every evening at twilight to sit by my window and watch the western sky. Often it is a blazing purple, then it seems to accuse me angrily of having wasted my day. Sometimes it is ashy gray, with a pale orange glow at the edges of the heavy 3, 4 clouds. Then it seems to be sharing with me the monotony of prison life. The sunset always reminds me of what use I made of my life in the morning and to what purpose I devoted my afternoon. I am a maximum security prisoner. I am in solitary confinement, but I do not mind the solitude. Peace and quiet are precious to me. In this prologue I want to explain why I am writing a book. Many people, no doubt, will misinterpret my motives. Others will deliberately twist them. But I do not mind what biased people of both political extremes may say of me. I am concerned with the genuinely democratic-minded. For them I am writing the story of the liberation movement with which I was identified and, incidentally, my own life story, too. I waited a long time, wasting idle years of prison life, before I finally sat down to write this book. During that period, 1954 to 1956, people believed that another world war might break out, and that it would be fought between the communist camp and the free world. The Philippines had just been threatened with a communist-led revolution. I was the commander-in-chief of the rebel army. It is understandable that the government should impose restrictive measures upon me, but these are not conducive to writing a book. I also kept silent because I wanted to avoid being misunderstood. A book of this kind, written in prison, could easily be the object of slander and misrepresentation by propagandists of both extremes, the right and the left. And this would defeat my purpose. They might claim that I wrote under duress and view me as a cowardly deserter. Or they might accuse me of the desire to win favor with the authorities. But now the time has come to speak out. The political situation at home and abroad has changed greatly, and I. 5. need no longer remain silent. The extremists may say what they want. But I am confident that fair-minded people, especially those of my countrymen upon whom our nation can depend in time of trouble, will appreciate my efforts. Years of prison life have provided me with plenty of time for reflection. I have been able to examine my beliefs and have tried to learn from my mistakes. I have asked myself where my comrades and I went wrong. This in turn has led me to clarify my approach to God, the world, and mankind. In the process, I have gained inner peace. In writing this book I hope to contribute toward peace and national unity in my country, and so to the peace of all mankind. I aim to contribute to the common effort of those who work to strengthen the faith of all genuine lovers of freedom and democracy. And I hope to help lessen the dangers of their being duped by the blandishments of communist propagandists. But I also want to make clear that communists are human beings and that communism is for many an attractive ideal. They accept its atheism and ruthlessness for what appear to be valid reasons. For the sake of truth and justice, it is time to discard self-defeating hatred and bitterness, prejudice, red-baiting, and intolerance. Because I was once one of the top leaders of the Communist Party of the Philippines, readers may be surprised by my words. They may wonder if I ever was genuinely a communist, and if so, just what a communist really is. Yes, I have been a communist, and yet originally I was not a communist but a socialist. But the Communist and the Socialist parties of the Philippines merged, in the days of the United Front. As I was then the General Secretary of the Socialist Party of the Philippines, I became automatically one of the leaders of the Communists, too. The long-range purpose of this merger did not succeed. Most of the Socialist Party leaders and most of the rank-and-file MEM. 6. Bears did not become ideological communists. I, for one, was never completely won over to towing the Stalinist line. I was never Bolshevized, and I never accepted completely the atheism that is fundamental to communist belief. Instead, I dissented from what I did not like. On many occasions, I nearly precipitated a split in the merged party. But who and what is a communist? A communist, of course, is an active member of a communist party, and his basic principles and program of action are based strictly upon the theories and principles expounded by Marx and Lenin. Such a communist and his party give allegiance and loyalty to the international communist movement, over and above all national and personal loyalties. He looks upon the Soviet Union, or China, as his socialist homeland. I never answered to this description. But I would like it fully understood that I am not repudiating any of my legitimate socialist convictions, nor do I now present my democratic nationalist ideas for the first time. My fundamental aspirations, all through my life, have been freedom for my country and my people, broader economic and political democracy, peace and security for every citizen. And I still want all these for my own country, and for every nation in the world. I believe that some form of Christian democratic socialism is the best of all systems of government and that it could solve the socio-economic problems of my country and my people. Such a system is not only compatible with democracy and Christianity, but it is their logical historical outcome. I believe that the system should be instituted by peaceful, democratic means, and by degrees. Thus it will keep pace, step by step, with the political consciousness and maturity of those who will administer it and with the willingness and understanding of the whole population who will actually live it. The 7. Development of democratic safeguards will serve to preserve such a system and keep it healthy and dynamic. In parting company with the communist leaders, to whom I paid tribute in my book Born of the People, I am not motivated by bitterness or self-righteousness. To my dying day I will cherish the memories of our friendship and comradeship and pay tribute to their sincerity. I told the truth in that book about their good side, and because of my love and admiration for their good traits, I purposely avoided writing of their weaknesses. I hope that this is understandable, bearing in mind the circumstances under which it was written. The purpose of my first book was to promote what I believed then to be a worthy libertarian cause. It is with regret that I now take on the task of exposing their bad side. Those former but dear comrades of mine were molded and hardened by the ruthless demands of communist principles. Eventually, they became almost the opposite of their own good selves as I had known them in the early days of our revolutionary struggle. I should also make clear that my earlier book was edited by José Lava, who was then General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Philippines. José Lava edited the book before the final manuscript was sent to the United States for publication. Most of that book was written in the hills with the help of a friend. But the chapter on imperialism and many other important portions that express the orthodox Communist Party line were inserted into the book without my knowledge. Lava set out to make that book a vehicle of Bolshevik communist propaganda rather than a manifesto of our nationalist democratic revolution, which most of us saw as our immediate aim. To represent me as a full-blooded communist in that book, Lava made me appear as what would now be called a national communist. Of course, he was not then fully 8. Aware of the divisive importance of national communism in communist parties throughout the world. Before ending this prologue, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my dear friend Douglas Hyde of London for all the inspiration and assistance he gave me while I was writing this book, and for his valuable help in the editing of the manuscript and the final arrangements for its publication. And I would like to thank him for the foreword which he has written. Two forces were at work in me in my early years. They were my religion and my hatred of injustice. Both have been with me throughout my life. Sometimes, they existed side by side, at other periods, they seemed to conflict. Today, they are steadily coming closer together. In my youth, the Christian faith dominated my spiritual life. But the landlord dominated the material life I knew. I was born on June 21, 1913, the son of peasants, in the barrio of Santa Monica, in the township of San Luis, in the province of Pampanga. San Luis had its own church, and we went to Mass every Sunday. We did not have far to go. The great majority of Filipinos are Catholics, and ours is the only Catholic nation in the Orient. But it would be misleading for North Americans and Europeans to equate the highly organized Catholic life they know, which 9. Revolves around the church and clergy, with Catholic life in the Philippines. When I was 8 years old, I went to live in the barrio of Batasan, in Bulacan province, to attend the public school in the town of San Miguel. Batasan is about 6 kilometers from the town church. There was no priest for the barrio, and only on rare occasions did the people go to the church in San Miguel. They went on the great annual feasts, on Christmas, on the Sunday after the Ascension. The priest from San Miguel came every year to the barrio fiesta, and the barrio people went to the annual fiesta in the town. When people died in the barrio, they were taken to the town. The poor were given only a very brief and formal burial service, because they could not afford the price of a requiem mass. They received only a short blessing and some holy water. In the absence of a priest, we had to rely upon our own faith and our own resources. Occasionally, diligent Protestant missionaries would come to the barrio. In my young life I was already well acquainted with the contrast between the treatment of the rich and the poor, and this made me interested in the sermons preached by the Protestants, who emphasized the teachings of the Sermon on the Mount. But I was far from conversion, I was deeply attached to my mother church. But the Protestants' sermons led me to some early free thinking. My father had taught himself to read and write, but he sent me to school and was determined that I get a good education. When I was 7 years old, I attended a catechism school at San Luis, and when I was 8, I went off to live in Batasan to attend the public school in San Miguel. Learning came easily to me. I went quickly from one grade to the next and skipped some of them altogether. I hoped fervently to do something useful with my life. I wanted to help my fellow men, and so I dreamed of becoming a doctor. During my childhood years, my father had great influence on me. He was a silent man, honest, industrious, and of great integrity. My mother's influence had been with me throughout my life. I was fortunate to inherit her affectionate nature and her deep religious convictions. When I was 15 years old, I went off to the provincial high school in the city of Taruc, in Taruc province, which is north of Pampanga. Taruc was about 60 miles from my home. At first I stayed there with my brother Melton, who was 12 years older than I. He was a tailor, and for a while I helped him with his work. But he could not afford to keep me, and I went to stay in a boarding house. There I helped the people with whom I was living, in exchange for their kindness to me. In my spare time, I was their babysitter, cook, laundry man, pig man, assistant butcher, and errand boy. I particularly liked the man. He was Eduardo Salta, of Santo Cristo. He and his wife were pious and good. In due course, I went to the National University in Manila. I still dreamed of becoming a doctor so that I might serve mankind. But the medical course was too long and expensive. I would have had to study by day. But I could only afford to be a part-time student, working by day and studying at night. All over Asia, there are other young men who have done, or are doing, the same. Nearly always, their ambitions are frustrated. During my first year at the university I worked as a laborer. Then I was given a job by a politician. Now I became a tool keeper, working for the government department responsible for water and sewage. I had to record how many picks and shovels were issued to the men and to help the payroll keeper. Because I could not afford to be a medical student, I decided to study law instead. But I had 12. Chosen all my studies to prepare myself for becoming a doctor. I had always been particularly interested in biology, botany, and everything related to animal, plant, and human life, and these were the subjects I had studied. Later, when I was a guerrilla fighter in the hills, these early studies resulted in my becoming a sort of amateur doctor, and so they served some useful purpose. I came to the university in June, 1932. In December, 1934, I had to leave because I could no longer afford to stay. When I left, I reflected ruefully on how I had often gone to my classes smelling of sewage and how I had coached the dull-witted sons of rich people. Now it was I who had to leave, while they could stay and realize their ambitions. I went back to my barrio that December, with no means to resume my studies but still eager to serve mankind. At the university, I had become familiar for the first time with the labor movement. I had met the labor leaders during a strike of cigarette and tobacco workers. We students were excited by the strike and gave it our enthusiastic support. 2 of the pickets were killed in a riot fomented by scabs, while the police tolerantly looked on. This moved me very much. But what moved me most of all was the plight of my fellow peasants, who for centuries have been the victims of bitter oppression by feudal landlordism. In Pampanga, only 9% of the land was owned by the people who worked it, and throughout the Philippines, peasants owned no more than 10% of the land. Thus, for centuries, land for the landless has been the peasant's cry, and the peasant's hunger for land has been our nation's most pressing problem. This has led to the common saying among our people that social justice can be achieved only by one of 2 ways, either a land reform or revolution. Our history of the past 4 centuries is one of successive uprisings. 13. And their basic cause has always been the peasant's hunger for land. Back in my barrio, I worked as a tailor. My older brother still had his tailor shop in Tarlac City, and I opened a branch in the barrio of Batasan. Once a week I went to Manila looking for employment, and I still hoped that working in Manila would enable me to resume my studies. But I could find no work. Instead, I found labor demonstrations. And I found an American friend. He was a socialist. I had never really spoken to an American before, and I expected him to be an imperialist. Instead, he explained imperialism to me and told me that there were some people in the United States who hated imperialism and were the friends of people like me. This was a time of severe political and economic crisis. Unemployment and political turbulence were growing all over the world. More and more members of the labor movement were being drawn into the fight against fascism, and they were finding new allies among the peasantry and the intellectuals. The events of the time brought me closer and closer to socialism. By 1935, I was in correspondence with Pedro Abad Santos. He was a Marxist, but not a Bolshevik. He was truly a socialist. He was also a nationalist and always placed greater emphasis on his national concerns than on his Marxism. Pedro Abad Santos had come from a rich and educated background, but he had made the cause of the common people his own. It was never his method to force socialist or Marxist theories down the throats of his followers. He encouraged us to think for ourselves. His library was always open to us, and he left us to choose any book we wanted to read. He and his followers, of whom I soon was one, saw the USSR as a great experiment. But we did not look at Moscow uncritically. We questioned the Moscow trials. And we were 14. In contact with socialists in other parts of the world. For example, we maintained fraternal correspondence with Norman Thomas in the United States and with Leon Blum in France. Before Christmas, 1935, I had joined Pedro Abad Santos as a full-time organizer for the Socialist Party. By then we had a few hundred active members, and several thousand peasants and workers were our sympathizers. Many of these had no official organizational link with the Socialist Party, but agreed with its policies. The Communist Party of the Philippines was still weak. But some of its hot-headed leaders staged its first small, open rebellion in 1935, in central Luzon. This was led by Lope de la Rosa, who was my distant relative. He had often tried to persuade me to join him in the Communist Party. I saw him as a romantic figure, as the leader of a rebel fight, but I was not in ideological agreement with him. He was openly opposed to religion, and Christianity was still a vital force in my life. He talked of the dictatorship of the proletariat, but dictatorship was a bad word in my ears. I was married in June, 1935, to Feliciana Bernabe. She was beautiful and had many suitors. She was the daughter of a barrio lieutenant who, years before, had publicly humiliated my father. I had vowed then, as a boy, that I would have revenge. I well remembered that insult when I first courted his daughter. But I have never been one who could love superficially, and soon I realized how deeply I was attached to Feliciana. After 1 week of courting, we were married in the Catholic Church of San Luis. My father had always warned me that I must not be vindictive, and soon the memory of the wrong her father had done him was forgotten. After 1 year of married life, we had our first and only 75 son. We called him Romeo, because our marriage had ended an old feud. At that time, I was already giving the whole of my life to the Socialist Party, under the guidance of Pedro Abad Santos. I was traveling all over our part of the country. By the time Romeo was born, in March, 1936, my wife was staying with her parents in Bulacan province near San Miguel, but the center of my work was in Pampanga. I saw my wife very seldom, and Romeo grew up with his grandparents. She came to join me in Pampanga in the winter of 1936. There we opened a little shop, but it was not successful because I was always away. After the birth of our son, my wife developed a goiter and anemia. Eventually, she became very ill, and I had to bring her to the Catholic hospital in San Juan de Dios. The doctors there told me they could not operate. They could not help her. After less than 3 years of married life, she died in December, 1938. On June 4, 1939, I married Enakura, an early love, in a church in Papaya, in the province of Nueva Ecija. The officiating priest was her cousin. Father Euligio Giao, W.R. Ho's monastery I had once visited. Religion was still a force in my life, although my revolt against social injustice was playing an ever greater part in it. Into my love for Enna went all that was best in what I had learned as a Christian. Our love was heightened by a spirit of chastity and idealism. It was based on respect and deep affection rather than on passion. The militant workers and peasants' unions were growing rapidly in the Philippines, but they were opposed and persecuted by those in power. The peasants and workers in our country had to struggle tenaciously to gain some rights and security in their work. This struggle led to my going to prison 3 times during the years before the war. All this time I was busy organizing the socialist move. 16. Meant. But I also found time to read. Sometimes it was Socialism Today, which was published by Abad Santos. Sometimes there were pamphlets in English which came from America. There were communist pamphlets too, including the attractive Soviet Russia Today. I borrowed the Handbook of Marxism from Pedro Abad Santos. The freedom Santos believed to be fundamental to socialism attracted me, the discipline and doctrine of the Communist Party did not. Abad Santos never attacked religion, although I rarely saw him actively practicing Catholicism. He had deep respect for the religion of his parents, and I sometimes went with him to listen to Vespers when he accompanied his family to their home altar. He would sit with them respectfully while I sat behind them. Month by month, year by year, the world was going from one crisis to the next, hurtling nearer and nearer to fascism and war. As the political situation became more and more threatening, we socialists were thrown into closer and closer association with the communists. We believed that we were the champions of all who were persecuted and oppressed, no matter who they might be. Although the two parties had serious disagreements, we had sympathy for the communists. They, too, were fighting against fascism. When a number of communist leaders were imprisoned, we helped the Communist Party to get them out of jail. Pedro Abad Santos' brother was connected with government circles, both by blood and friendship, and we tried to use these connections to gain our objective. At that time, many people were attracted to Soviet Russia and to communism. Maxim Litvinov had made his famous speech at the League of Nations, calling for total disarmament to prevent a fascist war. His slogan that peace is indivisible was attracting not only socialists but liberals as well. The current political atmosphere was ripe for a new attitude toward the communists. Thus, my own fears of communism gradually diminished. This was helped by my reading of the short history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, which was being distributed all over the world by the communists and became one of the most influential books of that period. On November 7, 1938, the Philippine Socialist Party merged with the Communist Party of the Philippines. A convention attended by members of both parties was held in Manila. The discussions had very little to do with ideological and doctrinal differences. The emphasis was on an urgent program for a united front, to fight against fascism and war. It was agreed that on the ideological side we would slowly work toward agreement, by holding discussions and study groups. Both sides admitted that this was a difficult, long-range condition of the merger. But the present dangers were so urgent that we were prepared to set aside even our fundamental differences for the moment. We felt that there must be no obstacle to a united fight for peace and freedom. Looking back over the years, I can see how that merger was bound to lead to eventual disagreements and to the end of our Socialist Party. Among the Communist Party leadership there were some Moscow-trained cadres who knew just what they were about and where they were going. And they were equipped with the theories of Marx, Lenin, and Stalin. We knew these writings, too, but in a much vaguer way. We were not accustomed to the iron discipline of the Communist Party, but what we lacked in discipline and doctrine we made up for in idealism and enthusiasm. When we were troubled by the things our new comrades did, we consoled ourselves with the thought that dedication to a good cause would produce good men. We could not understand or anticipate at that time where communist indoctrination would lead us. I do not believe 18. That the majority of the Philippine communist leaders of that period were what would now be called fully indoctrinated communists. Both the labor movement and communism were still new in the Philippines. We did not have the political traditions, the maturity, or the sophistication of our counterparts in the West. But the logic of history and their own beliefs were to drive our communist leaders to become more and more ruthless Bolsheviks. The communists wanted to introduce their own study circle system. Our leadership did not like it. We thought that the communists were out only to win over our membership. But we also felt that their methods were too dogmatic, dull, and monotonous to convince our rank and file, who preferred the dramatic presentation of material and ideas that had been our method before the merger. And we resisted the dictatorial Communist Party discipline. To understand these two different approaches to socialist ideas and communism, which later led to disagreements between the leaders, one must understand the character of the merger. Each party retained its own organizations, even in the barrios, and this arrangement continued until 1941 and, to a lesser extent, through the period of the Japanese occupation. We thought that even the name we took emphasized that each party had kept its own characteristics. We called ourselves the Communist Party of the Philippines. It was as though the Italian Socialist Party, led by Nini, had merged with the Communist Party of Togliatti, each retaining its own characteristics. In my book Born of the People, which was written under the direction of the Politburo of the Communist Party, I explained this situation in a footnote. There I wrote that the organizational merger of the two parties was to be undertaken gradually. In Pampanga Province, the center 19. Of socialist strength among the peasants, the old party designation was retained in the local election of 1940, when mayors were elected on the socialist ticket in a number of leading towns. This situation continued for many years. I stress this point because some people may fail to realize that there were two fundamentally different trends of thought among the leadership of the Communist Party. These two trends existed throughout the period of resistance to the Japanese and throughout the fight of the Hooks in the hills. This difference continued to the time of my surrender. Had we been functioning against the background of peaceful, democratic development, the differences in outlook between the two groups might have led to our separating once more into our original parties. Much later, in 1946, this nearly happened. But the moment passed, and we were swept along by the events of the period. In 1941, with the coming of war and the Japanese invasion of the Philippines, all ideological differences fell into the background. There was no time to argue about such ideas as the dictatorship of the proletariat or the virtues of atheism versus those of religion. We were fighting a bitter, bloody battle and sharing the same dangers. Out of our struggle grew the comradeship in arms every soldier knows. And that spirit of comradeship outweighed the differences that existed among us to a point where we ceased to be fully conscious of them. Even the political opponents of the communists admit today that during the period of the fight against the Japanese occupation there was no talk among us of communism, no emphasis on communist objectives. Early in 1942, the resistance movement sprang up in central Luzon. Even before the war, there were strong peasant unions and other labor organizations in the area. 20. The Japanese invasion had given the reactionaries among our own people an opportunity to conduct vicious attacks on the labor movement. They had always feared and hated the labor movement because it threatened their privileged position in society. Now they accused labor of being pro-Russian. This looked to them like treachery, although by now the Soviet Union was an ally of the United States. But their behavior looked like treachery to us, for they were collaborating with the Japanese while we were calling for the defense of our country. In December 1941, the Communist Party leadership issued a 12-point memorandum, which was presented to President Quezon and to the American High Commissioner, Francis B. Sayer. It was signed jointly by Crisanto Evangelista, chairman of the Communist Party, and Pedro Abad Santos, who, under the merger, was now the party's vice-chairman. It called for all-out resistance to the Japanese. In forthright language it declared that anyone committing treason would do so at the cost of his life. It urged all patriotic Filipinos and anti-fascist organizations to organize squads of volunteers to begin training for guerrilla warfare while waiting for definite instructions on how and when to begin the fight. All resistance groups, it said, must know ways and means of establishing and conducting free governmental institutions, especially in liberated and semi-liberated areas. It added that all resistance groups, especially those organized by the people's organizations, must learn to requisition goods by confiscating enemy property to be used by the resistance movement to support guerrilla warfare. The Communist Party also pledged its loyalty to the governments of the Philippines and the United States. But many people continued to suspect our motives. They accepted our cooperation, but did not give us the arms and assistance that they gave to other guerrillas. I believe that in many Asian countries occupied by the Jap. 21. ANS, communist leaders learned the art of guerrilla fighting and civil war, arming their anti-Japanese armies at the expense of the Allies with the conscious purpose of using those same arms one day against their ruling class and for the communist revolution. But I know of no such people in the leadership of the Philippine Communist Party of that period. The Communist Party of the Philippines had at that time, as far as I know, few, if any, direct connections with Moscow and the international communist movement. We received some guidance from the American Communist Party from time to time, but it did not appear that the American Party had been given any direct responsibility for us. It may be for this reason that our leaders joined in the fight against the Japanese in all sincerity while, apparently, communists in other countries did so with ulterior motives. Slowly, however, our own leaders were to assume a similar position. But that part of my story comes later. Our Politburo leaders emphasized in conversations with me that it was opportunism to put nationalism before communism at that moment. They said that we must merge the two in our own minds. I replied that I was first a Filipino, then a communist. Pedro Abad Santos took the same attitude, which our communist comrades of the Politburo called petty bourgeois nationalism. As for our belief in the international brotherhood of man, we were in agreement. I know now from experience that the nationalism of the communists is indeed opportunism, and that they use it for their own ends. Any nationalist who makes an ally of the communist is going for a ride on a tiger. We must learn our lessons from the past, and this is one that nationalists need to remember today, when once again the communists are trying to use them. Nonetheless, I maintain that only a minority of our Communist Party leaders in those early days of the heroic 22. Fight against the Japanese wanted to exploit the situation in the Philippines as communist leaders have done in other parts of the world. Out of the Communist Party's call to the peasants and workers to resist the Japanese, the Hukbalahap was bomb. Its full name was Hukbo Ng Bayan Laban Sohapon. We elected our own military committee, of which I was elected chairman. This was the party's committee that controlled the general headquarters of the HUC. I was made commander-in-chief of the HUC, with Castro Alejandrino as second in command. Later, Mateo del Castillo became our political commissar. The HUC was organized on the basis of squadrons, composed of approximately 100 men each. The squadron was subdivided into platoons and squads. 2 squadrons made a battalion, and 2 battalions a regiment. In that respect, we were organized like a regular army. But ours was an army of the common people, an army of volunteers organized by the common people. It was a revolutionary army composed of our fellow countrymen. Its growth was spontaneous. Whole squadrons came overnight from towns and barrios. The army lived and fought in the hills, forests, and swamps. Gradually, from engagements with the enemy, we learned guerrilla tactics and became an effective armed force. Soon I was the supremo of a large people's army of a new type, and the HUCs became a legend in the towns and barrios throughout the Philippines. My life as commander-in-chief of the Hukbalahap brought me into prominence. But whatever attention I received from my fellow countrymen was due to my identification with the simple, sincere, and courageous peasants, and all who joined the HUCs. As I have noted in my book Born of the People, my training under Abad Santos had produced a disregard for party discipline and an erratic tendency which the Stalin 23 ists among our leaders often criticized. But under the tough conditions of the time, I tried to avoid anything in myself that might divide our ranks and weaken the leadership of our people's army. I tried to become a better communist. I adjusted myself to party discipline, irksome though it was, and tried to share the mind and outlook of my comrades of the Politburo and the High Command. Gradually, I became more like them on the surface, even though deep down our differences continued. I even tried to compromise on the question of religion, going, rather unhappily, as far as I dared. I was 29 years old when I came to the leadership of the Hukbalahap. I was still young enough to be excited by the tasks at hand. Like most armies, we made mistakes. We were at war, and we acted in a military fashion. Filipino puppets and collaborators had joined the enemy in hunting us down. In my experience, they often were more ruthless and resorted to worse tortures against us than even the Japanese. We decided to counteract such collaborators and their activities. We tried to prevent their treachery against our country by striking terror into their hearts. To execute this task, we created a special organization called the Department of Intelligence. Its job was to hunt down the traitors and to apprehend them. The arrests and sentencings for which we were responsible at that time have been called kidnappings and murders. They were a result of the anguished conditions of the times. In my book Born of the People, I admitted that errors were made and that innocent people died. Invariably, such tragic mistakes were the result of unauthorized action by squadrons operating far from our general headquarters. Inevitably, too, acts of revenge were perpetrated by fighters whose families had been murdered or who had suffered at the hands of collaborators. When such acts occurred, those responsible were court-martialed and punished for committing crimes against the people. We prided ourselves on the fact that, although a ragged army, we were nonetheless a disciplined one. There was a period when we had an American officer officially collaborating with our work. But most of the time, the American authorities were suspicious of this unconventional army whose politics they suspected. And there were many occasions when we were fighting on two fronts, against the Japanese and against the Philippine puppet constabulary of the Japanese in our rear. The suspicion with which we were viewed by those in positions of power at the time of the occupation continued to haunt us still in the post-war years. I cannot tell here the full story of those days. Much has already been written about it. But however we were hated by those in power, the common people certainly loved and respected us. When the war ended, the party leaders said that only under unbearable provocation from the reactionary elements would the Hooks take up arms again, in self-defense. I am sincerely convinced, although I admit I may be wrong, that this was the position of most of the communist leaders in the Philippines at the time. As far as I could judge, there was no plan to prepare for a future revolution. In July 1945, the war was over. Our country was ravaged. Manila, our capital, lay in ruins. Our people were starving throughout the land. And more than 1 million Filipinos had been killed in the war and during the Japanese occupation. The great man in the party at that time was Vicente Lava, a humane and intelligent leader. I was very close to him. He, too, declared that we would not use arms again unless we were bitterly provoked by the reactionaries. The Hooks came down from the hills and disbanded. We, 25, converted our organization into a veterans league. But we did not give up our arms. Many of the other guerrilla forces kept theirs, too, and no one raised a voice against them at the time. It was only the former Hooks who were told by the government to give up their arms. We resented this discrimination and felt uneasy, wondering if this was an indication that our fight was not over. The Hook veterans declared that their aim and that of their allies, the peasants and workers' unions, was to fight for justice for the poor, for a democratic government, and for greater freedom for our country. Our opportunity came with the elections in April 1946. These elections were in preparation for the great event Filipinos had hoped for so long, independence. On July 4, 1946, the independent Republic of the Philippines was to be born. I was then living in my home province of Pampanga. We had established the Democratic Alliance, and I was its candidate in the 2nd District of Pampanga. Throughout the election campaign, I traveled around the country with Senator Rodriguez of the Nacionalista Party. We of the Democratic Alliance had formed a coalition with this party. When the election results were announced, I found that although I had not spent any time in my constituency, I had won the election. Some 39,000 ballots had been cast for me, as opposed to about 10,000 for my opponent, who represented the Liberal Party, whose policy was the very opposite of its name. The hooks had been so well known and so popular that I took my victory as the logical outcome of the elections. My reputation as a national leader of the peasant movement, enhanced by my activities in the resistance during the Japanese occupation, undoubtedly accounted for the high number of votes. Ironically, although I had not spent any time in my constituency during the course of the election campaign, the size of this victory was unprecedented in the history of 26. Philippine politics. Yet, after serving for only a few months as a congressman, I was unseated. With other Hook veterans, I was accused of having used terrorism during the election campaign. How this could have been possible in my case, when I had not held a single election meeting in my province, is difficult to comprehend. But our policies were unpopular in government circles. We opposed the Bell Trade Agreement, the parity amendments to our Constitution, and the conditions of the military bases agreement imposed by the United States. This was our crime. I claim to this day that no terrorism of any kind was used by our side in that election campaign. There may have been isolated cases of pressure, but there was no terrorism. We were the ones who were terrorized. Events such as these led our leaders to conform more and more to the usual communist pattern. Soon one of our leaders and many of our rank-and-file members were murdered. It now seemed to us that democracy had no meaning for those who used its tools against us and forged them into weapons on behalf of the privileged. Once more we took to the hills. There we reformed the hooks. We held that the grave injustices we were suffering were making a mockery of democracy and driving the peasants once more to revolt. The anti-communists were making a serious blunder by driving us along the road to terrorism and civil war. Such tactics added immeasurably to the ammunition of the doctrinaire communists and reinforced the communist doctrine that the workers can depend only upon their own class and must always fight if they are to get justice. This persecution also added to the number of our supporters. Once more we fought in the name of nationalism, this time singling out imperialism for attack. To the majority of the ordinary rank-and-file party members and to myself, our course of action was forced upon us by events. 27. No doubt, the communist leaders used their followers' nationalism and love of humanity for the purposes of communism. We adopted a peace or martyrdom policy. Looking back, I believe that most of us did not view our choice of action as military rebellion. To us, it was resistance to the resurgent reaction. I believe that the policies of the feudal landlords and capitalist profiteers was short-sighted, even from their own point of view. The first to take to the hills were the Hook veterans, but as soon as it became known that we had reformed our ranks, the peasants came flocking to us in disgust at the rampant injustice, corruption, and misgovernment that were apparent everywhere. We soon had some 10,000 fully armed fighters. Counting the organizers, activists in the barrios, and other sympathizers, there were some 12,000 of us. At that time, we were always on the defensive. Occasionally, to raise morale, we acted on the principle that aggression is the best form of defense. Then we organized surprise attacks on military units that were preparing to raid us or were already on the move to attack. There were still two distinct trends of thought within our leadership. One, with which I was identified, was for true nationalism and for rapid industrialization of our country, to be achieved by means of a genuine united front of all progressive forces in the country. For me the goal was socialism, communism was still a vague and distant theoretical idea. Our group believed that socialism would come only after genuine national freedom and industrialization had been realized. The other group believed that they could hasten the realization of socialism and communism in truly Bolshevik terms by using the nationalist feelings and socialist aspirations of the people as a tactic. If, however, they saw 28. A chance to jump directly to the dictatorship of the proletariat, they would do so. After 2 years of fighting, from 1946 to 1948, we proved, not only to ourselves but to our opponents, that we were getting stronger, not weaker, under the conditions of terrorism and misgovernment. It became evident that the Philippine government finally realized that it would be wise to follow their U.S. advisors. They changed their policy of suppression to one of leniency. In 1948, we were granted an amnesty by President Quirino. W.R. Ho had succeeded President Roxas after his death. Once more we came down from the hills. If there were different, contending trends at work within our ranks, the same was true of our opponents. There were the moderates at the one extreme, and the bitter reactionaries at the other. Before long, the reactionaries were holding the field. As a result, in central Luzon, the attacks on us and on our peasant sympathizers never ceased. It looked as though we had been double-crossed. But our own leadership was not free of guilt. The supporters of the moderate trend were for a genuine peace settlement through the amnesty, no matter how great the odds were against us. But those who represented the other trend were anticipating difficulties and already preparing for the repeal of the amnesty. In their propaganda, they spoke of American imperialist interference and the insincerity of the puppet government. Like the extremists on the government's side, they, too, used violent methods. Although they were on the offensive politically, their military policy was still essentially defensive. From June 21 to August 15, 1948, I was in Manila, trying to negotiate a peaceful settlement. I met with Judge Antonio Quirino, the president's brother and representative. I also attended a meeting of the Politburo to review the situation. The General Secretary of the party, Jos Pound 29. Lava, and his supporters called for a return to the hills on the ground that the amnesty agreement had been betrayed. They said that the situation had become untenable. For reasons of self-preservation, we had to return to our sanctuary in the hills and forests. At that time, I was the party's most open speaker at public meetings, and so the most threatened of all. 8 heavily armed bodyguards were with me wherever I went. Their presence embarrassed and disgusted me, but they were a necessity because my life was in constant danger. I would note in passing that the use of arms has always been distasteful to me. I am by nature a pacifist. I wanted then, and still want today, a world at peace. When the period of the Hook Revolt is discussed, the question of atrocities is invariably mentioned. As I saw it then, we did not initiate a campaign of terror against innocent people. Such ruthlessness developed later and grew with the years, as my story will show. In 1946, after the Japanese had been driven out, the only organized military force in the land was the Military Police Command, which was still under the supervision of the American officers. To my knowledge, only a few, isolated acts of terrorism were committed by Hooks during that period. The military police would raid a Hook hideout, aided by civilian guards, and the Hook would retaliate. In the process, atrocities against landlords and their friends occurred. One example I have good cause to remember is that of Monaco Mandap, a landlord who was captured by Hooks and liquidated. He was accused of organizing civilian guards against us. Accused along with him was Father Limlangan, a parish priest who was a distant relative of Enna, my wife. Father Limlangan had been my close friend, and he had helped us through the period of 30. The Japanese occupation. He was executed together with Monaco Mandap. I was a congressman at the time and was attending a session of Congress when the atrocity occurred. When I heard of it, I was shocked by the news, and determined to investigate the case. But it occurred shortly before we felt obliged to take to the hills again. Soon we were caught up in the problems of our new situation, and I was unable to do anything more about it. At about the same time, Sergio Aquino, a former mayor of Concepcion and a one-time governor of Tarlac province, was killed by a stray Hook. Again, I have strong personal reasons for concern about this particular atrocity, For Sergio Aquino was killed carrying a safe conduct pass I had given him. We had been imprisoned together as security risks, I as a hook and he as an occupation governor. Nonetheless, we became good friends. The people of his province had loved Aquino and respected him as a man of integrity. Despite the pass I had given him before we had parted company, he was executed as a collaborator and class enemy. In Bulacan province, similar incidents occurred during the same period. After 1947, the situation became desperate for the hooks. At that time, an attractive woman teacher in San Simon, in Pampanga province, was suspected of spying for the government troops. She was captured, molested, and killed by a group of hooks. They were led by a man whose own mother and sister had been killed by government troops. Thus, civil war lets loose a chain reaction of atrocities and counter-atrocities. But we were a disciplined fighting force, and this type of sexual assault was unusual among the hooks. During the Japanese occupation we had made rape a capital offense. 5/ And we continued to uphold the ruling in the post-war years. I can recall no case in which that ruling had to be invoked. But I do remember some cases of kidnapping that ended in seduction. A prosperous farm manager of a barrio in the township of Concepcion, in Tarlac province, was captured and killed on suspicion of spying against the hooks. His wife and daughter were taken with him and forced to come to the hooks' mountain bases. There the daughter was given a year of indoctrination and persuasion. At the end of that year, she was married to the highest-ranking hook leader of the region. Such cases did not necessarily end unhappily. I recall, for example, a girl who had been made the beauty queen in a barrio contest in Pampanga province. She was taken, together with her equally beautiful sister and cousin, to the top leaders in the hook mountain bases. After a year of indoctrination, they were persuaded to marry high-ranking officers of our regional command. They are now back in their barrios, still living with the husbands to whom they were first united under such strange circumstances. These incidents may be viewed as an inevitable consequence of civil war. But they also demonstrate that communism, which claims it can make a better world, has not produced better men. There is another incident I would like to relate here, to explain how I saw it at the time. On June 21, 1948, during the period of the amnesty, I collected the back pay I had earned as a congressman, a sum of 17,500 pesos. At that time, I also received 5,000 pesos from a film company that asked to make a movie on the story of my life. The film people, incidentally, were willing to wait for their movie. But the government and the army believed that they had been made a laughingstock when I used the $2 money to help our cause, and then, in due course, returned to the hills with the other hooks. It should be noted that I did not know we would have to go back to the hills when I took the money. We made the decision to go back 2 months later, in August. The government, through the president, had informed me at the end of July that August 15 was the deadline for surrendering our arms. Although strong-arm methods were being used against us, we did not think it wise to comply with these instructions. The government demanded that we hand over our arms or it would end the amnesty. Confronted with these alternatives, we had no choice but to return to the hills. Thus, I collected my money more than a month before we were told that the amnesty might end, and 6 weeks before we actually took to the hills again. The money was not used for my own purposes. I had collected it as a congressman, and I made use of it as a peasant leader. I gave 8,000 pesos to the party. 1/2 of the remainder I used for the purchase of mimeographing equipment, radio receivers and transmitters, and newsprint. The remaining quarter was used for my own official expenses as a hook leader and for the immediate personnel in my group. Our opponents saw my collecting the money and the way I spent it as a political maneuver. We retorted that it was their political maneuvering that had compelled us to take to the hills again. In passing on the money I had earned as a congressman to the party and to the cause, I was following normal Communist Party procedure which applies in every country of the world, as far as I know. Under party discipline, any member who is elected to a legislature must pass back to the party a large proportion of salaries paid to him by the state. Any member who defies this long-standing and well-recognized rule is at once expelled. At a time when our population was dislocated and starved. 33. Particularly the people who had elected me, I could not have used this money, which really had come from the people, for myself or for my family. Some time before I had come down from the hills under the terms of the 1948 amnesty, the government had put a price of 100,000 pesos on my head. This sum would be paid to any person who could give information that would lead to my capture dead or alive. This reward was offered again, when I returned to the hills, and it remained posted until I came down in 1954. No hook ever tried to get that money. People have asked whether the day-to-day activities of the Communist Party of the Philippines were at that time directed by a foreign power, such as Russia or China. We were, of course, influenced by the long struggle of the Chinese Communist guerrillas. In the early days of our guerrilla fight, Hooks used Edgar Snow's book Red Star over China as a textbook. And the Communist victory in China had inspired us and influenced our policies. But to my knowledge, no direct organizational link existed with either Russia or China during my years in the party. As far back as 1930, when the Communist Party of the Philippines was organized, it had a separate Chinese branch in Manila. This branch was supposedly taking its instructions and supervision from the Philippine Party. In practice, however, it maintained an almost independent existence and kept the party only vaguely informed of its connection with the Chinese Communist Party. When the Japanese War broke out, 4 of their high-ranking officials joined us in the field. 2 of them claimed to have already been given training, one in politics, the other in guerrilla warfare, on the Chinese mainland. They were attached to our Politburo as advisors and acted as liaison officers between ourselves and their own anti-Japanese resistance movement. 34. Their advice was often resisted by Vicente Lava, who was then our General Secretary, and by myself. It seemed to us that this advice was always related to Chinese mainland interests rather than Philippine interests. First, they advised us to attack the Japanese relentlessly. Although we did so, we suspected that their motives were chauvinistic, that their main concern was with the battle then going on in China. It seemed to us that they viewed our struggle only as a diversionary action. When our fight resulted in a fierce Japanese counterattack and we suffered heavy casualties, they switched to a defensive strategy, urging us to hide our guns and return to our barrios. They sent most of the members of their own organization home to China. They called this policy retreat for defense. But the Filipinos in the field refused to put it into action. We had great respect for the Chinese comrades. But when we realized the extent of their chauvinism and self-interest, our respect quickly diminished. Our 4 Chinese advisors were reputedly the top leaders of the Chinese Communist Organization in the Philippines. Their activities, I believe, were confined mainly to Manila. They continued to serve as our advisors until the liberation. But then, when the situation began to get difficult for the Communists, they left us and their own members without a word and went to join the last push for the Communist victory on the mainland. After that, no such advisors were ever again attached to our organization. It is true that ours was a communist-led army, but we were operating in the only predominantly Christian country of the Far East. We devised ceremonies that took account of this fact. We had a socialist marriage service, and various baptismal ceremonies to suit all tastes. I frequently performed the wedding ceremony myself. In my sermon, I would remind the couple of their duties. 35. To society, their class, and the cause for which they were fighting. After the sermon, the Philippine flag was draped around the shoulders of the bride and bridegroom. As this was done, they clasped each other's left hand and raised their right hands in the clenched fist salute while I said, "In the name of the liberation movement, and in the name of the toiling masses, I hereby declare you man and wife." Some of the baptisms were more obviously Christian-inspired. I made the sign of the cross over the baby and invoked the God of all mankind, the liberation movement, and the toiling masses. My atheist comrades among the party leaders made no such reference to the name of God when they conducted such ceremonies. For this reason about 80% of all the new parents came to me. We started these practices as early as 1938, and many hundreds of people were married or baptized by us. I baptized hundreds of babies in the areas we controlled for so many years. On one occasion, 36 babies were waiting for me in a single barrio. Some of those who were married by me went to a church later, when quieter times came, to have their marriage put right. It should be noted that in those days a priest was a rare figure in many of the barrios. Thus, the tradition of going to church for the sacraments of marriage and baptism had already been weakened. It is anyone's guess whether by our practices we aided or injured the old traditions in central and southern Luzon. 2. The period of which I am now writing is not a pleasant one. But each man must tell the truth as he knows it. From 1946 to 1950, I and my followers were at the receiving end of what was then known as the mailed fist policy. It is not my desire to point out which side was more to blame. But some of the measures taken against us were so harsh that there are few fair-minded people in the Philippines today who would attempt to justify them. Our country was new, and our rulers knew they were weak. And they were frightened. The weak and the frightened are often the ones who strike out most wildly. That was how the rich and the rulers of the Philippines behaved. For those who are interested in finding intelligent and humane answers to the problems of communism here in Asia or anywhere else, this is an example of how not to do it. 36. 37. For 4 centuries, our people had fought for national freedom and social justice. Independence did nothing to solve our problems of social injustice. Thus, the fight had to continue. For lack of other leadership, the liberation movement, which should have been purely democratic and libertarian, was taken over by the Communist Party. After 1948, the communist leadership in the liberation movement began to assert itself openly. The tragedy of our nation was much like that of so many others that have attained their independence from colonial rule in recent years. It found itself in the grip of civil war in which brother was killing brother. Within 2 years of achieving formal political independence from the United States, the reins of our government passed into the hands of those who were the traditional enemies of progress. And so this infant republic, with its immature ruling class and no tradition of government to draw upon, found itself in the midst of a civil war. I will tell the story of these tragic years, seen through the eyes of one who was in the thick of the battle. If my description of these events is unpleasant to some readers, I must ask them to remember that this is the rebel side of the story. This is how the events appeared to me and my comrades at that time. When the amnesty of 1948 was revoked, our opponents stepped up their terror campaign against us. And terror it was. The government itself officially spoke of the mailed fist policy. During this period, the so-called Skull Unit was formed. Its battle emblem was a black flag bearing crossbones and a white skull. Powerful politicians and landowners hired private guards and small armies. Peasant massacres took place at Panampunan and Bamban, in Tarlac, at Maliwalu, Bacolor, in Pampanga, at Masiku, in Laguna. About 25 peasants were killed. But the cruel mailed fist policy did not achieve its purpose. It 38. Did not put down the rebellion. Instead, it fanned the embers of rebellion and strengthened the peasants' and workers' revolutionary tradition. Violence breeds violence, and that works both ways. Within a few months, the hook had grown by leaps and bounds. Every time a peasant was arrested and tortured as one of our suspected supporters, able-bodied men from his barrio fled to the hills. They would rather join the hooks than suffer the same fate. For every barrio woman raped by undisciplined and demoralized soldiers or civilian guards, more peasants, including women, would be driven by hatred and indignation to join the rebels. For every barrio looted and burned to the ground by troops carrying out their superiors' scorched earth policy, a new hook unit was founded. Every prisoner shot while trying to escape led more strong young men and girls from the nearby barrios to join the dissidents. It is universally admitted today that the morale of the government forces between 1948 and 1950 was low. This was not surprising. Most of the government institutions except the higher judiciary were plagued by graft and corruption. Whenever our opponents organized raids against us, they would first shell the whole area in which their objective was located. The target area might be a big and thickly populated barrio which was suspected of having given aid to the hooks. Usually the people would get wind of the pending operation and could take to their shelters beforehand. Then casualties would be light. The pattern of the attack would never vary. Trench mortars and 75mm field guns would be used. Of course, they could hardly miss hitting the peasants' houses. After the shelling would come the assault. Finding no sign of resistance, the troops would capture the barrio. If they were of the demoralized type, a field day would follow during which they would commit 39. Every sort of atrocity. The peasant's most precious possessions are these, and in the following order: his life, his honor and that of his womenfolk, his few earthly goods, particularly the carabao, which is his work animal, and his dwelling. All these he saw wantonly desecrated and destroyed, and this made him a bitter rebel. When the soldiers rounded up the barrio people, they would drive them at gunpoint to the nearest town. Meanwhile, the raiders would be busy looting and burning. For a day or two, the troops would live well off the barrio people's poultry and domestic pets. When they left, they would cart off all they could carry of pigs, chickens, furniture, poly, clothes, and even the farm implements and work animals upon which the impoverished villagers depended. To cover their misdeeds, the soldiers would report that the vandalism was the work of the hooks who had offered stiff resistance before finally running away. Or their story might be that the destruction they had left behind was the result of crossfire between themselves and the hooks who, of course, had suffered heavy losses, but had nonetheless succeeded in burning the barrio to cover their retreat and got away with their dead and wounded. If some of the more stout-hearted barrio people succeeded in obtaining the raiders' permission to retrieve what remained of their meager belongings, they would most likely find only heaps of ashes or the smoldering remains of their homes, charred posts pointing to the sky like so many black bony hands held up in mute supplication to the heavens. Around the yards they would find signs of desecration and vandalism of a type that was beyond their simple peasants' comprehension. Such inhuman, unreasoning behavior fanned their already inflamed revolutionary anger. During those dark years, if government forces and irreg. 40. Uller civilian volunteers wanted to raid the more remote barrios or the swamp or mountain bases of the hooks, they had to come in great numbers. And they brought with them all the modern and heavy weapons they could muster. The raiders would spend weeks training and preparing thousands of foot soldiers and baggage carriers. They would assign intelligence agents to seek out hook units and would conduct continuous observation from aircraft, on the lookout for evidence of hook encampments and movements. We nearly always knew of their plans long before the operation began. For this reason, our losses in battle were usually small. When, finally, the operation started, the troops would draw a tight cordon around us. They called it a ring of steel. It consisted of guns of all types, tanks, armored cars, cavalry, artillery units, dogs, and heavy machine gun nests. In a typical operation at Mount Araya, in Pampanga province, the government forces would rarely use less than 8 artillery batteries, each composed of 4 105s. These would be supplemented by 75s, trench mortars, and flamethrowers. The operation would begin with an air raid, intended to take us by surprise. Sometimes as many as 24 Mustang fighter bombers would strafe and bomb us in relays from early morning until dusk. The shattering bursts of the Mustang's .50 caliber machine guns and the explosions of napalm and fragmentation bombs were deafening. The first impact of such an attack was always truly frightening. But within an hour we would get used to the noise, and by then we were able to determine the target of the attack. Now we could take cover, and we distracted ourselves by comparing the blending of different noises reverberating through the hills to a symphony. At dusk, the strafing and bombing would cease, but the stark silence that followed such a day of pandemonium 41 was as terrifying as the noise that had preceded it. When darkness finally engulfed the forests, we hurriedly did our cooking, careful that no fire be seen either from the ground or from the air. Now and then, despite all our precautions, accidents would happen, but these were not without their comic side. Some comrades' cave-like cooking shelter which, when first built, had been a screen of green, wet grass and freshly cut, damp branches, would become tinder dry. At the touch of a spark, it would burst into a roaring bonfire spewing out a great column of sparks and flaming leaves that reached to the top of the tallest trees. The sudden glare of the bonfire would be visible for miles around and so to our enemy down in the lowland. Sometimes such fires touched off an enemy artillery barrage that lasted, with only sporadic breaks, from early evening until dawn. It was amazing to watch the behavior of the hooks, these amateur soldiers, during such barrages. Most would remain calm and indifferent to the shells whining overhead. They were so numb to danger that they could exchange jokes, sing their favorite revolutionary songs and love songs until they finally fell asleep. They did not panic, not even when the shells hit near the camp. They remained in their foxholes, between boulders or between the huge protruding roots of giant trees. We learned to entrust our fate to God, good luck, or steady nerves, according to our beliefs and temperaments. During 6 years of such air raids and artillery assaults, we lost no more than a dozen comrades, and even these were lost only because of carelessness or recklessness. Soon after an attack, the enemy's patrols and scouts would be sent out again to pave the way for the next infantry assault. It would come if the patrols learned of some definite objective or found traces of hooks. During this stage of operations our scouts and intelligence agents were /2 busy, 2, they were keeping close track of the enemy's movements. We usually were well informed about the extent of the enemy operation, its main objective, and its probable duration. If we knew it was going to be a light attack, we took it easy. If it might give us more trouble than we could handle, we slipped out quietly in the darkest hours of the night, abandoning the area of operation altogether. There were a few occasions when we were detected in our attempt to slip away and a running battle resulted. Occasionally, we carried out a surprise attack, achieving a lightning breakthrough and throwing our enemies into confusion. We were familiar with the terrain and had the advantage of light packs, the ability to move fast, and the support of the local people. Even the Army's dog teams, cavalry, and motorized units were useless in the dark of night against an enemy that set out in small groups and dispersed in all directions, only to regroup again on the following day at a previously agreed meeting place. We were invariably successful in such fast, diversionary, tactical retreats. When our ruse went undetected, it could be both amusing and saddening to watch the Philippine Air Force busily bombing and strafing, or to see thousands of government troops and civil guards cordoning our campsite and saturating, with every type of gunfire, the unfortunate trees and vegetation. Or we would watch them, worn and weary, scaling the whole height and width of a mountain, with not a single hook in the area. After a week or two of such costly but useless efforts, we would often read glowing reports in the newspapers of the success of the operation. Such successes had to be claimed to justify the millions of pesos that were being wasted. During these years, from 1946 to 1950, the poor of central and southern Luzon were so discontented with the 4. administration that they were willing to take considerable risks in their cooperation with the hooks. They were attracted by our national socio-economic program and gave us their loyal support. They backed our slogan, a democratic peace, or martyrdom. When we passed through the barrios on our regular tours of inspection, crowds of people came out to meet and entertain us. Our units in the field received the same attention. In the darkest days of our struggle, the people used their native common sense to devise a variety of ways of deceiving the enemy, sometimes by diverting his attention and thus helping us evade an ill-timed encounter, or by joining in a battle. They simulated loyalty and friendship for the government troops and public officials, and under this cover, carried on the work of their secret organizations affiliated with our liberation movement. The support of the people, more than anything else, provided the basis for the high morale of the Hook fighters. From the latter part of 1948 to 1952, the Hooks in central Luzon had an easy life compared to that of their comrades in southern Luzon and other parts of the country. It was a striking contrast to the situation that was to come. By this time, the Hooks had solidly organized the people in practically all the barrios in the areas of the Zambales, Araya, Sierra Madre, and Caraballo Mountains, and along the swamps which cover about 40,000 square kilometers and extend across the borders of 4 provinces. The barrios along the Pampanga River were also organized. Throughout the many phases of their struggle, the rebels were aided by the peasants living there. Every night, the barrios were visited by Hook units, organizers, and propagandists who held impromptu meetings enlivened by revolutionary songs and short political skits. During such visits, our organizers, officers, and fighters made the acquaintance of the youth of the barrios and 44. Developed close friendships with them. From many of these barrios had come our fighters, organizers, nurses, and propagandists. Indicative of the attitude of our men was the fact that the women's organizations in the barrios insisted on washing and ironing their dirty clothes. The women set up special committees for this purpose. Our soldiers were often supplied with cooked food, wrapped in banana leaves, by the faithful barrio organizations. Most of the people in the barrios considered it a privilege to do these things for us and felt let down if they did not receive frequent visits in return. Romances between our fighters and the girls in the barrios grew out of this close relationship. Most of the love affairs survived through the years, ennobled by a common belief in love of country and people. If the situation were sufficiently safe, the Hooks in the hills invited their sweethearts and friends to join them in merrymaking on special occasions, such as anniversaries or New Year's Day. They would clear a wide space beneath giant trees, whose thickly overlapping branches and matted vines would serve as cover during the celebrations. To this natural camouflage the Hooks would add a supply of freshly cut branches, thick with leaves. In the center of this shelter they would hang a shaded Coleman kerosene lamp. Strung around the lamp and from the trees down to the ground were garlands of wild mountain flowers of every size and color gathered by the guerrilla fighters and their friends, the mountain people of the primitive Ita and Dumagat tribes. Such celebrations might begin soon after breakfast and not end till midnight. There would be games in the morning and a feast at noon, with roasted wild boar, chickens, and deer and other foods from the lowlands. In the afternoon, there would be a lively program of entertainment. 45. And in the evening, a dance. Then the guests from the barrios would be escorted to their homes by Hook fighters who would dash back to the hills before daybreak and sleep soundly for the whole of the following day. The village girls watched the mountains with apprehension when operations were in progress. They knew that battles took place in the open fields near their barrios. But they fought down their anxiety, remembering the courage of our many heroic women, like Tandang Sara, the brave revolutionary leader who supplied food for our fighters in the struggle against Spain. They believed they were part of that living tradition. Many a Hook commander made a name for himself in our battles, not least because he knew that not far away, in her barrio, a girl thought of him as her revolutionary hero. This knowledge would spur him to fight courageously, as our national hero Gregorio del Pilar had fought at the Tilid Pass. But there was another side to these romances. They often led to unnecessary risks, and because of the many casualties suffered as a result, we had to stop anything that tended toward recklessness. We simply could not afford such misplaced bravery and wasted energy. We sent out a general order to all the regional commands directing that unofficial visits to the barrios be restricted. The practice of depending on ready-cooked food, supplied by the barrio people, was to be stopped, too. Every Hook soldier would henceforth use his own cooking utensils and wash his own clothes. and we admonished our fighters to avoid all encounters with the enemy in the area of the barrios, particularly near our organized mass bases. These bases were the barrios of the sympathetic villagers upon whom we depended. Until late 1949, we were militarily on the defense, we were not committed to fighting the government as such. 46. Or the basic laws of the land. We declared that our intention was not to overthrow the established order by violence. If we were fighting back, we said, it was because we had been provoked and had felt compelled to take up arms again to defend ourselves. Those in power viewed our activities as illegal, but we, for our part, saw that they used the power entrusted to them in a tyrannical and unconstitutional way. These arguments were in line with our appeal for peace, freedom, democracy, and prosperity. During those years of the guerrilla fight in the Sierra Madre Mountains of southern Luzon, our political slogans and rallying cries spread quickly across the countryside. These nationalist and libertarian sparks were scattered over southern Luzon and soon all over the country by our propaganda methods, and many of our countrymen took them up enthusiastically. Peasants everywhere were enduring the same sufferings and had to deal with the same social and economic problems as the people of central Luzon. Our organizations were growing rapidly, and our organizers worked 24 hours a day. Barrios in all parts of southern Luzon were clamoring to be organized. Even people in the still unorganized areas were cooperating with our movement, eager to show their enthusiasm and courage. Most of the people were armed, as we were, with weapons they had acquired during the resistance struggle against the Japanese and during the period of the liberation, when the American forces had returned. We received glowing reports from the Ilocos, from the Cagayan Valley, and the Visayas. Colorful stories were told of organizational successes, demonstrating how former fears and misapprehensions about the Hooks had changed into faith in our movement and affection for our men. Inside the Hook camps, especially at our general head 47 quarters, we had our hands full. There were always administrative, supervisory, organizational, and educational tasks to attend to, and we were often busy until 9 p.m. Then our cultural work, the study meetings, open forums, debates, and similar activities had to be attended to. About half an hour's walk from our GHQ camp, we established a number of different schools. There was a school for cadet officers, another for mass organizers. There were schools for intelligence officers, couriers, and medical workers. We also conducted adult education courses. And so, for each day from Monday through Saturday, activities were planned. Tasks were scheduled for every hour of the day. Time was conscientiously valued by the students who underwent such education, and 3-month schooling could produce astonishing results. The more advanced students attended classes in Philippine and world history, social and civic science, politics and government, mathematics, and subjects that would be of practical use to them in everyday life. These courses, and basic military training, made of the Hook a new kind of rebel. Yet all these students came from the lowest strata of our people. They were the poor, the great unwashed, whose intellectual potentials were now probed for the first time. We were aware that our strenuous life required rugged, healthy bodies. At dawn, we had our daily half-hour of physical exercise. And every afternoon, from 4:30 to 6 o'clock, we played volleyball, badminton, ping pong, and other sports. But we also played indoor games at which we could use our minds. Of these, the most popular was chess. Once a week we held a 2-hour open forum in our improvised but spacious hall. It accommodated some 200 people. At these forums, we took turns at giving a summary of the past week's world and local news. Then followed lively discussions on how to interpret that news and a question and answer period on related topics. The 348 radio sets we had in camp provided us with news. And our couriers from Manila supplied us with weekly newspapers, leading dailies, and copies of various foreign news magazines. Every Saturday, we held what we called a production meeting. This was a criticism and self-criticism session of the type common in all communist parties everywhere. At these meetings we voted to give citations and commendations to comrades who had rendered exceptional service to the movement and to the Philippine people. Examples of a high sense of responsibility, initiative, bravery, or revolutionary integrity were publicly acclaimed. On such occasions, we also had a weekly and monthly honor roll. There was a dishonor roll, too. Its purpose was to discourage destructive tendencies among our ranks. Everyone, from the highest leader in the camp down to the rawest recruit, was discussed in our production meetings. We believed that by this means all our members could be made aware of the importance of collective responsibility and party discipline. Toward the end of each meeting, the chairman invoked the gathering to self-appraisal and renewal of their devotion to the cause. Then the meeting closed with the singing of the Philippine national anthem and the international. Sunday was the day of rest, free for all who were not on guard duty. Not all my days were taken up with office work during those years. When I could entrust the day's tasks to my secretary and did not anticipate any emergency, I would go hunting in the forest. The long time of living in the hills and my close association with the king of hunters, a man named Diggle, had helped train my hunter's instinct. My senses sharpened, and my self-confidence and presence of mind increased when I was hunting deep in the forest. With my automatic carbine, my bolo knife, lighter, and .49 flask, I would start out from camp in the early morning and head eastward, the direction from which the mountain breeze came. The hunter must always make certain that the wind is coming toward him, so that his quarry does not get his scent as he approaches. Hearing and smell are more acute in the wild beasts than sight and are their best defense against danger. A deer will pass close to a man who is sitting absolutely still and look at him innocently and unafraid an arm's length away if it does not catch his scent. Once it does, it bolts like an arrow to the safety of the underbrush. Even from hundreds of yards away, it will rush to safety if it catches the slightest trace of the hunter's scent, no matter how quietly he may approach. Often, I would start from camp with the intention of hunting deer, wild pigs, wild chickens, or wild cats, but would end up hunting plants and insects instead. I loved to search for the wailing orchid, the most beautiful of all our wild orchids, and for our famous Philippine butterflies, which are found in the fastnesses of the Sierra Madre Mountains, in southern Luzon. My hunting trips were especially frequent in 1949. During that year I never missed going out at least once a week. I'd stay out alone the whole day, deep in the heart of the forest. No matter how late in the day I stayed, I seldom grew hungry. Sometimes I was lucky and bagged a wild chicken or a big bird, which I would pluck and then roast over a bonfire. My eyes and ears served me well. They had become alert during the years of dangerous guerrilla life. I would build my fire near the top of a mountain ridge from where I could see in every direction and hear any unfamiliar sound. I would sit on a flat, moss-covered rock and lean against the cool side of another, camouflaged by the lush vegetation that grew all around me. There I felt at peace. 50. With the world. I would stay for hours, munching my roast chicken to the last scrap, feasting my eyes on the wonders of nature. The roast chicken would be followed by half a canteen of sparkling cool water from a mountain spring, so sweet and fresh it would have put to shame the choicest champagne served in any city hotel. Going slowly back toward our camp, I would gather beautiful plants, especially orchids, to send by courier to friends and relatives in Manila. I was criticized for adding this frivolous bulk to our sensitive mail. I was also criticized for wasting time with such things as poetry and literature and, most of all, for the time I spent hunting and gathering orchids. I was particularly criticized for an incident that occurred in April, 1948, during a long march. We had with us some 250 men whom I bade rest while I took time to collect some especially fine orchids. At the next production meeting, I was censured for wasting the precious time of the revolution for the sake of my personal and idealistic whims. I admitted to the evident weaknesses I had shown, but defended myself against this criticism. I stood up for my belief that the party leadership could not expect every individual to conform to a single pattern of life. Each person's inclinations, I said, and his individuality, should be given full freedom to grow so long as they did not conflict with the interests of society. During those years, from 1948 to 1950, when our organizational strength and the national prestige of our movement were at their height, the worst features of communism began to show themselves. At meetings of the Politburo, the basic conflict began to be felt between the moderates and those who were genuinely concerned with our national welfare, on the one hand, and the die-hard Stalinist internationalists on the other. The latter group, 5/ who called themselves the politically mature, Bolshevik Marxist-Leninists-Stalinists, branded me and those who thought like me idealistic waverers and, later, Titoists. I was unable to support my position with impressive theoretical dissertations, high-sounding and authoritative Marxist quotations, facts, and references, nor could I give an outline, supported by statistics, of the current financial and economic trends. But my opponents could. Many of them had come from bourgeois families, had personal and social ties to the privileged classes, and so were familiar with such subjects. Consequently, they could support their ruthless denunciations of an enemy of the working class with historical facts and actual examples, while I usually met with embarrassing defeat. But I had an advantage over them: my understanding, political experience, and intuition in appraising and testing a policy and its actual implementation. I was trained and more at home in getting to the essence of a principle and to its application in action. I was more adept in judging how and which of the movement's theories could be put into practice. But if the keenest political intuition and the richest practical experience are not supported by an equally well-rounded education in the theories and principles of past revolutions, there is no chance of success when it comes to discussions and arguments with armchair theoreticians. Because of my aversion to the dehumanized communist jargon and my weakness for first looking at the human side of things, I held firmly to my beliefs and my analysis of our national political situation. When I look back, I regret that I remained passive and did not defend my position more aggressively until years later. Then our differences came to a head, and I was formally expelled from the party leadership and from the party itself. But in 1948, our differences did not reach proportions 52 that would hamper our armed struggle. Thus, the tragic situation continued, and brother fought brother. When I look back on those troubled times, I can see that, despite all the passions and class hatred of that period, some people were guided by a genuine love of humanity and were able to rise above class differences. A wealthy family in San Fernando, Pampanga, helped the sick and half-starving families of Hooks and Barrio people who were in congested evacuation centers. They provided them with food, clothing, medicine, and comforting words. Such families are remembered in other provinces, too, for similar acts of Christian charity. There were also officers and men in the armed forces of the government who had a humane attitude toward the Hooks and their families. But this, in my experience, was all too exceptional in those days. In the ranks of the Hooks a new and disturbing ruthlessness was developing, which was precisely what we objected to in our opponents. An early casualty was Scarlett, the mistress of a member of the Politburo and mother of his child. She had been with the Hooks during the entire Japanese occupation. In 1946, she was suspected of trying to persuade her man to abandon the fight and to spy for the government. For this, despite her long record with the Hooks, she was liquidated by her own comrades. One cannot tell the story of the Hook Rebellion without remembering that the ruthlessness of its opponents diminished with the years. The government came to conduct the fight more intelligently as time went on. But the reverse was true of the communist-led Hooks. As class hatred spread through their ranks and as the Bolshevism of their leaders became more apparent, cruelty and ruthlessness grew. It seems to me now that this was more or less inevitable. For ruthlessness and cruelty are alien to Christian thought. 33. And when men in the free world use such methods, they do so in defiance of their own morality and ideals. The atheist communist, however, believes that the end justifies the means, or in Lenin's words, morality is subordinate to the class struggle. For this reason, the communist can pursue a policy of terror and cruelty with a clear conscience. 3. The cancer. Armed revolt usually brings revenge in its train. Communists, of course, are aware of this. But they believe that their goal can be achieved only after the total destruction of the existing social order. The Philippine ruling class recognized this fact as soon as the Communist Party was established in our country. When they identified the hooks and the militant peasants' movement with the specter of communism, many of them lost all sense of humanity and resorted to cruel and self-defeating methods. The position with which we had confronted the government and the landlords since 1946 was difficult for them to accept. During the Japanese occupation, we had built up an elaborate and efficient intelligence organization in the barrios which any army commander might envy. The barrios were our mass bases. They were also our principal recruiting grounds. The barrio people not 54, 55. Only gave us their sympathy and support, they were our lifeline. They were in the battle with us. This organizational pattern had remained intact, and we continued to use it. In the vital period from 1946 to 1949, every move our opponents made became known to us in the shortest possible time. No matter how they tried to overwhelm us by force of arms, their position remained unchanged. We usually knew what to expect and we often moved on before they could attack. The enemy might start moving in our direction at 1 a.m. But there were members of our permanent organization in every barrio through which they had to pass. Our members, who sometimes were the municipal or special police, would hear the army trucks on the move. Their organization was in constant touch with our intelligence agents, and so our machine would go into operation. Our people would count the number of cannons and armored cars. They would note if there were any cavalry or dog teams and gather whatever general information they could. All this was quickly reported to the local hook intelligence agent. He would pass it on to his runners, sometimes in writing, but more often the message was committed to memory. The intelligence agent would quickly contact the nearest hook unit, which in turn made their report to headquarters. The entire operation usually took 2 or 3 hours, starting in the barrio and ending at the nearest hook field command. We knew that it would take the government forces approximately 8 hours to get ready for an attack. By that time, we usually had made our way out of the target areas. We suffered far more harm from attacks by small groups of selected, disciplined raiders than from all the big attacks. Apart from our organization of runners, we had an ELAB 56 orate system of light signals that were flashed from windows and church belfries, and daytime signals of one sort or another. Empty oil drums once served as jungle drums. Blankets, hanging from high windows or on church towers, gave danger warnings. These various signals were devised during the Japanese occupation, and we continued to use them until 1951. Vendors of rice cakes, vegetables, and fish would enter military installations to spy on troops, observe gun positions, make friends with soldiers, and pick up whatever scraps of information they could. Frequently, their reports were valuable. Off-guard conversation would often provide us with knowledge of the purpose and timing of an intended enemy operation. A favorite line was for girls to flirt with the troopers. The girl would tell the soldier that she had some dearly loved relative in the hills. The soldier, eager to please the girl and to preserve the life of the man he hoped might one day be a relative by marriage, would give warning of impending danger, which was quickly transmitted to headquarters. We would pool all information at the command post conducting the operation, and were usually able to determine when to expect the attack. If it was clear that only a minor skirmish was intended, we would keep circulating in the hills until the danger had passed. If something big was afoot, we would move out at once. Those barrios that were essential to our survival were treated as so many enemy bases by our opponents. Thus, villages that were the center of life for a community of civilians, men, women, and children became target areas. It would have been more intelligent and more humane if the government had tried to neutralize the barrios by instituting long overdue reforms. The lack of these, after all, had bred the discontent that gave rise to the hook. 77. Rebellion. But the government of that period was not ready for such a radical approach to the problem. Instead, the barrio people were made to feel the full impact of what the government called its mailed fist policy. When one segment of the population is treated this way, particularly in civil war, the most vicious and cruel of all forms of war, anything can happen, and it usually does. Both sides fought with much bitterness and hatred. The peasants' hatred was founded on centuries of exploitation and oppression, feudal landlordism, and bad government. But the rich had no such bitter memories. They were driven by fear of losing their power and their social privileges. Whatever the outward appearance, this was naked class war. It was a crude and cruel war, and I cannot tell its story in subtle, delicate terms. Nor can I tell it with the objectivity of an outsider. I cannot help remembering the circumstances and my close involvement in them. There are lessons to be learned from our experiences during that period. One thing seems clear: no country, least of all a Christian land, can defeat communism by the use of unchristian methods. Its crusade against communism is bound to appear hypocritical if it uses the very methods it condemns. There was nothing Christian in our opponents' answer to communism. Instead, the people who purported to defend Christian society and values were guilty of the most unchristian behavior. Thus, they weakened their own moral case against the evils of communism. As my story shows, even in terms of practical politics and law and order, their brutal policy was self-defeating. Stalin tried to cover up his errors. In a democracy, we have the advantage of being able to write and speak openly about our errors, and thus may avoid repeating them. Whatever may be said about the rights and wrongs of that period, nothing can explain away the raping and 5. Burning and the campaign of terror which accompanied the attack upon us before and after the amnesty. Barrios were put to the torch and the population driven from their homes. The jails were filled to overflowing. Our women were raped, and the most brutal tortures, such as the notorious water cure, the bullet treatment, and other forms of the third degree, were used against the hooks and members of the National Peasant Union, their sympathizers, and even innocent, uninvolved people. Some of these atrocities were reported at the time. But those who were in the thick of it know that not half the story has been told, nor could it have been told then. Scores of barrios were involved, and the victims tortured in those bitter days can be numbered by the hundreds. Such cruel methods inevitably bring retaliation in kind. There were occasions when hook units showed the same cruelty toward their captured opponents. A member of the Skull unit who fell into the hands of hooks could hope for little mercy. Some of these atrocities were so cruel and obscene that I cannot describe them here. There is no point in stirring up old hatreds, and it is not my intention to do so. But there also is no point in refusing to learn the necessary lessons from our experience. The most critical period of all came in 1949. Absentee owners of rice lands, with the help of their private armies and civilian guards, were able to reverse the 70-30 law of crop sharing, which granted the peasant 70% of his harvest. In a few government-owned corporations, strikes were discouraged by an occasional show of force. On such occasions, the army would be called in complete battle gear and with heavy weapons, to patrol the premises. In government offices, graft and corruption were widespread. Philippine high finance was in a state approaching hysteria caused by a recession in the United States. R. 59. Economy was tied to the U.S. economy, and our currency, the peso, was pegged to the dollar. The evil effects of the Bell Trade Act were already evident in our economic life. His act shackled the country's productive activities to the old colonial, agricultural economy. It made us producers of raw materials for American industries, and a market and dumping ground for American products and surplus commodities. It frustrated our hope to pursue our own national, democratic industrialization, which was the only solution to our nation's economic problems and our people's poverty. The greatest deterioration of public morality existed in the fields of politics and civil liberties. No story of the Hook Rebellion would be complete without reference to the effect of the 1949 national election upon the Hook movement. The administration openly boasted that it would do anything in its power to win. And it was openly said, too, that the United States supported the Quirino administration. As in past elections under the Liberal Party, tampering with the ballots and terrorizing the electorate were tolerated, especially on the provincial level. The Liberals made good their boast. When the 1949 election was finally held, it was the most scandalous in the history of Philippine politics. It was said that even the dead voted for the Liberals. And the living voted more than once in such provinces as Cavite and Negros Occidental, where the provincial administrations were strongly and aggressively liberal. In Lanao province, another Liberal Party stronghold, the people said that even the trees and the monkeys voted in favor of the administration. To ensure the victory of the people in power, terrorism 60 was the order of the day almost everywhere in the Philippines, and did not cease until some months after the election. The unsavory character of that election did much to convince the barrio people that they could hope for nothing from the politicians. And so they gave their support to the Hooks. The opposition publicly threatened to join or lead an uprising if the administration did not conduct the elections cleanly and freely, in accord with the principles of democracy. Although the leadership of the opposition did not keep their threat to join or lead an uprising, their most reliable man, Francisco Medrano of Batangas province, made good his pledge to start the revolt, which was to be the signal his allies in the various provinces were to follow. Although the revolt was not followed up, Medrano's significant gesture stunned the national consciousness, even the administration itself. Medrano was given full amnesty, and the administration began to institute some reforms and earnestly examined some of its policies. But this painful self-reappraisal was not made known to the nation, least of all to the agrarian population. Behind the scenes, and also unknown to the barrio people and the ranks of Hooks, deep personal and ideological differences were beginning to divide the leadership of the Communist Party. The dissension centered once again on whether nationalism was the means to a healthier and greater Philippines or whether it was just a stepping stone to achieve communist rule. The expulsion of Tito from the Cominform had become another important issue among us. Since I would not denounce in sufficiently forthright terms his position on independence, I was dubbed a prospective tightwast. This conflict between the two trends of thought was not new, but dated back to the time of the merger between the Socialist and Communist parties. It had already existed. 61. In the days when Pedro Abad Santos, Crisanto Evangelista, and Guillermo Cappadocia, the executive committee of the merged parties, were arrested by the Japanese during the occupation. When Abad Santos fell into the hands of the Japanese, his position was immediately repudiated by the orthodox communist leaders. They even accused him of having capitulated to the enemy. But this was not true. From the beginning of our association, I had greatly admired Abad Santos' practical approach to our problems, his unselfishness, and his intelligence. I spoke out in his defense and warned my comrades in the Politburo that I would publicly denounce them if such slander was repeated outside the Politburo meeting. That was far back, in April, 1942. Then in November, 1944, Abad Santos was strong enough to rejoin us in the field. He asked the members of the Politburo to call upon him. I alone went to see him, the rest refused. He asked me to tell them that even though they no longer included him in the party's policy-making body, he insisted that his views and suggestions be given serious consideration. He warned us that the party and the anti-Japanese national liberation movement must be careful not to adopt a policy that might be interpreted as hostile or provocative toward the American and Philippine Commonwealth governments. The communist leadership ignored his advice. Vicente Lava, the general secretary, and I were a minority of two in the ruling body of the party, although we commanded the loyalty of the majority of the rank and file. Because of our strong position, we were able to modify the party's policy, so that it came nearer to Abad Santos' line of thought. In 1946, this particular conflict of opinions came to a head at a convention held at the Ciro Club in Manila. 62. In the presence of Judge Jesus Barrera, who was president of the Democratic Alliance, Vicente Lava and I then fought tooth and nail in support of the policy for a genuine united front. We saw such an alliance as a step toward a true democracy, and believed we could win over the progressives by persuasion. The other group, conforming to their understanding of Lenin's left-wing communism, saw it as a means by which they might maneuver and infiltrate our allies' ranks. I, too, had read a little Marx and Engels, and more of Lenin and Stalin. I had been influenced by my reading, but not to the point of accepting all the tactics and subterfuges recommended by Lenin. It was there that I parted company with the others. Communists will meet evil with evil and will not hesitate to use evil means to serve the cause of communism. It is possible that the communists of Europe understand the party's subterfuges and deceits. Here, in the Philippines, the majority accepts them at their face value. Only the small, indoctrinated group of Stalinist leaders see them clearly. Those leaders say one thing in private, in their own circles, and another at their public rallies. This is probably true of the situation throughout Southeast Asia. The mass of party members only hazily understand communist ideology. Yet, paradoxically, the small group who know what they are doing are the most dedicated of all. They live with their followers, suffer with them, and share their privations. As a consequence, denunciations of them often fall on deaf ears. 4. We had been living in comparative peace in San Fernando, Pampanga, when Enna was struck down by sickness during the elections early in 1946. When the war ended, she had hoped that our struggle against the Japanese would be appreciated by our government. She herself had served as head nurse and supply officer of the Hukbala Hops General Headquarters. Instead, we went to jail together. She was appalled that I, who had fought so persistently against the puppets of the Japanese, should find myself in prison with some of the top collaborators. Her disappointment undoubtedly aggravated her illness. She was only 33 years old when she died on March 8, 1946, of septicemia and diabetes. She had been my comrade and companion in arms. Some 16,000 people, with hammer and sickle flags flying, went. 6-3. 64. In procession through the streets as I took her to be buried in the Catholic cemetery of San Fernando. For giving her this Christian socialist burial, I was once more criticized by the Politburo. After Enna's death, I swore never to marry again unless I found a girl who would be Enna's reincarnation in goodness and kindness, in love of country and of people, and in her love of me. And she should come from my home township of San Luis. When I was unseated in Congress and forced to return to the hills, my responsibilities as the top commander of the Hooks kept me in our mountain bases, where I had no chance to meet girls from San Luis. For 3 years, I resisted every temptation to indulge in the transient sex relationships common among the communist leadership. Their immoral extramarital affairs became a major problem in the Communist Party and the Hook movement. To justify their behavior, they circulated, through the Politburo, a policy document they called the Revolutionary Solution to the Sex Problem. Eventually, I realized that I could not remain different much longer from my comrades of the Politburo, even though they did not challenge me about my superior attitude. I was single, a widower, and a healthy man, my desires were altogether human. And our way of life, with its daily excitement, suspense, and the ever-present danger of sudden death, kept our senses alert and our nerves taut. Thus, despite our favorite claim that, to use Stalin's words, communists are people of a different mold, we were no different in this respect from our class enemy. Indeed, in a sense, we were worse. We exploited our own class sisters and comrades, taking advantage of their hero-worshipping loyalty, their trusting simplicity and credulity. I joined my atheist comrades in their revolutionary solution to the sex problem. I, too, had a loveless sex. 65. Affair with a communist girl. Alice agreed that we were compatible and in need of each other. We would love one another in the party way, true to the revolutionary concept of party policy. But, very soon, in our intimate moments, Alice and I realized that we were Christians more than communists, more idealistic than materialistic, especially in this most important part of life, this thing we call love. Our deeply rooted Christian upbringing, our conscience and sense of decency compelled us to put an end to our undefying relationship. We agreed that we would legally become man and wife by the end of that year, 1948, if by that time Alice had come to love me and had not found another man, and if I had not found the girl of my dreams from my hometown. Fate was kind to us both. A handsome young man fell in love with Alice. He was one of her co-workers in the Manila office of the Politburo. They were promptly married with the Politburo's blessings. Soon afterward, like a bolt from the blue, my ideal, the girl from my hometown, came to me. My dream girl, Liza, was from Barrio Santa Rita, just across the river from our house in Santa Monica. She was a slender girl of medium height, with a vibrant and charming personality. Her face had a refined and almost aristocratic shape. It had great individuality and a charm of its own. Liza was extraordinarily beautiful. Her hair, black and naturally wavy, reached down to her knees when left loose to dry after shampooing. Her complexion was lighter than that of most Filipino women, her skin was satin soft. Her lips were a natural deep pink, and her blue-black eyes always seemed to be smiling and full of love and life. The inner beauty revealed by her personality was her greatest asset. All who knew her loved and respected her and always remembered her by these characteristics. When I met her, Liza was a third-year student at the 66 College of Pharmacy of the University of the Philippines. In our struggle during the Japanese occupation, she had served as a sort of secret clearinghouse and courier. She had coordinated and facilitated the flow of intelligence reports from the surrounding towns along the river and from my special agents in Manila. She also had helped collect food and medical supplies. She was very good at first aid and knew some medicine and minor surgery. She was often called to the neighboring barrios to treat our sick or wounded fighters. After the war, she had returned to Manila to resume her studies at the university. With Liza's love, my life was full and complete. She was my ideal. She was my love, my friend, advisor, and critic, my student and teacher, inspiration, and moderator. For 4 years, Liza was my partner, and together we observed and analyzed the many disturbing trends that were developing in the hook as the communist leadership shaped the policies of our movement more and more according to the fundamental principles of communism. 5. A revolution that failed. In 1949 and 1950, many outlying areas of central Luzon and most of southern Luzon came under hook political leadership. By the end of 1950, we were operating even in the outskirts of Manila. We vaguely expected that our supporters in the capital would get arms, coordinate their activities with ours, and simultaneously we would assault all the major installations in the city. But we lacked sufficient numbers, and coordination between those in the city and those outside was poor. And we had no definite, well-thought-out plan. Our hopes were nipped in the bud in October 1950, when the whole Politburo and the Secretariat were arrested in Manila. Here is the story of that episode, which had such far-reaching results for the Philippines, and dealt a blow to the morale of the communist movement throughout Southeast Asia. The critical economic and political situation in the 68 Philippines had been aggravated by the infamous 1949 elections and the worsening recession in the United States. Revolutionary sentiments continued to mount in many regions of the country. The Communist Party Secretariat, the highest administrative organ of the CPP, called a major Politburo meeting to consider the situation and to review party policies. The meeting was held, of course, under conditions of utmost secrecy. At that time, the Secretariat worked in Manila. Its members were not yet officially wanted by the law, and they conducted their activities in a semi-legal way. But we, the members of the Politburo who were in the field and active in the Hook movement, had long been wanted and could not travel the public highways. It was agreed, therefore, that the Secretariat would come to meet with us in the hills. The Secretariat in Manila was known to us as PB In. The other part of the Politburo, which was in the field, was called PB Out. Our conference was held at our GHQ Hook base, hidden away in the Sierra Madre Mountains, east of Laguna. The meeting started on the day after Christmas, 1949, and lasted until the second week of January, 1950. The decisions made at this major Politburo meeting came to be called the 1950 PB resolutions. The conference agenda included a political report, which is the first item on the agenda of every major communist gathering, delivered by the General Secretary, Jose Lava. A discussion of the report followed. Then came the organizational report, given by the chairman of the organizational department, Federico Moclang. This too was discussed. As chairman of the military department, I gave the next report, followed by the usual discussion. The next item on the agenda was formation of party policy and tasks. This presentation and discussion was led by Jose Lava. Under the heading of Miscellaneous 69 problems came the accidental ambuscade of Mrs. Quezon and her party, the problem of financial opportunism, and the correct interpretation of humanism. This last item had been requested by me, because I had been criticized for being too solicitous toward my comrades. My attitude had been branded as paternalistic, and I had been accused of seeking popularity at the expense of our other leaders. In the usual communist manner, the conference ended with the item criticism and self-criticism. Jose Lava's political report was a detailed review and analysis of the current national and international situation. He paid particular attention to the recession that was developing in the United States and to the victorious revolution of the communists in China. Here was a combination to warm any communist's heart. Citing impressive statistics taken from economic reports by trusted and capable researchers and subjecting these reports to the laws of dialectical development, Lava painted a picture of impending crisis in the United States. The United States, he stressed, was the leader of the remaining imperialist powers, and a recession there would be felt by all. He gave special emphasis to the nature of capitalism and imperialism and backed it up with profuse quotations from Lenin and Stalin. The Lenin-Stalin dictum, that imperialism means war, was trotted out to clinch his argument that the recession in the United States, which, he said, was fast developing into a crisis, could be countered by the imperialists only by launching a major war, which would surely develop into World War III. This was the classical Marxist approach to an impending revolutionary crisis. Either way, war or no war, said Lava, a serious economic crisis in the United States was certain to affect the Philippines. And this would be most favorable to the liberation movement and to the rise of the Communist Party. He concluded his political analysis with the observation that a revolutionary situation already existed in the most strategic economic and political regions of the country. He said that the revolutionary sentiment of the masses was steadily growing and, in view of the deteriorating international and national situations, would surely develop into a national revolutionary crisis. This could only mean that the communists' moment of opportunity was at hand. To the Marxist, the revolutionary crisis has arrived when the ruling class can no longer govern and the masses are demanding change. Every good communist knows what Lenin wrote about this in his book Left-Wing Communism, and that Stalin supported Lenin's views in his book Problems of Leninism. The quotation from Lenin reads, "The fundamental law of revolution, confirmed by all revolutions and particularly by all three Russian revolutions in the 20th century, is as follows: it is not sufficient for revolution that the exploited and oppressed masses understand the impossibility of living in the old way and demand changes. For revolution it is necessary that the exploiters should not be able to live and rule in the old way. Only when the lower classes do not want the old and when the upper classes cannot continue in the old way, then only can the revolution be victorious. This truth may be expressed in other words: revolution is impossible without a national crisis affecting both the exploited and the exploiters. It follows that for revolution it is essential, first, that a majority of the workers should fully understand the necessity for revolution and be ready to sacrifice their lives for it; secondly, that the ruling classes be in a state of governmental crisis which draws even the most backward masses into politics. 7. Jos Pound Lava's purpose was to show that we were on the verge of precisely such a situation. The communist revolution was at hand. The political discussion was brief. Some of the comrades expressed their observations and opinions. But there was no real, spirited opposition. Alejandrino, in his laconic way, argued that the situation might work out differently. If the American capitalist imperialists believed that war would no longer show a profit, they would find another way out of their troubles. He argued that the U.S. economy was so rich that the recession could be reduced by half through huge public spending, as had been done by the late President Franklin D. Roosevelt. My brother Reg, which rhymes with peg and is an abbreviation of Peregrino, observed that a third world war would mean an atomic war, and since both camps had the atomic bomb, both would be deterred by fear of mutual annihilation and the annihilation of all civilization. For my part, I argued that there was no real revolutionary situation, except that in central and southern Luzon, and that even there it was not sufficiently sustained. The rest of the country, I maintained, was passive and apathetic. But we could not support our observations and arguments with statistics and figures. We could not dialectically explain and interpret them as José Lava had done when he had shown us that there must be mathematical progression, a shifting relation of forces, most favorable to the communist bloc. Eventually, we all agreed to accept José Lava's analysis. Not that we were convinced of its correctness, it was more an admission of our weakness in defending our own positions. We depended on common sense and intuition, which, in higher communist deliberations, do not win arguments. 72. Mauchlang's organizational report, which followed, presented a picture of our rapid expansion into every region of strategic economic or political importance in the country. The semi-open cadres, which the organizational department was sending out, were reporting encouraging successes. In Manila itself, the OD reported, it had penetrated positions of leadership in almost all the trade union organizations, youth movements, and important professional and intellectual associations. He also reported that it had infiltrated almost all the executive offices of the government, from Malacanang down to Camp Murphy. Mauchlang claimed that the OD also had won over many high-ranking officers. The OD urged intensified infiltration by both legal and semi-underground cadres into the key government offices, critical industries, public utilities, labor and youth organizations, and into the ranks of progressive intellectuals and professionals. Then the OD called for the intensification of the work of the cadre organizers attached to Hook expansionist units in every strategic region of the Philippines. Similarly, the military report related the great success of the work done by Hook expansionist units in the provinces of southern Luzon and in Pangasinan and Zambales provinces. These units had received numerous urgent requests from the barrio people of adjoining provinces to come down to their villages so that they, too, might join the liberation movement. The report also noted the unprecedented number of volunteers who were now joining the Hook. They were coming in such numbers that it was beyond the capacity of our central and southern Luzon mass bases to feed, clothe, and support them. On the basis of all these encouraging and convincing reports, Lava was able to swing the conference to give unanimous agreement to the following points. 73. 1. That there existed in the Philippines a revolutionary situation, which, in the face of the international and national situations, would inevitably culminate in a revolutionary crisis within 2 years. 2. That the liberation movement must, during 1950 and 1951, complete an intensive 2-year program of preparation for the seizure of power by armed struggle, and that all other tasks must be geared to this one supreme effort. 3. That we must announce and define our political objective and program as similar to that of Mao Zedong's New People's Democracy. 4. That the Communist Party leadership within the liberation movement must be publicized and projected at every possible opportunity. 5. That we must undertake the armed uprising on our own and be prepared to go it alone. Consequently, we should expose our former Democratic Alliance and Nacionalista Party allies as having recoiled and turned traitors to the people. 6. That we must reorganize and rename the HOOK to make it conform with the demands of the new political situation. 7. That we must impose military discipline, not only on the party and the HOOK, but on all other mass organizations led by the CPP. With our poor showing in the discussions on the reports, especially the political report, my brother Reg and I could not argue much during the formulation of the party policy. Alejandrino did not argue at all. Nevertheless, I made a token protest by asking to have it placed on the record that I believed it was incorrect to go it alone, to condemn our former Democratic Alliance and N.A. 74. Sionalista Party allies as having turned traitors to our people, to project or popularize CPP leadership of the liberation movement, and to impose the military discipline of the HOOK and the CPP upon the other mass organizations. I argued that to go it alone would mean playing with revolution and might end in disastrous failure. No uprising, I said, would succeed without the overwhelming support of the broad masses of the population throughout the country. I warned not to discard the United Front policy we had formulated and implemented under the leadership of the late Vicente Lava. I maintained that present conditions still demanded our pursuit of a broad, democratic, genuine United Front which would embrace all our countrymen who loved peace, freedom, and democracy. I insisted that our old DA and NP allies were still true and sincere Filipinos. In differing from us they were only trying to be realistic and prudent in their own way. I vigorously opposed the projection of the Communist Party leadership over the liberation movement as unwise, unrealistic, and sectarian. And I registered my firm opposition to the imposition of military discipline on the mass organizations as impractical and destructive. But all my dissenting opinions were defeated. And, for the sake of party unity, I joined the majority in the unanimous decision to centralize power, strengthen discipline, and achieve efficiency and close coordination of all branches of the party to advance our revolutionary tasks. The party followed the Stalinist method of leadership. It was resolved that all administrative, executive, and judicial powers were to be vested in the Secretariat. Even my position as Commander-in-Chief of the FLUC became merely nominal. The General Secretary now assumed supreme authority over the HOOK forces. I received assignment in the field and was sent to RICO II as Politburo. 75. Supervisor. A RICO was the party's regional committee empowered to control a given region, including the regional command of the HOOK. Others assigned as PBSs were Jesus Lava, who went to RICO I, Castillo to RICO III, Alejandrino to RICO IV, Balgos to RICO V, and Bull to RICO VI. True to the principles of class struggle, the two miscellaneous items on our agenda were disposed of with unseemly speed. The first of these was the accidental killing in a HOOK ambush of Mrs. Quezon, widow of the late President Quezon, and her daughter. The majority took a characteristic communist attitude toward this deplorable event. The victims had been class enemies, and that settled everything. Mrs. Quezon had been the most prominent woman in the Philippines. At that very moment, the propaganda office of the army and the press were exploiting her death with tremendous effect. The other miscellaneous item was the problem of recurring petty misappropriations of our organizational funds by comrades responsible for party finances. We called these misdemeanors finance opportunism. The policy adopted in this matter was drastic and severe. Any comrade so accused was to be considered guilty until he could prove his innocence. The penalty for such crimes against the revolution was capital punishment. I know personally of half a dozen cases where this severe penalty was exacted. Some of those who were executed for misappropriation of party funds had long and outstanding records of loyalty to the movement. Liza was with me during that conference. She had just graduated from the University of the Philippines College of Pharmacy and was spending her vacation with me. Because she was my wife, those attending the conference did not mind her presence at the meetings. To my surprise, I, J6, discovered that she was keenly watching the proceedings and noting all the important points discussed, especially those on which I had expressed dissenting opinions. At night, after supper and before we went to sleep, Liza and I would sit on a wooden bridge and talk of the conference sessions. On one such occasion, she asked why I had not insisted that there was at the time no revolutionary situation, not even in Manila, which, as the national capital, would surely have been the center of any revolutionary discontent. But people in Manila, and especially the youth, she argued, were not in the least concerned, nor were the workers or even the unemployed. I don't notice any conscious or militant response to all your nation-rocking activities, she said to me. I believe you are right, I replied. But I went on to explain that I could not simply dismiss the reports that were being received by the OD chairman and the general secretary, who believed otherwise. And they commanded the majority. But if you go ahead with your plans and fail, what do you think will be the consequence? She asked. I answered that I had confronted our comrades with the same questions. They had replied by reminding me of Lenin's statement, communist leaders must always remember that in making a quick and orderly advance they must always be ready to make a quick and orderly retreat in a case of impending failure. The trouble is, I added, that they don't think for one moment of the possibility of failure. They see nothing but certain victory. But Liza was not satisfied. She asked why I had not pressed harder to get my point across. I had quoted a statement by Lenin, that the vanguard of one's forces must not be hurled into a decisive battle against a superior enemy. 77. Before the main body is ready and when there are no reserves, and that to do so is not only foolish but criminal. You reminded them, she said, that as of now, we have only a small vanguard, no main body, and no reserves. That was a very good point, but you didn't pursue it hard enough. I explained that if I pursued that point too hard, I would put the General Secretary in an awkward position. And I would have all the time I needed during the 2 years of preparation to prove to our comrades of the Secretariat and the Politburo that my contentions were right. I intended to test the correctness of our policy in practice, and in the field. But I wanted to avoid an unpleasant clash within our leadership during this period when party unity was our greatest need. The last item on the agenda, as usual, was criticism and self-criticism. The conferees made this discussion an occasion for a thorough ferreting out of everyone's weaknesses. The intellectuals thought what they voluntarily said about themselves, and what they accepted of criticism from others, would smartly cover up their unrevealed weaknesses. Recalling now what was left unsaid about them in that meeting, the smart opportunists must have enjoyed watching the more simple and sentimental comrades who literally wept during the roasting they were subjected to. One of the controversial subjects we discussed heatedly during the last part of the meeting was the interpretation of the Marxist concept of humanism and how it should be implemented. I was condemned for endangering my life by visiting sick and wounded comrades to help them with what little medical experience I had. I, in turn, severely criticized Dr. Jezislava's lack of interest and concern. He had a remarkably impersonal attitude toward our sick and wounded. J8. Comrades, who, naturally, expected much of him since he was a professional doctor. José Lava's concept and implementation of communist humanism was even colder than his brother's. He was typical of the cadres molded by Bolshevism. To him, men were simply pawns on the chessboard of the revolution, while the leader was an indispensable superman who deserved every attention by the party organizations. He was, as it were, already then a member of Gilas' new class. After the conference, the Secretariat returned to Manila. We, the Politburo's members in the field, proceeded to our respective assignments as Politburo supervisors of RICOs. Jezislava, Mateo del Castillo, and I, having been assigned as PBSs for RICOs 1, 2, and 3, all in central Luzon, thought it advisable to make the journey together. For the long march ahead, we combined the groups that had accompanied us under one overall command. Our mixed security units, totaling some 200 men, became one battalion in size and strength. As we marched along the riverbeds and around the rolling hills, our troops looked like a giant serpent. We were indeed an impressive sight. By the end of February, we reached the upper Ipo Dam in Bulacan, where Castillo was met by the staff of Rico 3. Jesus Lava now proceeded by mountain routes to Rico 1. I went on to the Candaba swamps to make contact with the guides who were to lead my troops to the Zambales Mountains, where Rico 2 was based. I arrived at the Rico headquarters in the first week of March. Without losing time, I called the Rico 2 staff to a meeting to discuss the recent decisions. We all agreed to call soon for a full regional conference. The duties and powers of a Politburo supervisor of a Rico included the accurate transmission of the contents of all PTSs. These initials stand for Political Transmission. The PTS was the Secretariat's regular semi-annual 79 report. It contained an analysis of the current political situation and an outline of the party's tasks. The PTS was distributed to all party branches and echelons. A PBS also had to pass on the contents of other circulars and directives issued by the Secretariat. I was responsible for prompt and efficient implementation. And I was to advise and supervise the RICO chairman in his administration and supervision of various departments of the RICO, and to help expedite the solution of difficult problems arising within the RICO. Outwardly, the PBS was a powerful somebody sent down by the Secretariat, the most important governing branch of the party, to direct the RICO. But, in fact, he was not permitted to have a personality of his own, had no authority to initiate any decisive action or make on-the-spot decisions on issues of fundamental importance. Under our Bolshevik leadership, a PBS had to be a human robot blindly doing only what he was told. To be critical and decisive and to assume discretionary powers, as I did, was tantamount to asking for a taste of ruthless party discipline, which is what happened to me. But more about that later. In Rico 2, I found leading cadre workers who dared to show a critical attitude toward what they considered incorrect in the 1950 Politburo resolutions, although they had prudently desisted from public discussion at the conference. I had confidential talks with each of them. Comrade Eusebio Aquino, known as the Old Man, questioned the correctness of provoking the enemy by a show of strength on our part, even if we were to succeed in our plans to increase our strength, which he doubted. He recalled our big mistake during the Japanese occupation. Then, too, the decision had been to grow strong by relentless attacks against the enemy. But it had not turned out as the Secretariat had expected, and we suffered tremendous losses. 8-0. Commander Eddie Nardo raised the same doubts. He added that it might be a serious mistake to reveal our plans and our strength, especially here in Rico 2, where we were near the biggest American military bases in the Philippines, built as a result of our military assistance agreement with the United States. Eddie and I had an hour's heart-to-heart talk while we sat on top of a huge overhanging rock on the back Bacon Ridge of Mount McDonald. It was a pleasant afternoon, and we freely expressed our objections to the 1950 PB resolutions. We were at an elevation of about 2,500 feet above sea level. On our right, we could plainly see the Basa Air Base and the Philippine Air Force Camp. From this base came the planes that bombed and strafed us during operations, and their air intelligence observers. On our left, we saw Clark Airfield, then the biggest U.S. air base in the Orient. From where we sat, we could observe the activity of both bases, the landings and takeoffs of various types of aircraft. The proximity of Rico 2 to these concrete reminders of the realities of the situation might well have influenced our trend of thought. They certainly were facts that could hardly be ignored. I assured Aquino and Nardo that I would keep their opinions to myself, and that their confidences would be used only as the basis for my own dissenting opinions. I promised to avoid provoking factionalist accusations. When I sent off my official and regular reports, after our Rico 2 conference, I included my personal observations and recommendations, pursuing again my former contention that the 1950 PB resolutions were impractical. I told the Secretariat that they could not be put into practice, not even in my own RICO 2, the strongest of all our RICOs. The reply I got was a scathing criticism. Shortly afterward, all RICOs were sent a special supplementary political. 81. Transmission to the 1950 PB resolutions. It was entitled Hastening the Tempo. This document shattered all my hopes of convincing the Secretariat to reconsider the resolutions and to initiate a thorough discussion and re-examination of party policy. The document also served as an indirect criticism of those of us who had objections to the party policy and plan. It criticized those who were underestimating our own strength and overestimating that of the enemy, and those who forgot to take into consideration the critical international situation and the inevitable confusion and national crisis that would follow. It emphasized that the 2-year period, deemed necessary for the preparation of the revolution in the 1950 PB resolutions, was conservative and urged us to hasten the tempo. In other words, speed up the execution of our plans in conformity with what they believed to be a fast-developing favorable situation. The document ordered the RICOs to hasten their recruiting and expansion work, military training, and party schooling. It urged the RICOs to double their harassment of enemy forces. All these measures, the document maintained, would quicken the ripening of the anticipated revolutionary crisis. During April, May, and June, all our expansionist units were reporting spectacular successes. They had gone to the Cagayan Valley, the Ilocos region, to Pangasinan and Zambales provinces, the Bicol Peninsula, and to the Visayas. They told of the enthusiastic welcome they had received from the barrio people and of the agrarian population's warm response to our cadre organizers everywhere. The organizational department had even run short of cadre workers to organize the people in the newly opened strategic regions and metropolitan centers. The American recession was growing worse, and the Philippine people were already suffering the consequences. And the victory. 82. US Chinese Communist Revolution was the talk of the world. These events discouraged and defeated my opposition to the 1950 PB resolutions. I could no longer find arguments strong enough to support my position against the Secretariat. Then came the most confusing and world-shaking news: the Korean War broke out. The Politburo's stand now seemed unassailable. The Secretariat immediately issued a new PTS and a document, marked top secret, entitled Strategic Political and Military Concepts. This memorandum carried detailed instructions to all RICOs on how to implement party policy, what to do during the offensive and how to supervise the liberated areas, what to expect of the enemy, how to treat and utilize enemy soldiers who would surrender to our side and might want to join the liberation movement. The memorandum even gave us a timetable for the projected numerical increase in our fighting forces and supporters, and it assured us of victory. The Secretariat's triumphant mood reached a state of delusion. Because of it, they recklessly underestimated the strength of our enemy and overestimated our own. They even announced to the public our plan to seize power within 2 years. But the Secretariat was not popular. Their boasts were taken merely as rumors, and these were heard only in the Manila area and did not assume national significance. The Secretariat was bound to realize, sooner or later, the incongruity of imposing party leadership over the liberation movement when its own General Secretary was unknown to its ranks and not even serving as the official spokesman of the party or the movement it claimed to lead. I was still the spokesman for the liberation movement, and the identity of the higher party leadership had remained hidden. To put things into the proper light, Jose Lava arranged an exclusive press interview for me. 83. With Manuel P. Manahan, a journalist of the Bagong Boy and the Manila Times. He was to be accompanied by Alfredo Salo, another newspaperman, who was very close to us. The newsmen were to be escorted to the Zambales mountain base, to our own RICO too. But I came down to meet them in the foothills to spare them the considerable time and trouble of scaling the steep cliffs. The journalists were supposed to ask me a set of 10 questions. The Secretariat had furnished a corresponding list of ready-made answers, which was brought to me by a special courier shortly before the reporter's arrival. When I read these questions and answers, I could not help revolting against the scheme. All the delicate points on which I had opposed the Secretariat were there before me, and I was to be their spokesman. The Secretariat was putting me on the spot, and I was expected to come out in open support of their line. To the following questions, my ready-made answer was to be yes. Do you have a 2-year timetable, and do you plan to seize power by armed uprising? Is it true that you have declared that the leaders of the Democratic Alliance and Nacionalista Party have recoiled from the nationalist democratic struggle of our people, whom they have betrayed, and now have joined the imperialist bootlickers? Is it true that the liberation movement is led by the Communist Party of the Philippines? I decided to defy the Secretariat. When I sat down to give the exclusive interview to the reporters, I gave Mr. Manahan freedom to ask any questions he pleased and answered him spontaneously, on the spot. When he questioned me about the 2-year timetable and our plan to seize power by armed uprising, I answered by explaining that no revolution could be willed, much less scheduled, to conform to a prepared timetable, that 84. A general uprising by the people is brought about by a combination of economic, political, and social factors, and other reasons that will compel a people to revolt. To the question concerning our old DA and NP allies, I answered that I believed they were still good friends and loyal Filipinos, and that they were trying to be prudent and realistic in their own way. That interview, I believe, was the last straw. It was what the Secretariat had been waiting for. Here was their chance to chop off my head to remove me from the top leadership of the hook. Throughout the month of July, my weekly correspondence with the Secretariat was concerned almost entirely with our disagreements. But, as usual, when our relations and the conflict of opinion approached the breaking point, I was willing to retreat and be humble, rather than push my opposition to the brink. Foremost of my reasons for this attitude was my obstinate faith in the Lava brothers, in their sincerity and intelligence, and my love and admiration for the late Vicente Lava. Second, I lacked the interest in a sordid struggle for power and top leadership and had no desire to form and lead a faction for this purpose. Third, I knew that I could never become an all-out Bolshevik. I offered to resign from the Politburo and volunteered to an assignment in the education department of RICO II, that I might devote my time to self-study and to teaching in the RICO schools. But the Secretariat did not accept my offer of resignation. Instead, I was urged to continue in my party work as usual. During those months at RICO II, my wife, Liza, and my only child, Romeo, were my comfort, joy, and inspiration and never-failing assistance in my work. Liza was so helpful, not only to me and my son but to the whole RICO, that she became dear to everyone in camp. She was a first aid instructor to the RICO medical workers, a doctor to the 85 sick, a midwife to the wives of comrades in the family way, a teacher in the RICO school, an artist who contributed to our news organ, and a lecturer in open forums. Late in the afternoon, we made it a habit to visit the various barracks of our comrades who served as guards for the camp, to check on their health, talk with them of their personal problems, and answer some of their questions about current events and politics. Then we would go to the vegetable patch to gather tomatoes, sweet potatoes, and greens. Sometimes we would sit on top of the mountain ridge and look out over the wide central plains to the Sierra Madre Mountains, which resembled a huge sleeping dragon on the eastern horizon. We would admire the majesty of Mount Araya, which looms like a great solitary sentinel over central Luzon. We would watch the busy Clark Air Base or look over the rice and sugar cane fields, which resembled a vast ocean of green broken only by brown ribbon-like roads and tall church steeples of distant towns. In that vast expanse of nature with Liza and my son, and with the love and faith of my comrades in RICO II, I easily forgot the unpleasant problems that had arisen from my disagreement with the comrades in whom I had invested my hopes and faith. August 26 is the anniversary of the Philippine Revolution against Spain. On that day, in 1896, Andres Bonifacio, our national hero, issued the first call to our nation to rise up in revolt. His call to arms is known among our people as the Cry of Balintawak. In 1950, on the anniversary of that day, the Secretariat ordered all RICOs to attack simultaneously as many provincial capitals as they could, to commemorate, so to speak, that historic occasion. The attacks were intended as a dress rehearsal for our final seizure of power. The Secretariat wanted to exploit the attacks for propaganda purposes to hasten the 86 tempo, to induce and precipitate the revolutionary crisis. The most outstanding success of that anniversary celebration was the capture, for one night, of Santa Cruz, the provincial capital of Laguna, and of Camp Macabulos, in Tarlac. The capture of Santa Cruz netted the Hook some 86,000 pesos from the provincial treasury vaults. While capturing Camp Macabulos, the Hooks confiscated guns, food, clothing, medicine, office supplies, and some 140,000 rounds of ammunition. They freed some prisoners and burned whatever army supplies they could not take along. There is a tragicomic element to the story of that period. After the 1950 PB resolutions had been adopted and transmitted to the various RICOs, a fantastic feeling of illusion germinated among many of the party cadres that were anticipating a victory within the next 2 years. Some of their members were already preparing themselves to become governors, board members, mayors, councillors, provincial commanders, chiefs of police, or officers in the various police forces. These were indeed enthusiastic supporters of the Secretariat. But the majority of party members were skeptical and close to my line of thought. It was assumed by the rank and file that I, the Hooks Commander-in-Chief, was in charge of the military operation. Few were aware that my power had secretly been taken from me and that I did not believe in the possibility of a rebel victory. The people who really controlled the military operation were the Secretariat and the Politburo in Manila. Despite my reports that we could not possibly hope to succeed, which were based on my military experience and the actual conditions in the field, they insisted that victory was possible and proceeded on that assumption. Surreptitiously, they removed me from my post of command. They informed all the PB Super 8J visors in the various scattered regions of my removal, but did not inform me. Much later, after my surrender, I was put in prison together with Jose Lava. I confronted him with this piece of duplicity, of which I had learned from his brother Jesus, in November, 1950. The excuse Jose gave me was that Jesus was much more capable than I to lead the operation. But he would not explain why he did not inform me at the time, although the information was circulated among all the other top communist leaders. The real reason, of course, was obvious: they could not have a man in charge who did not believe in victory. But, as usual, there was double dealing, and I was never given the true reason. Had Jose Lava admitted the truth, I would have understood and respected his honesty. The ironic part of the story is that we continued to pursue our plan to seize Manila before the end of 1950, which incidentally included the release of all prisoners in the National Penitentiary and army camps even after the whole of the Politburo in Manila had been arrested. Those in the field who were thinking along the same lines as the captured group decided to continue to follow the old plan, despite the blow the party had received. Although my opinion was that of a minority, I resisted the implementation of that plan, and in the end I won. In Manila, not only the Politburo thought that power might pass into rebel hands at any moment, but many of the ruling class thought so, too. On their side it was fear, panic, and inefficiency that made them think thus, while on the side of the PB it was simply delusion. The common people, in almost every part of the city, believed that the Hooks were coming, and they were not afraid to say so in public. Although this is how the people in the streets talked, I wonder if they would have joined an armed 88 uprising. They may have been just waiting to be liberated by someone else. The most powerful arms we had at that time were a few .50 caliber machine guns and a few small caliber trench mortars. We had no radio or field telephone communication systems to help us coordinate our attack. At most, we had only some 15,000 trained and fully armed men scattered throughout various regions of the country. Not more than 4,000 could have been mobilized for an assault on the city. Our real hope and the fear of the other side lay not in our armed might but rather in the disunity and ineptitude of the ruling group. Above all, they saw the clearly apparent discontent of the people, who, they feared, would take to arms and join us if we were to attack the city. Had Manila fallen, and in my view this was never a real possibility, we probably would have followed the Chinese, not the Russian, pattern of communist seizure of power. That is, after internal collapse of the government, a relatively small guerrilla army, backed by discontented people, would exploit the situation. We took to heart the Chinese Communist guerrillas' maxim and considered it a fundamental principle that the people are water, and we are the fish. Our aim was to do nothing that could alienate the sympathy and support of the people. But, inevitably, some breaches of discipline occurred. The blackest mark we registered against ourselves was a raid that took place on November 25, 1950, in the village of Alao, in the township of San Marcelino in Zambales province. Some 100 hooks were involved. They believed that the barrio people there were hostile to them, for this was one of the places the hooks could not pass without their movements being reported. The barrio people organized an armed anti-hook unit. The hooks attacked the 89 unit and organized a terror attack on the open barrio. Women and children were shot down without resistance. This barrio was in the area of Rico 2, and we investigated the incident. The officers of the hook unit were sentenced by the leadership to indeterminate periods of hard labor. They were at once disarmed and deprived of all positions of responsibility. In our circumstances, to be disarmed amounted almost to a death sentence. The commander of this group, unable to defend himself, was later killed in an attack by government forces. The panic felt by many wealthy people can be sensed to this day. Many of them still say that it was impossible in those days for anyone to go in or out of the capital in safety. It is true that people were ambushed on most of the major highways at one time or another, and that some innocent civilians suffered. On one occasion, an American officer and his wife and child were wounded. Some of these ambushes were organized by the hooks to divert the enemy's attention while an operation was in progress against their comrades. And sometimes a passenger bus or a cargo truck was mistaken for an army vehicle. This miniature civil war, unfortunately, also provided a cloak under which professional bandits, crooks, and rapists could operate with greater ease. Any criminal was likely to be called a hook, the more so as they deliberately described themselves as such and pretended to take to the hills after committing a crime. Taking the short view, the dress rehearsal of March and August 1950, the assaults on cities and army camps was successful. But, in a broader sense, these raids proved our undoing. They provided the needed jolt and provocation to spur both the Philippine and American governments to do something drastic to counteract the spreading revolutionary movement. And so, after August 1950, things happened quickly, and to the disadvantage of the hooks. The United States now provided the government with all manner of assistance: money, food, and other supplies, war materiel, guns and armored vehicles, and military, economic, technological, and political advisory teams. Topping all was the Bell Mission, which studied the overall situation in the Philippines and recommended a general overhauling of the government administration. The Philippine armed forces were drastically reorganized, and army discipline and public relations were now strictly supervised and improved. Ramon Magsaysay was appointed Secretary of the Department of National Defense. The new policy worked so well that within a few weeks he had made history. Dramatically, only a few days after taking office, he succeeded in capturing the Politburo in Manila, with all its staff workers, activists, research workers, and couriers. Whole truckloads of incriminating documents were captured. Then, fantastically, on October 18, 1950, the Secretariat, including the General Secretary, Jose Lava, were captured, too. Before our leaders were seized, they had called a military conference to be held in Rico 3. As it turned out, they were not able to attend it, but we in the field held it. We had been on our way to that conference when the radio gave us the astonishing news of their apprehension. With me then were Linda B. and the journalist Alfredo Salo, who had joined us in the hills. As we were listening to the radio, we could not believe our ears. The roundup, said the broadcaster, was complete. Every office they were using, including the most sensitive, and every cotter worker they were utilizing, including the most secret, were captured in simultaneous raids by government forces. Only a week earlier, the members of the Secretariat had boasted of their superintelligence facilities, infiltration successes, and foolproof security methods. They had continually cautioned all lower echelons and cotters to be aware of the necessity of maximum vigilance and secrecy of movements. To drive home that point, they issued mimeographed reproductions of Stalin's mastering Bolshevism to every cotter and party organ. Indeed, in that most delicate stage of the revolution, the party demanded of every member, cotter, and organ a fanatical degree of devotion, to be manifested in unrelenting class-conscious vigilance, in determination, courage, and total self-sacrifice if need be. That was what they had been hammering into the party rank and file. But after their capture, I could not help recalling some of the unofficial reports I had received from my couriers returning from Manila. They had observed that some of the key men in the Secretariat acted as though they were already somebody, that those comrades were talking big, flushed with power corrupted by power before they had it. While mouthing idealistic principles, these power-obsessed leaders were doing the opposite. They had forgotten that to master anything, even Bolshevism, one must first master himself. The military conference was held, but it came to no official agreement. After the arrest of the Politburo and Secretariat in Manila, we now badly needed a Central Committee conference. We had to reorganize the party apparatus from the top down: the CC, the Politburo, the Secretariat, and the regional committees. We called a Central Committee meeting and agreed to hold the conference in Laguna, in southern Luzon. We arrived in Laguna at the end of November. The whole of December was spent in making preparations and waiting for all the delegates to arrive. Disaster followed disaster. During that period of wait, my group was encamped with that of my brother Reg, Pomeroy, and Linda B. at Mayapis Creek, in the mountains of Sampaloc, in Quezon. During the first week of January, 1951, we suffered a surprise attack. We lost one CC member and one ex-general secretary in that skirmish. We also lost all our personal belongings and the official documents and books in our care, along with some small arms and large quantities of supplies. Of all the incidents in my life as a revolutionary leader, I consider this the most disgraceful and humiliating defeat. I lost my gun, a nickel-plated German Luger, which had been a cherished gift from a famous field commander and which coincidentally carried my natal number, 21. In losing my gun without a fight, I felt I had lost face and, with it, my will to pursue my opposition to the 1950 PB resolutions. I was almost certain that the resolutions would be pursued by the new leadership, and eventually they were. The CC conference was finally held, from late February to March 21, 1951, under the most precarious and dangerous circumstances, and the Lava Alejandrino Castillo faction dominated the whole meeting with their line of thinking. They had the valuable assistance of Bill Pomeroy, who was all the more forceful because he was an American and known for his keen, analytical mind. His economic and political analysis cleared the way, and the policy of the captured Secretariat, which had been embodied in the 1950 PB resolutions, was launched again. My lost face and tattered pride kept me from participating in the discussions, and so I had no part in the formulation of the 1951 cubic centimeters resolutions. Later, I came to realize that this fit of temperament was to be my greatest crime against the liberation movement and my greatest betrayal of my idealistic and patriotic 93 comrades. I failed them in that most decisive moment of our revolutionary tasks. During that Central Committee conference, our depleted leadership was reorganized. I voluntarily and formally resigned as Commander-in-Chief of the Hook. I was well aware by now that the captured Secretariat had already removed me from that position, without my knowledge, in August, 1950. This had been done by Jesus Lava, in secret connivance with Alejandrino and Castillo. But I was also aware that my removal was not valid, according to party rules, for it had not yet been sanctioned by the Central Committee. To put things right, I resigned from my post, which I had held since the formation of the Hook. I did not complain of the surreptitious way in which I had been removed in 1950, and offered to resign from the CC and PB. I requested an assignment as an activist in one of the RICOs. But the conference did not grant my request. Instead, I was retained in all the top organs of the party, the Central Committee, Politburo, and Secretariat. As a member of the new Secretariat, I was given the job of chairman of the organizational department. The new General Secretary was Jesus Lava, who replaced his imprisoned brother Jose. The 1951 cubic centimeters conference showed what one-track minds communists can have and how frightening the consequences can be. It showed that they can be so bigoted that their dogmas blind them to realities and class hatred drives them to culpable unreason. Thus, potentially good individuals, like the two younger Lava brothers, Castillo and Alejandrino, on the anvil of the party's iron discipline, can become ruthless revolutionaries. Our experiences at this conference also proved how difficult it is for idealistic communists who are anxious to remain faithful to their ideals and devoted non-party sympathizers to break with their old party loyalties. This is 94. Especially difficult when the existing situation gives them no other chance to survive and when they can find no alternative movement with a better set of principles. But if one takes a stand of opposition or isolation within the party, one risks the devastating charge of having developed factionalist, careerist, or deviationist tendencies. The 1951 cubic centimeters conference adopted the whole of the 1950 PB resolutions. It also gave the new PB and Secretariat a wide margin of discretionary powers, which they at once abused. The new Secretariat made many surprising additions to the accepted CC policy. It ordered a total boycott of the 1951 elections and, in some places, the liquidation of those who dared to defy that policy. There were incidents in which loyal party members in the Barrio Buclads who participated in that election were liquidated by their comrades. This happened in San Lorenzo, Mexico, Mapaniqui, Candaba, all in Pampanga province in central Luzon, and in some parts of southern Luzon. The new party leaders claimed that these elections were going to be worse than those of the past and would aggravate the critical political situation. Acting on this assumption, they proposed a drastic course of action in the towns and countryside. They ordered the creation of barrio peasant committees for the distribution of land and instructed them to begin a tentative parceling out and redistribution of all lands within the reach of our party organization and the Hook. They also ordered the creation of revolutionary workers' committees in all key industries and public utilities. The committees were to prepare for acts of sabotage during the decisive stage of the revolution and to confiscate and appropriate these industries and utilities for the workers' state when the Communist Party came to power. Our leadership also ordered the establishment of people's revolutionary local governments in all barrios. 515. Where we were strong. Our comrades were to be ready to take over in each area as soon as it was liberated by the revolution. It ordered intensified training and the conversion of the Hook from a guerrilla force into a regular army. It even levied revolutionary taxes on the people in our mass bases, who were already impoverished and broken in body and spirit by the 10 years of continuous war. The delusion of the imminence of revolution was so complete in the minds of Jesus Lava, Alejandrino, and Castillo that they did not stop to consider the serious trouble we were then encountering. They refused to realize that we were suffering terrible losses from the intensive and continuous operations that the recently organized armed forces of the Philippines were conducting against us. In the circumstances, I could not help recalling how my great friend and leader, the late Vicente Lava, had warned me from his sickbed about his own two younger brothers, Jose and Jesus. He proved absolutely right. He wrote to me in December, 1946, after I had told him that I was determined to help advance his brothers, especially Jose. I foresaw then that it might become necessary for Jose to take Vicente's place as General Secretary of the party if Vicente became totally incapacitated by his sickness. Vicente replied that he was not in favor of entrusting either of his brothers with the general secretaryship of the party. He considered them intellectually arrogant, dogmatic, and sectarian, and liable to commit acts of serious leftist adventurism that would be irreparable. He emphasized the delicate demands made by a political situation that required the maintenance of a genuine and broad coalition or united front of all democratic, peace-loving nationalists. If we failed in that task and became isolated from the masses of the people, he said, the consequences would be far-reaching. But I told him that I had so much faith in his goodness. 96. That I believed in the goodness of his kinfolk, too. I assured him that, with his painstaking advice and my close cooperation, Jose would not fail Vicente and the party. In fact, at that moment, Jose began his uncompromising and bitter struggle against the old power bloc that had consistently harassed Vicente in the past. But this group had never really got the upper hand in the party, thanks to the loyal support that we, the Central Committee members in the field, had always given to Vicente. Now we did the same for Jose. But we had reckoned without the corrupting effect of communism and party power even on well-intentioned men. The years passed, Vicente died, and Jospin succeeded in gaining the top leadership. But he became so overconfident that he was captured. Once again, despite the more obvious weaknesses of Jesus, I clung obstinately to my deep-rooted faith in Vicente Lava's family. I gave my loyal support to Jesus Lava when his turn came. My brother Reg and I were not interested in the top leadership position in the party, even though we felt it was ours for the taking had we been prepared to support the policies of the CC comrades who were trying to persuade us to be nominated and who assured us of their support. We refused. Instead, we urged them to support Jesus Lava. We accepted the party's iron discipline, and we, too, were caught up in its class hatred and dialectics. We became accessories to Jesus' intellectual arrogance, dogmatism, sectarianism, and leftist adventurism. Thus, we helped bring about the most serious and crippling organizational setback and loss of prestige the revolutionary movement and the party have suffered in Philippine history. But an even graver setback was suffered by the democratic and militant peasant organizations, the labor unions, and the genuinely democratic nationalist coalition our nation so badly needed. Things happened fast after the 1951 cubic centimeters conference. A revolution that failed. 97. Magsaysay, the new Secretary of National Defense, launched an intelligently conducted all-out psychological and military offensive. The new discipline he imposed within the army, his good public relations, and his treatment of hooks who had surrendered or had been captured and who were willing to turn over a new leaf, seriously threatened the morale of our rank and high, which had, incidentally, been at its peak during the period of the mailed fist and terrorist policies. Magsaysay's Sabre operation, launched in January, 1951, was maintained without let-up through the entire year, and in every region. And while the morale of our fighters diminished, that of the government troopers rose, and their discipline improved. Once more, the government began to respect the civil liberties of the people. Consequently, as the army's public relations improved, the people cooperated more willingly with government troops. The people were weary of war and badly in need of some sort of democratic peace. Very soon, we were receiving disturbing reports of serious losses from our various RICOs. RICO 1 suffered many casualties in a number of running battles on the open plains of Nueva Ecija. It seemed they had overdone their dress rehearsals. An American Negro spy, posing as a sympathizer, succeeded in infiltrating RICO 2. The RICO officers accepted him on trust because in the past U.S. soldiers, Negro and white, had smuggled arms to us from Clark Air Force Base. As a consequence of the spy's activities, We were caught napping for the first time when the Philippine Air Force launched a surprise bombing and strafing attack from Basa Airfield. In that air raid we lost one of our best Rico Cotter men, Eddie Nardo, who was second only to Linda B. We received reports that many of our most capable organizers had been killed while faithfully performing their expansionist assignments in the Ilocos and the Cagayan Valley. We learned that Cappadocia had been killed in Panay, and Nick Pamanchuan in Manila. We heard, too, of the deaths of a whole group of up-and-coming commanders who were undergoing military training in our first cadet school. And we had many losses among the rank and file in our bases. My concern for our movement and the welfare of our comrades in the ranks made me restless and troubled, especially in view of the indifference of the General Secretary and the medical chairman. When I could bear it no longer, I asked for a secretariat meeting, which was readily granted. To my surprise, the comrades accepted my suggestion that we reconsider our 1,951 cubic centimeters resolutions and temporarily adopt a policy of self-preservation and conservation of our strength. I suggested a temporary dispersal of the PB, and even of the Secretariat, to various safe bases and regions. From there, I explained, they would be able to supervise directly the various party and hook organizations, check on the practicability of our 1,951 cubic centimeters resolutions, help solve local problems, and acquaint themselves thoroughly with the economic and political situation in every region. In my naivete, I was surprised to learn that Lava, Alejandrino, and Castillo, the majority of the Secretariat, had already made an agreement among themselves to stay in Manila and assume the central executive leadership. The minority of Taruc and I were to go to different Ricos, together with other PB and CC members. When it came to selecting cadres to remain with the Secretariat, it soon became evident that only those cadres that would offer blind obedience were to staff the organizations working with them directly. That was understandable so far as the needs of security were concerned. In fact, it was 99. Demanded by the circumstances. But it looked highly suspicious when seen in the light of their persistent smart factionalist maneuvering against those comrades who did not curry their favor. The most sinister of all the Secretariat's activities was their sending cadres to faraway Ricos where there was great danger of being isolated, captured, or killed. Cadres that had been at all independent-minded, or had shown a critical attitude toward the Secretariat, or would not offer blind support in the event of a showdown in party controversies were sent out to such Ricos. Our comrades Ilan, Aliape, and Capuli were sent to Mindanao, Balgos was sent to Bicol, and Cappadocia to the Visayas. After Seco and Bull were expelled for refusing the same assignment, Solo and I were sent to Cagayan, Reg to Zambales, and Dimas Olung was supposed to be sent to Cagayan, too. To those whom the Secretariat exiled to faraway Ricos, they secretly assigned confidential agents whose job it was to keep an eye on their movements and trend of thought. Bolshevism can indeed be diabolically efficient. That was what I felt during that special emergency PB meeting. But, as always, I outwardly fell in with all the Secretariat's propositions for the sake of the liberation movement and party unity. As far as I was concerned, they could have all the credit and the power, they could have all the honor and glory of leadership, so long as our solidarity remained intact. It was against this background that we agreed to launch the temporary emergency policy of preservation and conservation of strength and to prepare the party for a long and bitter struggle. 6. For a long and bitter struggle. To prepare the party for a long and bitter struggle, we had to sharpen the political consciousness of those members who, in turn, were entrusted with the task of shaping the political consciousness of our sympathizers in the barrios. We had to strengthen the iron discipline of the party, from the highest organ down to the lowest, and the military discipline of the hook, from the general headquarters down to the newest recruit. We had to tighten our political leadership of the mass organizations, improve and maintain our influence among the wavering sections of the population, especially among the middle-class professionals and intellectuals. We had to establish safe bases in all the strategically situated mountains near our key mass bases. This meant bases in the fastnesses of the Sierra Madre ranges, from Cagayan to the Bondoc Peninsula, in the Zambales Mountain. Ioo. Ioi. Taines, in Araya, Makiling, Banahaw and Malipuno, and in the mountains in the Baikal region. We had to avoid all encounters in which the enemy would take the initiative. When fighting could not be avoided, we resolved to put up a good defensive resistance to sustain morale but to break contact as quickly as possible. In short, we resolved to conserve our strength and to concentrate on expansion, recruiting, and training. These were to be the main links and key tasks set down in our emergency policy. Thus, we prepared the party for a long and bitter struggle. If, however, our emergency situation should develop, as the Secretariat had predicted at the 1951 cubic centimeters conference, these emergency key tasks were not to detract from the general objectives laid down in our resolutions. That was the understanding reached between the Politburo, the members of the Secretariat, and ourselves when we said goodbye to one another at our GHQ camp east of Laguna in mid-October, 1951. I did not anticipate that this parting would be our last and the beginning of the end of our comradeship. We held a dance and entertainment on the eve of our departure, and the old warmth of our comradeship, especially among our comrades in the ranks, blossomed again and overcame the bleakness and hunger we were enduring. Our group was composed of about 90 men and 7 women. Among the leading cotter workers in the group were Celia and Bill Pomeroy, Saulo, Alambre, Reg, Rivera, Paul, Davidson, and myself. Celia and Bill Pomeroy were assigned to supervise the educational and propaganda work in RICO 1. Alambre was to supervise the organizational work in RICO 9 and to help in the military work while waiting for Dimas Olung, who was to take over this work. We spent 1 week building up our strength and rest. 102. Ing on the banks of a big river which rises in the hills of Santa Maria, Laguna, and flows into the Pacific Ocean. Not far from our temporary camp was an avocado orchard whose fruits were still plentiful, although it was already late in the season. Since the days of the Japanese occupation, those hundreds of avocado trees had served hooks and government troops alike and the transient civilians as a public orchard. That 1 week of rest restored our strength and proved beneficial to us. It fortified us against the appalling difficulties we were to encounter within a few days. The intense hunger and great hardships we were to endure on that long march surpassed anything I had experienced since 1941. Ironically, that interlude of 1 week of rest was the happiest and most romantic week of my life. All week, the weather was fair. In the daytime, when all the security measures had been properly taken and when the sun's rays were already warming the stream, Liza and I would dive for fish and lobsters among the submerged rocks and shallow crevices along the riverbank. We wore diving goggles and used improvised fork-blade spears. In fair weather, the mountain streams are crystal clear when the sun shines on the water. Light penetrates down to the boulders and crevices, mingles with the luxuriant moss and fern-like aquatic plants, all alive with multicolored tiny fishes, and is reflected by the smooth white, gray, and red pebbles on the riverbed. Often Liza and I would dive, not for the fish and lobsters, but to feast our eyes on that aquatic pageant. We knew that rarely in our lifetime would we enjoy such pleasures. After lunch, we would take our siesta in the cool shade of the giant trees on the riverbank. In the afternoon, we gathered small crabs, which were plentiful in the shallow places, and collected edible ferns for our supper. Toward 103. Evening, when the fine, white sand had cooled off sufficiently, we would prepare our bed somewhere along the smooth, sandy shore. The wind, whistling in the leaves and swaying the branches of the giant trees, joined the symphony of 1,000 birds, insects, frogs, small freshwater turtles, and all the other small jungle creatures. The murmuring stream nearby accompanied the music. No wonder ours was the soundest and most refreshing sleep. For a week, that was our little paradise. That most difficult march began on November 1st. We took the least used route, one that passed through the virgin forests of the Sierra Madre, on the Pacific side. Had it not rained unremittingly during the first 8 days of our trip, everything might have been all right. But the weather was cruel to us. The rain did not cease, either by night or day. We were always wet. Each day, we started out late and made camp early. Distances we could have walked in one day in good weather now took us 3 days. Our feet became raw and swollen because of the constant wetness, they were stabbed by thorns, bitten by leeches, and eaten into by the gravel and sand as we slowly made our way along riverbanks and across streams. Our provisions, intended for 10 days, were consumed in a week because they were soaked. We had to cook and eat them quickly, rather than let them spoil and throw them away. We now were without food, and for the next 2 weeks we subsisted on water and edible ferns, rattan fruits, and stray crabs gathered along the brooks we passed. We were weak, weary, half-starved, and lost. After 2 weeks, we were still without a sign of the Umaray River, which was the landmark we were seeking and our sign to turn left toward central Luzon. We were tested to the full as we scaled cliffs, rounded peaks, crossed swollen streams, and blazed new trails through thorny underbrush, with our 104 HE who rides the tiger. Packs and guns getting heavier every day. This kind of life is a severe test of a man's character, willpower, and capacity to endure hardships. At last, we reached the Umaray River. But we were still a long way upstream. To make certain of our location, we had to follow the river downstream and search, at the same time, for a good place to cross. Higher upstream, because of the steep shores, the current thundered downward, making a crossing impossible. Downstream, as we went on, the water got deeper and the current stronger, without any sign of subsiding. Should the rainfall get heavier, we knew that the river might become still deeper and the current wilder. And no one could tell when the rain would stop. In our starved condition, a single day's delay meant tremendous loss of strength. We were already very weak. So, after a brief consultation, we decided to cross that day, using our good ponchos U.S. Army raincoats as rafts. When I asked for a volunteer to test the current, it was a private named Dante who came forward. The officers of our troops, from whom I had expected a better response, did not feel up to this challenge. I felt deeply grateful to my dear old Pampanga River for having provided me in my boyhood with the opportunity to learn how to swim in her wide expanse. Now, at this critical moment, I would put my swimming to good use. I joined Dante in trying for the first crossing. We made it. That solved one predicament. Returning to our comrades, we decided to use all our ponchos as rafts for our packs and guns. 2 men would cling to the rafts, paddle vigorously with their feet, and propel the cargo along. We brought our men farther upstream, so they could swim across with the current without being seen. Between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. all the men except one had been brought safely across. That last one, when he realized that we would have to 105 leave him behind, gathered his courage and swam across like the rest. Numb to the bones, shivering, and with the rain pouring down on us continuously, we had a difficult time putting up our poncho tents, gathering firewood, and building fires. When at last we succeeded, we got near our bonfires, massaged each other for warmth, and heated water for our supper. Finally we fell asleep. The rain subsided a little that night and our sleep was undisturbed. The following morning, to our surprise, everyone was strong enough to resume the journey. This was our 10th day without food. After walking for 4 hours through the worst kind of jungle, climbing and descending steep cliffs and ravines, we came upon a little paradise. It was a small, well-tended cotton, a mountain clearing, planted with sweet potatoes. It was a typical mountain dweller's plot, a supplementary food source for a primitive Dumaga mountain tribe family. Their principal food supplies were fish from the rivers and game from the jungles. There were no sweet potatoes yet, but the leaves and young shoots were luxuriant. We decided to gather as many of these as possible. Then we boiled them and ate our fill. No salad in the Manila hotel could compare with ours in richness of taste. After that long-awaited meal, Some of our men developed mild stomach trouble from overeating. The rain stopped for a few hours, and we slept well again that night. In the morning, we woke up early and gathered more sweet potato leaves. We contributed to a collective payment, wrapped it, and left it hanging on a pole in front of the Kayin owner's shed. This is the law in the mountains. If you trespass on somebody's Kayin, you have to pay a fine in the form of tobacco, a bolo knife, or some clothes. We spent that whole day and the next in a continuous upward climb. At one point, we came to a cliff where the 106 earth was loose and the rocks were dislodged. They rolled down with rumbling noises that terrified the climbers below. 2 of our men were hit, but luckily only by small rocks which, nevertheless, very nearly killed them. At last we reached the summit. The trees there were stunted and covered with moss. They were dripping wet because of the perennial fog, drizzle, and the misty wind forever blowing from the Pacific Ocean. It was like December, cool and foggy. One had to wait patiently for a break in the fog to get a glimpse of the endless mountain ranges that stretched to the south, west, and north, or to get a hazy view of the Pacific, toward the east. When at last we started our descent from the summit and reached the tiny mountain springs and gushers, we followed them as they grew into rivulets. I thought of the thousands of little streams that flow into the brooks, form the small rivers, and pour together into our great Pampanga River. And I could not help deploring how that crystal clear water would become polluted by the time it reached my home in San Luis. It reminded me of our government which, in principle, had its source in the simple, honest citizens, especially the barrio people, but its stream too became progressively polluted and corrupt as it moved away from its source. On November 20th, we reached our first outpost, a Kayin of friendly primitive mountain tribes who gave us all the sweet potatoes they could spare from their vegetable plots. After we boiled the potatoes, they were sweet as honey and luscious to look at in their golden goodness. Often in those days we penetrated the least explored parts of the mountain areas and came to know the primitive tribes who lived there. They acted as our carriers and couriers, but our attempts at communist propaganda work among them were not very successful. In the Zambales range, we met the dark, curly-haired Ayaje Itas, a Negrito tribe. They are about 4 feet tall and are naked except for a 2-inch wide G-string worn at the loins. Some of the Negritos were attached to my group and carried messages across the mountains, between the officers and the high command. I tried to do some agitation and propaganda work among them one day when we had a caraballo to slaughter. When asked, they said they preferred the skin, the lower parts of the legs, and the intestines. We gave them these parts, and they were pleased. Taking advantage of the situation, I told them that there would be plenty more caraballo when freedom came. They replied they did not want freedom, they would be quite content if they could have the intestines and skins of caraballo more often. In the Sierra Madre ranges, I had a similar experience with the Dumagats. Their fishing and hunting usually provides plenty to eat. But they love tobacco. So I told them that later on we would see that they had plenty of tobacco, and freedom too. Then they could go down to the lowlands, I said, live with us and be educated. They replied that they did not want freedom or any of the other things we offered. They wanted only to stay in the mountains and have unlimited supplies of tobacco. We remained with the Dumagats that night, satiating ourselves with the life-giving vitamins of sweet potatoes. We cooked them with crabs, which were plentiful in the stream nearby. The next morning, we were strong enough to proceed on our way. We were eager to reach one of our own production bases where our units had reserved rice, corn, sweet potatoes, and many other kinds of vegetables for us. And there was always the possibility of fish and meat, which we could procure by organized hunting. During that trip, Liza proved to be the bravest, to have the strongest willpower and character. Her high spirits, 108, and buoyant nature never flagged. When even the healthiest and strongest men in our troop had succumbed to hunger, cold, and weariness during our trip, she would give them first aid, cheerfully encouraging them or telling them inspiring stories of the heroes of old. You have a greater cause to fight for than those men had, she would tell them, so you must show even more courage than they did. Very admirable too were Celia, Pomeroy's wife, and Gloria, Rieg's wife. Like Liza, they were both of delicate beard, yet they showed more self-discipline and willpower than the other women, and more, for that matter, than most of the men. When we reached Rico 3, we rested for 3 days. Then Rieg's group separated from us and proceeded to Rico 2. Celia and Bill Pomeroy, Solo, and their security units were given a safe base where they could recuperate from the journey while waiting for Alambre, who had gone ahead to Rico 1 to prepare for our coming. With a group composed mostly of boys from barrios of the Candaba swamp area, I proceeded to the lowlands, to my old home bases of San Luis, San Simon, and Candaba. There we had to stock up with much needed clothing, food, and medicine, and to make brief visits or at least send Christmas greetings and receive news from our families and friends. I also had to check on the correctness of the party's 1951 Central Committee policies and our present emergency task. By doing so, I found all the reasons I needed to support my position and to prove that it was correct. After a long delay, the Regional Conference of Rico 1 was held on March 15, 1952, at a temporary camp near Talbac Creek, Papaya, in Nueva Ecija Province, in the Sierra Madre Mountains. Delegates from almost every party district, from the southern boundary of the province up to the eastern part of Pangasinan, came to that conference. 5 PB members, including myself, were there. The main purpose of the conference was to instruct Rico 1 on the correct implementation of the 1951 cubic centimeters resolutions, ensuring that the party was made ready for a long and bitter struggle. There was confusion from the beginning. The delegates and Politburo secretaries were faced with a dilemma, which of 2 contradictory policies to follow. One policy advocated intensive preparation for the seizure of power by armed struggle, and the other a return to guerrilla warfare, which was to be militarily defensive and politically offensive. The practical experience of the field cotters prevailed. They called for the gradual abandoning of most of the 1951 cubic centimeters resolutions and for the pursuit of only those tasks that were feasible under the present conditions, the emergency task of preparing the party and the Hook movement for a long and bitter struggle. The conference unanimously accepted the bitter truth that we could not implement the 1951 cubic centimeters resolutions, that they were unrealistic, especially those that directed the lower party apparatus to establish revolutionary local governments and peasant committees for the distribution of land, to levy revolutionary taxes, and to create revolutionary workers' committees in all key industries and public utilities in the country. As I talked with my comrades of the Politburo and the Central Committee outside the conference hall, we exchanged views of the situation and expressed our doubts. But not one of us could muster the courage to come out openly before the conference, for fear of being branded a factionist, careerist, revisionist. Such was the fear of discipline, love of party unit, or power of thought control that not one of us dared follow his individual sense of right and wrong. Only party unity mattered, only the collective will was right. Therefore, right or wrong, to no. Follow party leadership faithfully was the unconditional demand made upon each cotter, each party member. The party line alone was right. Comrade Danny, who had been very close to me in the past, told me in one of his expansive moods that Jesus Lava had taken him into his confidence and asked him to spy on his fellow officers, on Dimas Olung, and me. It seemed to me that those who were most free in their condemnation of careerism, factionalism, revisionism, opportunism in others were the very ones most interested in garnering power and prestige. And, like their idol Stalin, they would do anything to hold on to that power once they had it. I recalled what Eddie Nardo had told me a year earlier. During one of his inspection tours around the camp, Eddie unintentionally overheard Lava, Castillo, and Alejandrino in a secret caucus saying many things against me. When they noticed him, they were clearly embarrassed and switched their talk to other subjects. He confronted them bluntly, saying that their lives were entrusted to him, in his official capacity, and that he did not like them to scheme in that way. Out of my love for the party, I quickly dismissed that memory and had almost forgotten it altogether when these new, graver intrigues were revealed to me. Even then, despite years of inner doubts, I fought bitterly against my subjective feelings. To prove to myself my devotion to party unity and harmony, I did not refuse when Celia and the other PB members asked me to lend my name to a propaganda pamphlet. It commemorated the 10th anniversary of the Hook HMB, and advocated the future communist New Democracy. Ironically, that gesture of loyalty was to be taken as disloyalty in later years. It was to become one of the reasons for my suspension from all positions of responsibility. After the conference, all the RICO cadres were sent back to their respective assignments. Alambre's unit was sent ahead to prepare our route to Cagayan and to procure the necessary supplies. I stayed behind at the RICO camp and waited for the other units that had been called to join our expansion group. We had gone hungry throughout our 2-week conference. But after the conference, we endured starvation. This was all the more bitter because we had not yet fully recovered from the recent period of acute hunger. But the continual raids against us made it impossible to hold a big conference in the lowlands, where we would have had plenty of food. In camp, I had plenty of time to use the new skills I had learned from the hunters I had met in the mountains. I made traps to catch wildcats, lizards, and birds, and a camouflage seat from which to shoot wild pigs, monkeys, and birds that fed on the fruits of trees. I caught something every day, either in my traps or with my .22 caliber long rifle. I would bring in a wildcat, a few birds, or a monkey. Boiled soft and mixed with the tender shoots of young palms, the meat of these wild creatures supplied us with valuable nourishment. Because of our desperate need of food, we made a flour substitute, which we called euro, from the center of the trunks of full-grown mountain palms. We cut the trunks into meter-long pieces, split them open, dug out the powdery core, pounded it like cornmeal, and washed it in a trough of running water. The milky wash was then allowed to stand in a second, longer trough. Every other hour we stopped the pounding and washing to scoop out the accumulated flour that had settled on the bottom of the trough. We got about half a pound of flour each time by this crude and laborious method. Liza was the most diligent flour maker in the camp. 112. During those few days of waiting, starved though we were, Liza and I spent our afternoons talking about our outlook on life. We discussed her Catholicism. She told me that whenever she was in Manila she offered her novena devotions for my sake. She said she never failed to go on Wednesdays to the Redemptorist Fathers Church in Baclaran, Rizal, to pray there for me at the shrine of Our Lady of Perpetual Help. We talked about how I had rebelled against the human frailties of both priests and laymen who had befouled and betrayed the teachings of Christ. We talked, too, about the fast disappearing revolutionary situation in central Luzon, and we contrasted the party leader's fantasy with the existing situation. The delegates to the RICO conference had told of the confusion that was resulting from the conflict between party policy which was based on theory and the real situation with which the field workers had to contend. Liza and I talked about our imminent temporary separation. We agreed that Liza should remain with Celia's group while I led mine to Cagayan. After reaching Cagayan, I would send a special courier to fetch her. We discussed a tentative plan for implementing our policy of conserving strength and ensuring survival during the long and bitter struggle. Our food production bases, we planned, were to be models for all the regional and national organizations. And we vowed that our love and concern for our comrades would inspire us to firm and selfless devotion to the movement. Danger was ever present. We talked about what each should do in the event of the death of the other. On the evening before our parting we had a community dance at the RICO session hall. We completed our preparations early in the morning of 113. Good Friday, April 11, 1953, and by 8 a.m. we were bidding goodbye to all those who were staying behind. Walking in single file, our column slowly left the camp. I lingered for some time, fighting down my unwillingness to leave my wife behind. An intuition or premonition was overpowering me, as though something were telling me to take her along, that she was in great danger. But I fought down my strong emotions. For the decision I then made, to go without her, I was doomed to suffer the eternal reproaches of my heart. I never saw Liza alive again. To the end of my days, I am destined to live with the torment brought about by her untimely death. Many would attribute her death to the will of God, but I can never forgive myself. I will never forget that it was to a great extent my error of judgment that was responsible for her premature death. As long as I live, I shall see her clinging to me in our last parting embrace and whispering, "Pop, I prefer to leave now and to walk all the way with you." But I kissed her and told her that it was best she remain behind as planned. Every step that separated me from her was an ordeal. After some 80 minutes walking, we had only reached the outer sentry post, a mere kilometers distance from the camp. We passed the sentry post and waved a comradely goodbye to the 2 guards on duty. We proceeded slowly for another few minutes. Then, suddenly, we heard the heavy burst of many guns from the direction of the camp. Our immediate thought was that the camp was under surprise attack. I felt my heart contract and palpitate in painful premonition. I was almost certain that something terrible had happened to our comrades, especially to Liza, yet I knew that we did not have enough men to start a counterattack. I immediately ordered our column to halt, took up a 114 battle position on one side of the creek, and sent a unit back to camp to find out what had happened. We gave the men detailed instructions on what to watch for and what to do in case of danger. Our scouts returned late in the afternoon. They had succeeded in surveying the camp from a ridge that overlooked it. They saw enemy soldiers entrenched in one of our strategic guard posts. They saw no stragglers, and concluded that the raiders were part of a big operation. This would explain the shouting and firing that had seemed to come from many different directions. We decided to remain until we could find out what had happened. From that day on, my heart knew no peace. Asleep, I was troubled by nightmares; awake, I was gripped by harrowing anxiety for my wife and for the comrades with whom I had shared every kind of suffering in the past. But what I felt for all the others put together could not equal what I suffered in my apprehensions about Liza's fate. I imagined her lying prostrate, wounded, calling for me. I saw her on some lonely ridge, hungry and thirsty, or lost in the deep jungle, too weak to go any farther. A week later, when the radio announced her death, it seemed I died with her. I knew that life for me had lost its warmth and color. I resolved to lead a life dedicated solely to the service of my country, my people, and mankind as Christ had commanded. On our last night together, on Holy Thursday, I had pledged that if she died before me, I would never marry again. I knew I could never love anyone so much as I had loved her, nor could any other woman ever love me as she had. Before announcing my wife's death, the government radio had been calling me. It was clear the authorities were certain that I was still near our camp, looking for a long and bitter struggle 115. My wife and my comrades, and so the radio insisted that I had better surrender. The announcer said that we were surrounded and had no chance of escape. Only 10 of us remained by that time. We had sent our main body on to Bayakene Bato on the second day of the operation. Our small group could travel fast and play hide and seek with the enemy at our will. But even with that inconspicuous group, we could not break through the well-placed outposts of the enemy. They were stationed wherever the Papaya River was shallow enough to be forded. On the 10th day I had an idea, and we decided to try it out. It struck me that we should try to cross the river at a place near the enemy's command post, at a barrio near the town of Papaya. I believed that the enemy would not expect us to pass so conspicuously, and with so small a convoy. I was right. We traveled in the dead of night, and there was neither a sound of enemy activity nor a sign of vigilance in that area. When we were about 2 kilometers from the town proper, we were disturbed in our peaceful hike by government army trucks, probably carrying supplies or reinforcements for use in combing the mountains in search of us. but no hooks were left there, except our casualties. Daylight found us near a small brook in the midst of the vast, barren, rolling foothills between Cibole Springs and Papaya. Until late afternoon, we hid in the underbrush to avoid being noticed by passing civilians gathering firewood. Toward evening, we asked two peasants to guide us to the nearest barrio on the way to the main highway. They readily complied, but their simple faces seemed to question us. Although we were wearing the complete fatigue uniform of the government troops, our rubber shoes and equipment, such as bolo knives and Japanese cooking pots, indicated an opposite allegiance. The peasants none. G6. The LAS guided us willingly until 8 p.m. For their trouble we gave them each a peso, and they sincerely thanked us. In the first barrio we reached, we went to a store and bought bread and soft drinks. Refreshed and with our hunger appeased, we continued throughout the night, until 7 o'clock the next morning. By that time we had reached the fringes of the Candaba swamps, at Mandiliang Tagalog. There we noticed a sudden commotion not far ahead on our right. Sensing danger, we ran on the double to the left for shelter in the grassy border of a wide rice field. It was as flat as an empty stage. Suddenly we were fired upon. When our adversary came into sight, we saw that there were two squads. One was firing while the other was running to outflank us. We slowed our pace, then fired while walking double time. Our 2 Browning automatic rifles, 4 auto carbines, and 3 Garans did their work well. They were in the hands of my best security men. But we did not escape casualties. Inchik, our best guide, was hit and died on the spot. Another man was wounded, and every one of us was grazed by the thick hail of bullets. Our chief security officer, Commander Victoria, showed once again the cool-headed courage, presence of mind, and gallantry in action for which he was known. He led our unit steadily to a safe fighting position, and from there we gave a good account of ourselves. Then we moved to a stronger and safer position. The enemy did not follow, and we soon reached Bayacanebado, one of our temporary hideouts in the Candaba swamps. From Bayacanebado, the famous headquarters of the Katipunan during the Philippine Revolution against Spain in 1896, I sent out circulars calling the RICO 1 cadres to an emergency conference. We needed to discover who or what was responsible for our being taken off guard in the surprise attack at the RICO's headquarters. I also sent a report, New Jersey, to the acting secretariat telling all that had happened and adding my earnest recommendations regarding our situation. I entrusted that report to Bulacan Boy, one of Jesus Lava's trusted men. I also sent a small unit to check on the progress of the military operation against our headquarters and to report immediately when it was lifted, so that we could go there at once to investigate what had happened. And I wrote to Reg, who was then the Politburo supervisor of RICO 2, asking him to find time to meet me for a consultation and to permit my group to use Mount Araya as a temporary base during the rainy season. From Mount Araya, we would contact the cadres of RICO 1 and prepare the site of our emergency conference. Before we left Bayacanebado for Mount Araya, the radio had announced the end of the government operation. They called it 4 Roses. I immediately selected a few of my best men, and we went back to our ill-fated camp. We scoured the campsite, but found no trace of resistance from our comrades of that fateful day. This confirmed the information I had received from 3 stragglers I met in the swamps. After much searching, I found a fresh grave, a meter away from the session hall where the community dance was held on the eve of our departure. I opened the grave. If the radio report had been truthful, I might find my wife's body there. Slowly and carefully I dug, using a piece of flat wood and my bare hands. About 1 meter deep, I came upon 3 corpses buried together. I recognized my wife by her white, even teeth, by her long hair, which was still intact after 6 weeks in the grave, and by her clothes. The other 2 were Lilia, a nurse who had done first aid work in our RICO Medical Corps, and Luring, a boy courier who had been attached to our RICO. I fainted when I found my wife, who had meant so much. 28. To me, giving greater poignancy to my grief was the sad coincidence that the day on which I opened her grave was her birthday. May 24th. Had it not been for the comforting words of my dear friend and comrade Alfredo Salo, who was then with me, I could not have withstood the ordeal. He thoughtfully conducted a simple reburial ceremony, spoke a few words of commemoration, and led our men in the singing of our national anthem. I renewed the pledge I had made to Liza on the eve of our parting, this time solemnly over her grave. Then we filled in the grave again and planted a tree over it. For the rest of that day and the night that followed, I meditated upon the evils of war caused by the unending selfishness of men, upon the terrible destruction of lives and property of people who could have contributed to the happiness and security of our nation. I thought of the hate and bitterness generated by people who should have cultivated love, understanding, tolerance, mutual respect, and cooperation. I pondered deeply and shared intensely the immeasurable pain that mothers and wives, fathers and husbands, brothers and sisters, and orphaned children have suffered by the loss of their loved ones in this war, which had already lasted for more than 10 years. When Liza died, it was as though all my joy in living had died with her. She had been my inspiration in my tireless dedication to our cause. Hardship and suffering were eased when she was with me. With her as my advisor and critic, I was able to take even the unpleasant, uncomradely intrigues, the scheming and suspiciousness of the comrades at the top. Now, her death left me alone. We were indeed facing a long and bitter struggle. To me, in particular, it promised a course not only long and bitter, but lonely and sad, too. I began to ask myself how many more mistakes, how many more cruelties and treacheries would be committed. For a long and bitter struggle up, by tyrants and bigots on both sides. I began to think of the many more lives, the many more Lizas, that would be sacrificed on the altar of intolerance by the contending forces, each blinded by its narrow class and partisan interests. 7. We spent the months of August, September, and October of 1952 circulating around and between the Candaba swamps and Mount Araya while waiting for the 30 Rico 1 Cotters to assemble. It was a long time before we finally held that conference. Our comrades had to travel through difficult country by night and hide by day, for they were hunted all the time. Their difficulties were great. The pressure of their work was at its height in the rainy season, because at that time the peasants working in the fields could be approached during their rest period. Also, during the rainy season the government troops could not organize effective raids against us, their armored cars, tanks, and other heavy weapons could not pursue us into the muddy outlying barrios, swamps, and forests. In foul weather, their air force was ineffective, their cavalry and dog teams useless, even their foot soldiers, including the 120. More errors 121. Rangers, hardly took to the field. But the Hooks were thoroughly at home in it. Although they could not penetrate the swamps where we were hiding, they could control the barrios that were our source of food. At such times, we came near starvation, subsisting solely on what we could find in the swamps. Then our basic diet would consist of snails and edible grasses. When we had the time, we boiled the snails. But there were occasions when this was impossible and we had to eat them raw. Sometimes we ate the grass raw, but usually we boiled it. After years of being hunted, we had come to know what can sustain the life of a starving man. Whether in the swamps or in the mountains, there was almost always something, no matter how unpalatable, to which we could turn. We learned to neutralize poisonous root tubers that even wild boars refused to eat. We took moss and small fungi from the rocks. In the swamps, we collected a jelly-like moss that accumulates on the surface of the shallow water. From the stems of young bamboos and hanging vines, we collected liquid, drop by drop. By this means, we would obtain perhaps 1 cup of life-giving liquid in half an hour. When we were on Mount Araya, Mount Banahaw, or Mount Malipuno, the government troops who controlled all the water holes must have wondered how we were able to survive. On September 1, in contravention of the party's fundamental discipline, I issued a call for peace in the form of a leaflet. It was intended as a response to the consistent efforts of Dr. Emilio Cortés, later to become a congressman, who since early 1951 had tried to help President Quirino contact me to learn my attitude toward a peace settlement. Here is the gist of my peace call. 122. Beloved countrymen. The issue of peace overshadows all other issues in the world today. In the face of the mounting world crisis, mankind is drifting steadily toward another yet more horrible war. It becomes the duty of every thinking man and woman to work actively for peace. Peace is the first and most fundamental necessity of human society. Without peace, all talk of freedom, democracy, and progress will be meaningless. Peace is the issue that transcends all partisan considerations: political, economic, religious, and social. Therefore, I call upon all my countrymen, regardless of political or religious belief, economic or social status, to join in a national movement for peace. As might be expected under the circumstances, I included the standard communist line, a description of the Soviet Union as the leader and spearhead in the worldwide crusade for peace, and mention of the new China, and the new democracies of Eastern Europe. But I also praised Premier Nehru of India and President Sukarno of Indonesia as models of Asian statesmanship for their fight for peace and for liberation from the last vestiges of imperialism. That call for peace became one of the Secretariat's basic reasons for suspending me from the Politburo and the Secretariat in the following year. It was the second week in November before we finally succeeded in holding the RICO I emergency conference. It was held in the heart of the forest, near the foot of Mount Araya, against a background of continual government raids. It was easily established where the responsibility lay for our being caught napping in the surprise attack on our RICO camp in April: the negligence of Fabian and of Celia Pomeroy. They were the Politburo supervisors for RICO I. After we left, they alone were in charge of the camp's ad. More errors. 123. Ministration. Fabian had failed to post guards and had not sent out any scout patrols. And during the assault, despite the effective high-powered arms of his group and the favorable defensive position of his quarters, he failed to order even a token resistance. This at least might have diverted the enemy's attention and prevented them from mowing down the defenseless comrades caught by surprise. Fabian was severely reprimanded, removed from his position as PBS, and demoted in rank. He was ordered to proceed to the Cagayan Valley to assist Alambre. But he was incapable of taking gracefully what was his due, the disgrace of being demoted and punished. Much less could he bear the thought of the hardships and dangers he would have to face in the Cagayan Valley, although he had sent many hundreds of our best boys there, for our expansion work. Within 2 weeks of our conference, he surrendered. Fabian had been the most favored of all the Lava Alejandrino Castillo protégés. After the necessary reorganization of the RICO I staff, the delegates were sent back to their respective assignments. I was still waiting for the Secretariat's reply to my reports. I returned to Mount Araya with Reg, who came to meet me after the close of the conference. We spent almost 2 weeks holding a series of study meetings as part of our effort to analyze and understand the real political situation of our nation and the world, and the best means by which we could fight for that paramount need of mankind, peace. We discussed the party's confused policy of armed struggle to take power, which was to be linked, at the same time, to the emergency task of preparing the party for a long and bitter struggle. We discussed the uneven revolutionary flow, which had been the basis for the party's conclusion that there existed in 1950-51 a revo. 124. Revolutionary situation. But we could find only a revolutionary ebb. Also present at these study meetings were Dabu, Dimalanta and Katapatan, Leda, Victoria, Pilapil, and others. Through our study meetings, we became deeply convinced of the need for launching a new, positive policy advocating a peace settlement, the return to peaceful, parliamentary struggle, and the resumption of a genuine united front movement. All this had been part of our policy in 1947, during the late Vicente Lava's leadership. In the first week of December, Reg. W. and I wrote and signed a joint memorandum to the Secretariat. We demanded that it be studied and endorsed for circulation to all CC members and RICO staffs for general discussion on every party level. This was the proper procedure to follow when requesting a CC or plenary PB conference for a policy reappraisal. From Mount Araya, Reg. and I, together with all the ranking cadres from RICO 2, proceeded to Mount Negrin in the Zambales Mountains to attend the annual New Year's plenary RICO conference. The principal item on their agenda was Political Transmission 3, which, like the one that preceded it, was a confused mixture of the two policies of seize power by armed struggle and the emergency instructions on preparing the party for a long and bitter struggle. The delegates asked unanimously for a special study meeting and open discussions to be held after the conference had ended. The subject was to be our memorandum to the Secretariat. We granted the request on the condition that all delegates keep the subject matter strictly to themselves and not discuss it with our comrades in the lower ranks. Thus, we would avoid confusion between official party policy and the policy that we, in our memorandum, were advo. More errors 125. Eating for general party discussion. For attending that study meeting, Reg was to be accused, tried, and sentenced in absentia. He was found guilty of being a factionalist, careerist, opportunist, and deviationist, and of capitulating and seeking to surrender to the enemy. Thus, Reg was expelled from the party in August, 1953. I was accused with him and was to be suspended from the PB and the Secretariat. W was seriously reprimanded. But more of this later. During the first week of February, 1953, we received a reply to our December memorandum from the General Secretary, Jesus Lava. He wrote, "It is a fortunate coincidence that we have the same opinions and perspective on the present political situation." He informed us that he also had sent us a similar memorandum, which he had signed with the pseudonym Artis and which he had sent out by the mountain route in the care of Comrade Vichu, another CC member. We were much encouraged by this reply. While waiting for Vichu, we sent the Secretariat another memo, a supplement to our first, defining our position in standard Leninist-Stalinist terms, to head off any possibility of being accused of dangerous tendencies and motives. To our surprise, the reply we got this time was signed collectively by the Secretariat as the leading organ of the party. They bluntly dismissed both our memos as pointless, and for containing factionalist, careerist, deviationist, defeatist tendencies and the desire to surrender. As evidence, the Secretariat cited the unauthorized peace negotiations that had been held by Commanders Flores and Navarro on the Hook side and Dr. Emilio Cortez, Enrique Cuema and Colonel Santillan on the side of the government. They also mentioned the more significant peace negotiations between Commanders Catapatan, Flores, and Navarro for the Hook and Judge Antonio Quirino, Senator Magalona. and 6. And Dr. Cortez for the government. These had been recorded by Rafael Yabut, a radio commentator. These negotiations had taken place in early January and early February, 1953, and were widely publicized in the newspapers and on the radio. It was from the radio that the Secretariat had learned about them. These peace negotiations had been thrown into our laps by the insistent, patient efforts of good friends who had the best intentions both for us and for our people. Our men could hardly have refused to participate in them. Neither Reg nor I made any effort to prevent our commanders from meeting with the government emissaries. Instead, we advised them to ask for sufficient time to contact the leaders of the liberation movement, for only they had the power to decide on this grave matter. We meant thereby to pass on these contacts to the Secretariat, along with our recommendations. After all, we belonged to the same top party apparatus as they. None of us entertained for one moment the idea of consummating such talks or making any agreement of our own. In the opinion of the negotiators, these February peace negotiations were sabotaged by the army. To pursue them further, we had to re-establish our contacts through emissaries trusted by both sides. Judge Quirino solicited the help of ex-mayor Vivencio Quiogan of San Fernando, Pampanga, who helped relay a message from the president to me. For my part, I sent my 16-year-old son, Romeo, through the dangerous no man's land as my emissary to prove my sincerity in our negotiations. Mayor Kyogan was given presidential assurances and a safe conduct pass to facilitate his passage through army checkpoints. My son was given a pass by Judge Quirino, signed by General Duca, who was at that time the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. What happened to Mayor Kyogan and my son on there? More errors. J27. Peace mission surely tops all the mysteries in the story of Philippine politics. For some reason, their safe conduct passes were not respected by the intelligence agents. Both were arrested and detained for many months at Camp Murphy for as long as Quirino remained president and Duca chief of staff of the armed forces. Such deeds by the class enemy provide precious ammunition for communism's political arsenal. They give the fundamental principles of the class struggle and all that is said about the ruling class just that appearance of truth the party needs. The sabotaged peace negotiations were followed up by a succession of military operations against us. In April, 1953, the army detected our presence in the Mount Araya area. They cordoned the whole mountain with their usual solid ring of steel, of machine gun nests, artillery batteries, armored cars, and foxholes. They left no gap through which the hooks could escape. All our known sources of water were guarded by the army, and heavy patrols combed the mountain from foothills to summit. Clashes were inevitable, but we were masters of this terrain and in the past had always succeeded in shaking off their pursuit. But thirst and hunger were stern enemies. After a week without food, we could endure it no longer. We decided to attempt a breakthrough. The officers who led it were Commander Garcia and his wife, the 28-year-old Filomena, who was second in command. Both came from well-to-do, highly respected peasant families. We caught the troops napping at 1 o'clock in the morning. Before they could gather their wits and act sensibly, we had broken through their lines, with Filomena shouting at the top of her voice to inspire the men. We accounted for 13 government troopers, including the commanding 128th officer of the company through whose ranks we broke. On our side, we had one death, a nurse named Norma, and one of our men was slightly wounded, my own security sub-officer Sampaguita. Norma's death was one of the many sobering mysteries in my life. Her husband had been assigned to the advanced suicide squad, which we had sent ahead. She was a non-combatant and chose to join my group during the breakthrough. Utterly defenseless, she kept near me, on my left side no more than a step away, as we dashed through the enemy firing line. Bullets were whizzing thickly around and above us and plowing up the earth at our feet. When we were about 1 meter away from the foxholes, a grenade exploded about 2 meters to my left on Norma. When I looked around for the comrades who were to follow me, I saw that Norma was missing. I ordered Sampaguita to go back for her while I joined the officers at the firing line to speed up our crossing. I then found that we had broken through the actual command post of the company. About a dozen of our officers and men, even while there was pandemonium around us, were milling around the enemy's ruined tents, picking up anything of value to take as souvenirs of their successful surprise attack. I saw sprawled about us half a dozen dead government soldiers dressed only in their underwear. Luckily for them, they had been caught sleeping and never knew what had happened. Our breakthrough was a success. But instead of rejoicing, I was depressed. I mourned those 14 including Norma whose lives had been added to the thousands sacrificed to the cause of peace, freedom, and democracy, which both sides sincerely claimed as their noble aim. Often, long after that breakthrough, I pondered the mysterious will that destined Norma to be at my side when the grenade exploded, so that she received the full impact. More errors. 129. Of the deadly shrapnel. Had she not been there at that precise moment, I would have died instead. One might call this coincidence or chance. But it struck me as part of the divine plan of that supreme being who rules all creation in his mysterious ways. I asked myself then, and I still do today, was I not spared by God for a purpose? And how can I best serve him and my fellow men for my remaining days? Successive operations against us forced Ricos 1 and 2 to disperse all their forces into small, mobile units so that they could easily hide, evade encounters, procure food, and avoid heavy casualties. This also compelled the enemy to stretch out their lines and divide their combat forces into small units, which made it easier for us to evade them. Sometime in July or August of that year, we received political transmission 4 from the Secretariat. A sudden change had been made since PTs 2 and 3. The major political conclusion of PT4 was that, once more, another and more terrible world war was threatening to break out, but that it was not inevitable. The imperialist powers, led by the United States, the reasoning went, were on the verge of a very serious international economic crisis. Ordinarily, the only solution known to the imperialist powers for such a crisis was to launch a major war. Such a war might now turn into a Third World War. The crisis and the war that might grow out of it would deeply affect the Philippines, because our country was tied to Uncle Sam's apron strings. The party policy, which the Secretariat advanced for that international and national situation, was summed up in its anti-war and anti-imperialist warmongers' slogans. Instead of an appeal for a peaceful settlement of national and international problems, the Secretariat put forward only negative slogans. These exploited every agitation, and propaganda device to create war hysteria and drum up mass hatred against the imperialist warmongers and their puppets and the war profiteering comprador traders and fascist feudal landlords. The Secretariat condemned the positive program that Reg and I had put forward. They rejected our call for a peace settlement, for a return to the parliamentary struggle, and to a genuine, broad, united front. They considered our proposal pointless and even a betrayal of the party, the people, and the revolution. Had the national elections not been close at hand, they would have categorically stated their true purpose at that time. Our line of communication to southern Luzon, where the Secretariat was located, was severed once more by the capture of our couriers and our Manila post in late August. For 2 months, until the end of October, we had no further official contact with the Secretariat. With our mass organizations and party organizers clamoring for a definite election policy, I decided to advise Ricos 1 and 2 to support President Quirino and to select candidates for Congress who had good records of honesty and love of country and democracy, whatever their party affiliation. The Ricos accepted my advice readily, and Reg did not oppose it. I urged the support of President Quirino because I respected the strength of character he had shown when he courageously opposed American interference in our internal political affairs. I also supported Quirino now because I believed that he would lose the election to Magsaysay anyway. A week before the national elections, the Ricos line of communication with the Secretariat was re-established. A courier came from Laguna, some 250 kilometers away, with the latest political transmission, PT5, and letters for W. There were no more letters from the Secretariat for Reg or me. This latest document directed us to participate actively. More errors 131. In the coming elections. This meant the end of the standing boycott of elections that had been part of the policy of armed struggle. But the PT neither mentioned nor discarded the armed struggle policy itself. It was clear what sort of participation in the national elections was recommended. Party members and lower apparatus were directed to unmask and denounce national candidates of both parties, both presidential and senatorial candidates, as imperialist puppets, fascist reactionaries, and enemies of the people. We had wondered why headquarters had been so evasive about our demands for a plenary policy reappraisal conference, claiming that the situation did not justify it. Then, all of a sudden, when it suited them, the situation changed and holding the conference was justified. Luckily, the summons was delayed. It reached us at a time when we were already wary of what was going on. Through W we learned that Amando Castillo was coming to replace Reg as Politburo supervisor of RICO 2. Some months earlier, I had been replaced as PBS of RICO 1 by W. We had ignored verbal news about all this until we met Castillo on November 20th in the Candaba swamps, on our way to the Sierra Madre Mountains. He called us to a meeting and read us the minutes of a plenary conference held in southern Luzon in August. There, Reg, W, and I had been accused of factionalism, careerism, deviationism, anarchy in organization, and leading the movement into capitulation and surrender. Reg was censured for calling RICO II to a conference in January to launch a peace policy, peace negotiation, and a back to a broad and sincere united front and parliamentary struggle policy. I was accused of prodding Reg to commit these crimes. I was also censured for signing the HOOK's 10th anniversary propaganda pamphlet, for issuing a call for peace, for sending letters to President IJ2, Quirino and newspaper editors, and similar misdemeanors. W was accused of being an accomplice and an undisciplined party leader who allowed himself to be used in factionalist activities. Reg was expelled from the party, I was suspended from the Politburo and the Secretariat, and W was severely reprimanded. We were accused, tried, and condemned in absentia, before a plenary conference attended by PB, CC, RICO, and District Committee members. The accusations and condemnations were publicized in all party memoranda and publications and transmitted to the lower party apparatus and echelons throughout southern Luzon. In short, Reg and I were practically on our way to being purged, although we were not told the truth about the situation or given a chance to defend ourselves in a fair trial. Reg could not believe that our years of loyal service to the party and the liberation movement could be valued so lightly and destroyed so summarily by the very comrades whom he had held in such high esteem. He could not believe that they were capable of such unscrupulousness and ruthlessness. He was puzzled by the Secretariat's calling a big conference simply for the purpose of destroying us, yet refusing our demand for a major policy reappraisal conference on the ground that the situation did not permit it. Reg was ordered to report to the Secretariat immediately. I was asked to choose between going to Cagayan as organizational department chairman of RICO 9 or reporting to the Secretariat with Reg. W was quickly pardoned and promoted because he had given false reports against Reg and myself. A RICO 2 communication post in the area of the Candaba swamps received PT-6, along with some other correspondence, from the Secretariat in late December, 1953. It was relayed to Mount Araya and from there to the More Errors 133. Zambales Mountains, suffering a delay of about 2 weeks. The courier who brought the papers was a faithful old comrade. He did not hesitate to tell me what documents he was carrying and allowed me to read PT-6. All my assumptions regarding the earlier political transmissions were vindicated. In this latest memorandum, and in the tasks it ordered, it was categorically clear that the party must resume in earnest the work as directed in the 1950 PB and the 1951 cubic centimeters resolutions. This meant that we were to intensify preparations for a general uprising or revolution to seize power by armed struggle. This policy was based on the Secretariat's previous analysis of the international situation that, by or before 1956, a serious economic crisis in the United States would affect all the countries tied to the American economy and that the crisis would be solved by the American imperialists in the usual way by launching a major war, which would probably end in a Third World War. Whether there was a world war or just a serious economic crisis involving the United States, the Philippine Liberation Movement, led by the CPP, would now have the opportunity to go forward to the making of a revolution. The Secretariat ordered that all party organizations intensify recruiting and training. All available cadres and hook units were to be transformed into large organizational brigades, and party organizers were to be attached to all hook combat units for greater security. All branches of the combined organizations of the party and the hook had to redouble their determination and efforts to be in close touch with the people, so to implement PT-6 to the maximum. The Secretariat ordered the reactivization of peasants' and workers' committees, land distribution committees, revolutionary local governments, and the reinstitution of revolutionary taxes. These taxes were to be the 134 Barrio people's compulsory contribution, enforced through organizational pressure. Those who did not pay them were to be harassed and publicly ostracized. It was the same old story all over again. No one reading PT6 would ever again think that the Secretariat was likely to open serious and sincere negotiations for a peace settlement with the government. With all this fresh and clear in my mind, and with all of it directly contrary to Riggs and my opinion, I felt free to negotiate on my own if and when opportunity came my way. A few days later, I learned that my older brother, Melton, had been trying since early January to contact me from the outlying barrios of San Luis and that he had a letter for me from the president. I was glad of this news and immediately sent a courier to fetch him. Melton informed me that Manuel Manahan, the newsman who had interviewed me in July 1950, and who was now a presidential assistant and cabinet member in the new administration, wished to talk peace with me as a representative of President Magsaysay. I told my brother to guide Manahan as soon as possible to a spot near the sugarcane fields of Angeles, Pampanga, adjacent to the U.S. Clark Air Force Base. Manahan met me on February 10, 1954. He was accompanied by Benigno Aquino, Jr., technical assistant to the president. My brother served as their emissary and liaison. Our talk was brief and simple. Manahan convinced me that it would be in the interest of peace to surrender myself to the mercy of our president, who was eager to meet with me as soon as a time and a place could be arranged. We agreed that I would meet the president at Mount Arayat on the following Saturday to formalize final arrangements for my coming down. Our old asked nothing but a general amnesty, leaving the conditions and impel. More errors 135. Mentation to the president's sense of justice. I was assured that the amnesty would be granted. Early the following day, I heard on the radio that Alejandrino was also conducting negotiations with the government, at Mount Banahaw in southern Luzon. The conditions he demanded were impossible. He was virtually asking the government to surrender the state to the Hook CPP leadership. The new leadership of the country, represented by Magsaysay and those around him, seemed impatient and capricious. Many of the negotiations were sabotaged. And so the government gave the communist leadership just the excuse they so badly needed to reformulate their policy. The party leadership now decided on a three-sided struggle. Publicly, they affirmed a desire to return to peaceful, democratic, parliamentary participation. But secretly, they decided to continue their armed struggle in a limited way and to convert large sections of the party into an underground apparatus whose main job would be infiltration and subversion. After 4 years of successful evasion of frontal encounters and intensive secret reorganization, this scheme could be expected to be successful and remain permanent. The negotiations between Manahan and myself were patiently pursued to a successful conclusion by Aquino. They were conducted solely on our word of honor, on a gentleman's agreement. I was given Aquino's assurance that if I accepted unconditionally the president's publicized principles and terms, I would be brought directly to Malacanang Palace, the presidential residence. After my formal surrender, I would be able to request reconsideration of his negotiator's former commitment, the general amnesty, which, I was made to understand, would be granted to me in some form. On May 16, 1954, in accord with our agreement, I $6 rendered to Aquino, who met me in a barrio in San Simon, Pampanga. But instead of going directly to Malacanang, I was taken to Camp Murphy. A day or two later, a decision was reached. I was detained by the army as a maximum security risk and held incommunicado. 8. And treason are the two most derogatory words in the revolutionaries' vocabulary. To a communist, they are synonymous. Communists believe that it is much better for a party cadre man to lose his physical life than give up his political life, and a party functionary who surrenders to the class enemy, the bourgeoisie or the capitalist state, warrants the supreme penalty, the forfeiture of both his political and physical life. And yet, to be brutally honest, I surrendered. I surrendered in the Christian sense, not in the communist sense. I had had enough of Bolshevism and all its works. Among my many motives for surrender there entered a very personal factor. All through the years, my mother had continued to believe in the goodness of her son. For nearly a month before I came down from the hills, I had heard her voice, almost hourly, urging me over the government. I-37. 138. Radio to accept the government's proposals, to give myself up and rejoin her and my loved ones. From that day to this, she has never failed to visit me in the various prisons where I have been kept. This has often been done at great sacrifice to herself and despite her more than 70 years. I believed that our people were weary of bloodshed and war and that there were enough sincere and patriotic leaders capable of setting aside their personal and class interests for the good of our nation, men who would work for a truly free, democratic, and prosperous Philippines. But at both extremes of the political and social scale were people with one-track minds. The die-hard communists now saw me as an abominable traitor to the working class of my country and to the communist-led liberation movement. I knew that the ranks of the international communist movement, to whom my name had been a symbol of the militant and revolutionary people's movement in the Philippines, would now despise me, too. The first scathing reactions to my surrender were not long in coming. The little Stalins of the Secretariat did everything in their power to denounce me to the nation and to the world as a traitor to the Filipino people and to the world proletariat. They said that in surrendering to the class enemy, I had become the lackey of the American imperialists. While being held incommunicado, the Public Relations Office of the Army and the right-wing press subjected me to the most unjust and unfair calumnies. They called me a Trojan horse and top-rank infiltrator deliberately sent down by the Communist High Command to surrender. Because of the duplicity of Communist tactics, the man who breaks with the party is inevitably viewed with suspicion. The press maintained that once I was freed, I would lead the Communist Party's spearhead in a legal. 139. Parliamentary struggle for communist ends. These suspicions were understandable, but they hurt. Between these two extremes, I found myself like the proverbial bat who was rejected and shunned by both the birds and the beasts, and was forced to live alone, belonging to neither class. There could be no lonelier life than this. After a month of imprisonment at Camp Murphy, on June 15, 1954, President Magsaysay came to see me. It was a secret meeting. We met at the residence of General Eulogio Balao, who was at the time the Vice Chief of Staff of the Army. Present at our meeting were General Balao, Colonel Benjamin Molina, who now is a general, and two their officers. I was brought to the conference room before the arrival of the President. When he came in, he neither looked nor acted like other presidents we had known in the past. He was wearing a simple polo shirt that was too tight for his bulging barrel chest, his muscular shoulders, arms, and neck. And he was wearing dark glasses. He walked in briskly, and before we were able to pay our formal respects, he was warmly shaking our hands. With his free hand he pulled up an ordinary chair, sat down, and bade us sit too. Pi did not give us a chance to offer him one of the comfortable armchairs we were occupying. He sat near me, our knees almost touching, his face beaming like that of an old friend. A maid brought a tray of sliced pineapple. Without waiting to be served, President Magsaysay picked up a plate and fork and gave it to me, then helped himself. The first slice he took dropped from his fork to the floor. He promptly kicked it under the table and took another piece. While eating the fruit, he said a few pleasantries obviously aimed at putting me at ease. Then he told me to speak my mind. And so I did. 140. I told him about my first meeting with his negotiators, Manuel Manahan and Benigno Aquino, Jr., and how they had assured me that the President would grant me an amnesty in early February. I reminded him that I had expressed my willingness to meet him that same week, on Mount Araya, to finalize the arrangements for the hooks to come down from the hills. I assured him of my willingness to cooperate with the administration for the sake of peace, national unity, and reconstruction. I told him that the breakdown of these negotiations and the withdrawal of the proposed amnesty would have a most serious effect upon the militant masses of central Luzon. The negotiations and amnesty would have been the best possible medicine to cure the long-festering wounds and bitter memories in the hearts and minds of the peasantry. I reminded him that although the promise of the amnesty had been withdrawn and the president's principles and terms were publicized instead, I still came to explain to him personally what I believed would be the problem solution as seen from the side of the oppressed, militant peasants. I again made my appeal for a general amnesty, urging that it would provide the only possible, effective means of achieving durable peace and order. I expressed the belief that the administration was fully aware that the peasants' plight had been for centuries the nation's greatest problem and that the difficulty of achieving peace and order was just an offshoot of the other, fundamental problem. I declared that the honest rebels, for all their faults, were patriotic people in their own way and deserved to be treated as such. I told him of their capacity to wage a protracted war that might last indefinitely, bringing incalculable and sustained suffering to our country and people. A policy of military suppression alone would not only fail, but would aggravate the situation. I told him that his administration's all-embracing social program, ESP 141, Chale the policy of land for the landless and jobs for the jobless, if pursued firmly, would provide a fine start. And so I beseeched him once more to lay the cornerstone for a new era of peace and order by granting an amnesty. In response, President Magsaysay said he was personally in favor of the idea, but, as president, he could not ignore or antagonize the powerful forces that were against an amnesty. Nevertheless, he said, what he had in mind was to give something just as good as an amnesty. He proposed that all the leaders of the Hooks and the Communist Party accept his principles and terms as I had done, and that then he could grant executive clemency. To set a precedent, he advised me to face a trial in court. He told me it would facilitate his plans if I were to plead guilty, so that he could grant me executive clemency as early as possible. Thus, my case would provide an example other leaders could follow. He also assured me that only 36 or 40 top party leaders would have to face trial. The rest of our followers, apart from a few who were charged with individual atrocities not related to the rebellion, would be set free. I respectfully differed with him and told him that his proposal did not seem to me just as good as an amnesty. Nevertheless, if he was firmly set in his plan, I had no choice but to follow it. I could only appeal to him to leave the door open for new considerations of the correctness and justice of an amnesty. Then President Magsaysay asked me what I thought of his Land for the Landless program. He told me that he had started it right in my own barrio of Santa Monica, in San Luis, Pampanga. This project was widely publicized as Operation Katu Busan. I answered that he was making a very good start in principle and expressed the hope that the program would be vigorously pursued so that it might soon reach all the other barrios that were badly in 142 need of land reform, peace, and social justice. I said that I was not happy about the singling out of my home barrio for his special attention. I would have preferred, I said, that Operation Katu Busan was started in other barrios in order to avoid any possible unhealthy criticism. For this could be construed as being in some way related to my coming down. The president told me that he had learned of my expulsion from the Communist Party. He expressed the wish that I renounce communism for good. I told him that my expulsion was just a formality and that in truth I had been a socialist all along. But in renouncing the evils of communism as I saw them, I was not prepared to surrender my constitutional and civil right to continue to denounce, also, the festering social cancer and the evils of reactionary capitalism and feudal landlordism. I told him that if I were set free, I would devote myself to the non-communist peasant movement and the self-help community development projects for peasants and workers in the rural areas. The president told me that he could make good use of my services, especially in central Luzon, as soon as I was freed. I replied that I would always be available for free and voluntary service, but not as a government employee. What the country needed, I stressed, was a bold and thorough land reform program that would include the abolition of tenancy and the modernization of agricultural production. And hand in hand with this, we must vigorously pursue a program of industrialization based upon our own efforts and industrial possibilities. Thus, the centuries-old feudal landlordism and backward agricultural economy of our nation would be brought to an end. Then our conversation shifted to the situation in Indochina. The decisive battle for Dien Bien Phu was then taking place. It was apparent from the way the President 14. was looking at the situation in Indochina that the information and advice he was getting were being colored by advocates of preventive war. He gave me the impression that he believed that the Indochina war would spread and become bigger than the Korean War and that our boys might have to be sent there to help the UN in the fight against communism. He asked my opinion about the possibility of the Philippines getting involved in Indochina and what my stand would be in that event. I told him that I did not believe the Indochina conflict would expand into a major war, but granting hypothetically that it might, I would remain loyal to and work with our countrymen in all civilian defense activities. He asked me about my health and the treatment I was receiving. I told him both were fine and thanked him for his concern. Our talk lasted for 2 hours. Then he left as briskly as he had come. My trial began in August of that year. The charges against me included such crimes as the ambush and killing of Mrs. Aurora Quezon, her daughter, and others in her party, the kidnapping and murder of various people, and other cases having nothing to do with me. I decided, after consulting my lawyers, to plead not guilty, despite my past acquiescence to the President's wish that I plead guilty. I would not plead guilty until the indictment was amended to include only those actions that might be considered inevitable incidents in a rebellion. When the indictment was finally amended, my lawyers counseled me to plead guilty in the spirit of my agreement with the President. I then prepared a statement to the court that would clarify my plea. The President wished to see it before I read it in court. The Undersecretary of National Defense, Jose Crisal, and my Chief Defense Counsel, Congressman Emilio Cortez, took me to Malacanang to give President Magsaysay my court statement. $14. At the trial, I pleaded guilty to rebellion, as I had trailed along with the Communist Party's majority decisions. This had been the case even when I had dissented from the decision to seize power by armed struggle. But I said in my plea that I attributed our resistance to government provocation and terrorism, which had stimulated the growth of our armed civilian organization. I established the connection between our rebellion and the centuries-old agrarian problem. But I also denounced the party's decision to seize power as criminal leftist adventurism. I was given the maximum sentence for rebellion, 12 years imprisonment and a huge fine. Trusting in the integrity and the personal promise of the President, I did not appeal the sentence. The sentence was published and some commentators declared that it was strange that the Supremo got only a light sentence whereas other, less important leaders had been given death sentences or life imprisonment. The country's leading newspapers reported that the President, upon hearing my sentence, became so angry that he nearly smashed the glass top of his table with his fist. It was said that he called the court's decision a mockery of justice and subsequently ordered the legal department of the armed forces to search all their records in order to file other charges against me. When I learned about this, I felt I had been let down and that an act of clemency on the President's part would indeed have served the cause of peace and national unity. Soon, a new case was filed against me. The new charge arose from our capture and execution of Feliciano Gardner, the occupation governor of Tarlac province, during the most critical period of the Japanese occupation in early December, 1944. This cruel puppet of the Japanese and his 3 companions had indeed been executed by the 145 resistance. It was alleged that I and my companions under indictment, maliciously, feloniously, and illegally waylaid, kidnapped, robbed, and finally murdered the victims. This trial lasted for almost 2 years, from mid-1956 to mid-1958. On June 11, 1958, a judge of the Court of First Instance of Pampanga Province, Ladislaus Pasicalin, whom I cannot but think of as being prejudiced against me, handed down his decision. The essential part of it was that, upon the facts established by evidence, there is only one conclusion, and that is that Luis M. Taruc definitely gave the fatal directive to his brother-in-law, Tomasz Kalma, alias Sol, to put to death the captives, Governor Gardner and his companions, who unfortunately found themselves at the mercy of those who, under the guise of patriotism, were in truth unscrupulous men obsessed with an ideology diametrically opposed to democratic purposes. Abetted by loyal and obedient henchmen, the order was faithfully carried out, thus abruptly ending the lives of 4 innocent and law-abiding citizens who were peacefully on their way to home and family. For this heinous crime they must be punished according to law. I hold that I am innocent of these crimes. The circumstances at the time of the Japanese occupation were not taken into consideration by the court, and the case was dealt with in isolation, against the peaceful background of 1958. The attitude in the Hook movement toward those who collaborated with the Japanese is better understood when seen against the background of the occupation. The landlords, the capitalists, and their followers then appeared to us as a traitor class. When we dealt with them harshly, it was because they were betraying our country to the Japanese and oppressing the common people. This knowledge of the period is essential to an understanding of Hook. 146. Activities. For this reason, I requested the permission of the court to read a prepared statement before the judge read his decision. The statement, reprinted below, was based largely on an article by a prominent political columnist that had appeared in one of the Philippines' most respected newspapers. Before Your Honor passes judgment upon me, I beg your kind tolerance to let me read before this honorable court the column of Mr. Alejandro R. Roses and Thorns, which appeared in yesterday's Manila Times. We Filipinos have very little faith in justice. We do not believe that justice will triumph in the end. There was a time when we, as a people, were ready and willing to lay down our lives for what we believed to be a just cause. That was during the occupation. It cannot be denied that the Filipinos underwent untold sacrifices during the war. Many were tortured in concentration camps. Many more were killed. Still, nothing the Japanese could do could stifle Filipino resistance. The Filipinos suffered torture and gave up their lives because they had deep faith that justice would prevail in the end. Only something went wrong. In the end, after liberation, justice did not triumph. Opportunism and treason did. Collaboration with the enemy was glorified and rewarded. It was considered supreme sacrifice. To die for one's country was plain stupidity. To play ball with the enemy, that was the mark of the true patriots. The moral fiber of the nation started breaking down when the issue of collaboration was ignored and bypassed. There has been moral confusion in the country since the collaboration issue was sidetracked. Our people have found it very difficult to tell right from wrong. For if treason cannot be defined, then how can patriotism be measured? And if there is no such thing as treason, how can there be such a thing as patriotism? And when treason is rewarded while 14j. Patriotism is looked upon with skepticism and cynicism, what bright future can one look forward to? Supposing the communists were to occupy the country, would the same thing happen all over again? Would treason again go unpunished? The two concluding questions of Mr. Roses are directed to the Filipino people. And the most probable answer I believe that most people would give, judging by the shameful retrogression of our national political life, would be yes. No matter how Your Honor may judge me now, I wish to take this opportunity to call on our dear countrymen still in the hills, still in prison, and every fellow citizen who feels oppressed or forgotten, to have faith in justice and to help in fostering a fervent love of country, national unity and freedom and democracy, and a lasting peace. I was given 4 life sentences, one for each of the 4 people killed. After the court had adjourned, I consulted with my lawyers. We agreed to exhaust all my legal rights in fighting what we believed was a grave miscarriage of justice. 9. To give teeth to party discipline, create a precedent, and strike fear into other members. The top leadership in 1950 sentenced to death Pedro Castro, former General Secretary of the party, and his supporters, outstanding among whom were 3 members of the General Committee. These men had been working in Manila as trade union leaders and had openly opposed the party's policy of civil war. In absentia, they were accused by the Politburo of splitting the party and sentenced to death. This meant they were to be shot on sight by the party's military unit in Manila. Luckily for Castro and his group, the chief of the Manila Hook unit was not a blind follower of the ruling Jose Lava faction. He consulted me on this grave matter, and I advised him to hold the order in abeyance. He never implemented it. But after the Jose Lava group was seized by Army intelligence, the new group, led by Jesus Lava, AL. 148, 149, Jandrino, and Castillo, was still more ruthless. They ordered the execution of young boys and girls whose only fault was that they were too young and homesick. Their crime was either that they asked permission to go home or fell asleep while on guard duty. A young nurse named Lita asked permission to go home, to rest and recuperate and to get a new supply of clothes. She was suspected of planning to surrender and was liquidated on the orders of the leaders. In 1951 and 1952, when many Hooks were surrendering, a number of parents and wives tried to persuade their loved ones to do the same. Some of the Hooks, toughened by communist tactics and by years of fighting, instituted a test in such circumstances. Those Hooks who had been asked by their relatives to surrender were asked to prove their loyalty to the cause by liquidating the relatives. I know personally of 3 cases in which this was done. The wife or mother was killed by the loved one to whom she had appealed. The party leaders who were then in charge of the southern Luzon area where this was happening did nothing to discourage such practices. Almost as inhuman was the killing of friend by friend. My own surrender let loose a chain of such atrocities, and they continued to increase as the number of defections increased. This has become a definite policy on the part of the dominant group to discourage surrenders. When I was negotiating with President Magsaysay's representative, Benigno Aquino, Jr., the Central Luzon supervisor, loyal to the leader's instructions, ordered Commander Paul Aquino, a brother-in-law of my brother Reg, to capture me dead or alive to prevent further negotiations. Paul Aquino did not take any action against me. He talked with me but left me alone. In retaliation, he was faced with a trumped-up charge of financial opportunism, disarmed, and left a 150. Fenceless. In our circumstances, this amounted to a death sentence. In 1956, he became desperate. He grabbed a gun from the commander in whose custody he had been placed, killed him, and then surrendered to the authorities. My chief security officer, 32-year-old Commander Manning, followed me when I surrendered. He was one of the bravest Hook fighters and had been my closest companion since 1942. He had often been wounded, and his body was full of shrapnel. After our surrender, he was temporarily released from jail and returned to his barrio to visit his mother, his wife, and 2 children. During this visit, he was captured by a Hook and, on the instructions of the leaders, taken to nearby swamps and shot. At that time, Commander Alarca of Rico II was suspected of collaborating with the government. He was kidnapped along with his father-in-law and younger brother in San Pedro, San Simon, Pampanga. All 3 were killed in their home barrio. Again, their deaths had been ordered by the dominant leadership of the party. Commander Sibad, father of the famous woman Hook leader Commander Mining, was ordered to speak against me on November 7, 1954, at the annual celebration of the anniversary of the Russian Revolution. He refused to do so. For his insubordination, he was demoted and assigned to a particularly dangerous locality. There he was killed in action. Often, the communist is a man who is by nature sensitive and who instinctively draws back from violence. But party ideology demands ruthlessness, and so, against his nature, he must steel himself to be tough. Such a man may, in the end, be the most ruthless of all. Take, for example, the case of Matteo del Castillo. Phi was a Protestant lay preacher before he became a communist. He was an idealist, the sort of man who will dedicate himself to a cause. During the Japanese occupation, one of our most colorful personalities was Dayang Dayang, the first woman to become a hook commander. She was found guilty by her comrades of taking money, jewelry, and other valuables for her personal use and was denounced by her own brother. Our court found her guilty and condemned her to death before a firing squad. The man who shot her was Matteo del Castillo. He said he did so in order to test his toughness. In 1957, Matteo was shot and killed by his own bodyguard for 20,000 pesos that were in his care. He was then the chairman of the National Finance Department. His assistant national treasurer, known as the Cardinal, was also shot by the same hook. Matteo del Castillo was a founding member of the party in the Philippines and was fanatically dedicated to the ideas of atheist communism. Of middle-class origin, Matteo was not driven to communism by poverty, but by idealism. Matteo lost his 3 sons, one was executed by the Japanese, one was killed with him by the comrade who wanted the 20,000 pesos, and one was killed in action by government forces. A Hook women's organizer who was known as a nagger was liquidated by a fellow Hook, allegedly for suggesting that her husband surrender. But it seems that he had grown tired of her nagging and was then living with another woman. Her brother, who was a Hook commander, turned against the movement when he learned of the murder. I also recall a 16-year-old Hook courier named Virginia who was executed by her comrades in 1950. She had committed her crime when she had fallen into the hands of government troops and was interrogated, she revealed. 152. The address where she slept when she visited a nearby barrio. There were no official repercussions of any sort after she gave this information. But still, she was shot without trial. Executed with her was a platoon commander of the GHQ security force named Eddie. He had felt ill one day and left his post, after appointing his assistant to take over. He was court-martialed, charged with dereliction of duty, and executed by a firing squad. The men ordered to execute him were close friends who had served with him in the same unit. Half a dozen young boys were executed for similar offenses. In 1951, Commander Bakel, of Bulacan Province, received from an aunt 100 pesos as a contribution to the Hook and 20 pesos for himself. He spent the combined sum on himself and his bride-to-be. He was charged with financial opportunism and shot. He had been a loyal soldier of the Hook since 1942 and had reached the rank of battalion commander with a clean record. Many veteran comrades who had valiantly served the movement for years were executed on suspicion of lifting a few pesos from a companion's pocket or for having spent a paltry sum from the party funds on unofficial or personal needs. One example was Commander Villarama, a loyal fighter since the days of the Japanese occupation. He was killed in 1953, simply because of an allegation that he had stolen 5 pesos from a companion. It has been said that revolution consumes her own children. It happened in Stalin's Russia. Here is evidence that it also happened in the Philippines. If Bolsheviks can execute their comrades, at the highest levels of the party, and their own soldiers and commanders who risked their lives in many battles for the cause, what would stop them from doing the same to their class? 153. Enemies or to the leaders of other political groups who might rival and endanger the party's leadership. One Central Committee member who endorsed the policy of sending those responsible for such financial opportunism to the firing squad was himself guilty of the same offenses, and on a spectacular scale. In 1951, the Politburo, planning for what it believed to be the forthcoming revolution, decided to send an exceptionally able and trustworthy member of the Central Committee to the Chinese mainland. There he was to meet 2 Filipinos said to be close to the party and also to the Chinese Communist Party. From them, it was hoped, our comrade would learn about the political situation in China and the intentions of the Chinese party. He was also to learn more about the art of guerrilla warfare and try to create a regular channel through which young people might be sent from the Philippines to Peking for training. On the night before his departure, the Hook staged a grand send-off celebration. He was the guest of honor and was allowed to choose all the prettiest girls to dance with. He left the next day with credentials signed by Jesus Lava and 3,000 pesos for his expenses. The party could afford to spend such a sum at that time. The previous year, a Hook raid on the provincial treasury in Santa Cruz, Laguna, had brought in 86,000 pesos. Our emissary's first stop was Manila, where he had to evade the police and find a means of getting sea transport to China. Before becoming a communist, he had been a waterfront gangster, and so he was familiar with ships' captains and had other useful contacts. This had been one of the reasons why he was chosen for this mission. It happened that Magsaysay's successful raid on the Secretariat and the PB Inn took place just as our emissary arrived in Manila. By putting a shade over one eye and $4 dressing as a beggar, he was able to evade the big compound. After writing to us of his success and the means by which he had escaped arrest, we heard no more of him. When I made inquiries, I was told that his silence proved that he was already on his way to China. In 1957, however, when we were all in jail, we read in the papers that he had been captured by chance in a coastal town but later released. That he had been picked up on the coast suggested to us that he might have been arrested just after returning from his mission. But the following year, I learned that he had never left the country. Instead, he had absconded with the money and used the proceeds to set himself up with a small store in that coastal town. He had stayed there with the local mayor, a non-communist, whom he had assisted in political campaigns. Incidentally, the finance department of the Politburo was unable to explain the disappearance of some 17,000 pesos in funds and equipment during the period 1945 to 47. And the finance officer of the PB Inn lost 10,000 pesos in gambling in 1947 to 48. As I have written, the moral standards of the majority of the Hooks were high. This was not true of many of the party leaders. They found their own revolutionary solution to the sex problem. Most of those who were already married but whose wives were not in the hills with them took second wives. The party arranged for both the divorce and the second marriage. In at least one case when a party leader was sent to jail, it was the first wife, not the second wife, who stood loyally by him and aided him in every way. To the genuine Bolshevik, there is no such thing as an individually good or bad man. A communist is only a good or bad member of his class. An act is good if it serves the interests of the working class and is bad if it is harmful to the interests of that class. Such standards open up query 155. Fying possibilities as to how far this principle can be applied. It is no wonder that fascists and communists eventually meet on common ground. Democracy and freedom can never be realized under communism. Those great sources of the revolutionaries' strength and hope, love, friendship, and comradeship eventually disappear under a communist regime. It has been my lot to experience this. Even though my once cherished comrades had never truly tasted the fruits of power, they acted toward me, and toward many others, like little Stalins. The irony of it is that I often helped them attain their positions of power within the party by supporting them and refusing such positions for myself. Once they were entrenched, it was my head that rolled first. From 1938 on, I was one of the small group of top leaders who composed the Politburo of the merged Socialist and Communist parties. This was the party's highest executive apparatus. But, because of my idealism and loyalty to the party, I had to experience shocking manifestations of evil, ruthlessly resorted to by the party leadership, before I could be jolted into decisive action. Within the party, fear, in the guise of discipline, is the binding force by which order is maintained. The rank and file's fighting spirit is maintained by hate, not by compassionate anger tempered with love. One example of this attitude was the leader's firm refusal to explain or express regret for the accidental ambush and death of Mrs. Aurora Quezon, wife of the late President Quezon and an active social leader, and her daughter. I proposed that we publicly express our deepest regrets and sympathy. Mrs. Quezon and the late President Quezon had been our friends. The ambush had been a tragic and a genuine accident. My comrade's reply was that they befriended us not because they loved the poor, that they 156 were only being realistic, or, to put it bluntly, they were trying to buy insurance. Look at the contrast between the life of a Mrs. Quezon and that of a peasant woman, I was told. Every day, the reply continued, we receive blood-curdling reports from countless barrios about our own sisters being raped or murdered by the lackeys of our enemies, so why should we grieve over the accidental death of a leader of our class enemies, thus adding insult to the dishonor and injuries done to our own class? Such reasoning is easily accepted by the common people, even though its logic can be assailed. But class hatred was often the determining factor, sweeping aside all regard for individuals and their goodness. A similar disregard for individual decency lay behind an unpleasant incident that occurred at the end of 1949. The Politburo, through the vigorous insistence of the Lava faction, decided to denounce the leaders of the Democratic Alliance and the Nacionalista Party with whom we had formed a coalition in 1946. Our leadership declared that our old allies had recoiled, true to their class, and joined the imperialist bootlickers. Among the leaders thus condemned was the president of the Democratic Alliance, who was highly respected by the peasants and by the whole nation for his integrity and sense of justice. What some communists defined as impersonal humanism became in time a cloak to hide selfishness and inhumanity. This is well illustrated by the story of a pair of well-worn rubber shoes. An orderly, working as houseman for a high-ranking party leader, was limping around, barefooted, and with sores and wounds on his feet. He knew that the leader had an old pair of shoes that were not being used, and so he innocently asked if he might have them. He was refused. You know, he was told, that I am aware of your needs. But if I cannot give each one of our equally needy J57 comrades a pair, I ought not to give them to you because this would be a case of inequality. So the humble comrade continued to go barefooted. Another leader had a supply of canned milk, which he used with his rice porridge. His comrades had none and had to eat their porridge plain. When criticized for not sharing his milk with them, he replied, I am a brain worker, not a manual worker like you. I need more brain food than you do, so that I may not fail to provide our party's basic theoretical guidance. This, incidentally, was the stock reply to criticism from the rank and file, made at the party's production meetings for the extra allowance of milk normally granted to the leaders. This preferential treatment of the leaders would appear to be a real-life example of George Orwell's observation that all men are equal but that some are more equal than others. Despite his initial idealism, the communist comes to believe that every act is motivated by personal or class interest. Thus, he loses the ability to experience the joy of selfless giving and the spiritual happiness that the giver regards as more than sufficient compensation. Even worse, he can no longer recognize it in others. 10. The fight for survival. The Hook's final fight for survival began in 1951, when the Secretariat accepted my suggestion that we disperse and return to guerrilla methods of active defense. Our simultaneous expansion at that time in every strategic region of the country led to a serious overextension of our lines. As a result, supervision of our units that had been assigned to distant locations became loose and inefficient and was often severed altogether. Many of our new recruits were unstable elements. Some of those who joined us had ulterior motives for doing so. Even among seasoned veterans who had been with the Hooks since the days of our anti-fascist struggles, discipline became lax. Some of our men became impulsive and impatient when they were isolated from the central command and faced with hunger, severe hardships, and danger. Added to this weakened discipline was the smoldering hatred and bitterness gem. 159. Erat by the long chain of injustices endured by the impoverished peasantry over the centuries. The deep-rooted hatred of the landlord class was fanned and kept ablaze by constant communist agitation and propaganda. The Marxist method of class struggle seemed reasonable to the peasants. The exploitation by their landlords was a painful example of what the communists interpreted as imperialist economy. Resentment against American imperialism was added to this inflammable situation. Under such circumstances, some of the hooks, blinded by hatred and incensed by injustice, committed cruel retaliatory atrocities. A deplorable example was a hook unit's raiding and killing of the Hardy family, who were American dairy farmers in the eastern part of Rizal province. I learned that the principal reason advanced by the hook leader was simply that they were imperialists and enemies of the Filipino people. The same reason was given in two similar cases where the victims were Americans. Many hooks reasoned that we were engaged in an armed struggle and that our enemies were the government and those who actively supported it in its fight against the hook and CPP. They argued that both sides were engaged in a grim and bloody fight for survival. In short, we were fighting a civil war. The National Finance Department of the Secretariat created a special unit to pursue our economic struggle. This unit was to supervise the organized confiscation of cash, jewelry, and other movable enemy property in the implementation of our policy of seizure of power by armed struggle. The hooks raided local treasuries during assaults on towns and cities and used the funds to help finance their activities. Later, I do not know whether or not it was officially ordered by the NFD's chairman or the Secretariat. Some members of this unit, 160, joined forces with professional kidnappers in southern Luzon and demanded large cash ransoms. Those who did not come across with the ransom were killed. I believe that the ES unit had a hand in the kidnapping and murder of Mrs. Ongsiaco, of Manila, of Mrs. Bays, and Mrs. Zaraga and her daughter, all from Pete, Laguna, and of the two Caballer children, of Sampaloc, Quezon, who were less than 10 years old. All were killed because their families were unable to raise the ransom demanded for their release. The reason advanced by those responsible for these crimes was the familiar: we are involved in a bitter class struggle, a fight to the end for survival, and these were our class enemies. These atrocities were the fruits of the peasants' smoldering anger and hatred caused by centuries of injustice and fanned now into wild flames by the communists' teachings of class hatred. It is sobering to contemplate the consequences of teaching class warfare, coupled with the principle that the end justifies the means. There is no limit to the hatred and evil this can generate. Beginning in 1952, the hooks began to lose the support of some of the barrio people in several regions where they had recently gained control. One reason was that when the peasants grew tired of giving away food, the hooks suspected them of having turned hostile and confiscated their rice and vegetables. Uncooperative peasants were often accused of associating with the enemy and treated as informers. Some of the informers were killed. And so the peasants' sympathy and loyalty began to turn into fear. No matter how numerous, how despicable and nauseating the crimes committed against the poor by their class enemies, I firmly believe that one wrong can never right another. We accomplish nothing when we become guilty of the very evils our enemies have committed against us. One of the many sources of irritation and disagreement. 161. Between the Secretariat and my own faction was that in central Luzon, where my brother Reg and I were PBSs, we refused to permit kidnapping. Not one case of this nature was committed in the area for which we were responsible. We reminded all the ricos of central Luzon that the idea behind kidnapping was neither patriotic nor revolutionary and pointed out that even Stalin, during the Bolsheviks' most critical period, did not stoop so low. Whenever he was in desperate need of cash, he personally led the dynamiting of banks to get it. We told our comrades that we were fighting for a cause and that, according to our principles, we should not hold an individual, no matter how rich, responsible for the evils of the social system of which he is a part. It was the whole decadent system of capitalism that we sought to replace by a better society. The incorrectness of our seize power by armed struggle and go it alone policy was demonstrated by the passive resistance of the lower rank cadres to its implementation. In those places where the well-disciplined cadres tried hard to implement it, the masses openly resisted or ignored it. Many of them bluntly pointed out its impracticability. Thus, Ideological demoralization spread among the rank-and-file party members and through the mass organizations. In the meantime, the government, under the administration of President Elpidio Quirino, had started in early 1951 a total economic mobilization program for the whole nation. This policy was aimed at attracting the dissidents and was combined with a revitalized, massive military campaign. Known as All-Out Friendship and All-Out Force, the policy was initiated by the new Secretary of Defense, Ramon Magsaysay. The trouble was that all the liberals' reforms came too late, and the people, tired of the Liberal Party administration as a whole, elected by an overwhelming majority. 162. President Quirino's opponent, Ramon Magsaysay, in the 1953 national elections. The new administration rode into power on the crest of a wave of popular sentiment led by the Nacionalista Party and spearheaded by the agrarian population, who were demanding democratic peace, social justice, and land for the landless. Their demands were supported by the millions of unemployed and underpaid workers of the towns who were clamoring for jobs for the jobless, security of work, and a living wage. The common people were fed up with the rampant graft and corruption in government, the steadily rising prices of prime commodities, the lack of medical care for the sick, the recurring schools crisis, rice crisis, and a host of other crises. The people's down-to-earth common sense, militancy, and solidarity behind the demand for badly needed economic and political reforms opened the eyes of those forces that wield power in Philippine politics. But as soon as the new administration was installed, the powerful closed their eyes again and began once more to behave in their characteristic ways. They were lulled into a false sense of security by the temporary military defeat of the local communists and communist-led revolutionaries who still continued their fight for survival. The party itself, however, was weakened by an internal power struggle among its leaders and by the many casualties in the field. My surrender, soon thereafter, also did much damage to the Communist Party and the communist-led liberation movement. Many others followed my example, both leaders and rank and file, even though President Magsaysay failed to honor the promise made by his negotiators, Manuel Manahan and Benigno Aquino, Jr., and his own commitments made at our secret meeting at the house of General Bilao. Many of the people in our reliable mass bases, the 163 barrios and areas that had for so long supported the hook, sided with me instead of with other communist leaders who at once tried to undermine their trust in me. But the greatest damage suffered by the party was the crushing blow it had suffered by the capture of the Politburo in late 1950. And the party was severely weakened internally by the wrong policy its leaders obstinately tried to implement, despite all the strong protests and criticisms from 1950 on. The rank and file and the lower echelon cadres first were confused and later grew tired of the long chain of impractical party directives. In 1956, after I had surrendered, a party conference was called to discuss the policy Reg and I had proposed and advocated. Now our policy was found to be fundamentally correct and was subsequently adopted. But by that time, the party had completely lost us. Reg was no longer interested in rejoining, and I was in prison. In effect, Reg and I were exonerated by that conference. Now the leaders sent their spokesman, Federico Maclang, to me with their enthusiastic invitation to rejoin the party. My response was, no. You can have the whole party and its leadership all for yourselves. Our expulsion was a blessing in disguise. I had never really been Bolshevized anyway, and never will be, so what would be the use of rejoining? I remain a socialist. I will always love you as my friends and former comrades. If in the future we should meet again as crusaders for our respective principles, rest assured that I will always be honest and fair with you and will not stab you from behind, as you have done to me. On public issues where I believe you are sincere and reasonable, I will respect you, where you are not, I will expose and oppose you. On atheism, policies of ruthlessness, proletarian dictatorship, Bolshevik humanism, and thought control, I am your uncompromising opponent. If you come into power and adopt those godless, ruthless 164 and undemocratic principles in your program of government, I will be the first to rebel." McClang was speechless, but his eyes blazed in anger. Long experience with the liberation movement and intimate knowledge of its leaders and membership lead me to believe that the vast majority of leaders, cadres, and rank and file, while remaining loyal to its basic nationalist, democratic, and revolutionary principles, are today thinking in much the same way as I am. They are no longer interested in communism and the party's top leadership, especially if a new, dynamic, democratic leadership can be found to fill the vacuum. At this time of writing, the party organization is still intact, although severely weakened. In the last few years, the CPP leadership has done much to organize secret nuclei in the barrios, towns, cities, and industrial establishments. Their main task now is infiltration and subversion. One may assume that the CPP is firmly but cautiously learning to operate every form of communist organization that has recently been tried in other countries. From now on, there will be at least 3 forms of party activity. First, a permanent underground or secret apparatus. Second, a semi-legal, non-party form of activity conducted by secret party cadres or loyal fellow travelers. And third, if and when the national situation gives them legality once again, an open, constitutionally functioning party. The first 2 forms will be followed to infiltrate and subvert existing free and democratic organizations. The last will be confined to parliamentary and propaganda activities. All 3 forms will operate separately. The cadres concerned with one will be prevented from having contacts with the others. Looking ahead, the party's military activities will include the recruiting and training of 165 guerrilla fighters. Most of these will be sent back to their home barrios to await future orders. Reserves of arms and ammunition will be stockpiled against the day when they are needed. And the party will exploit every opportunity to hasten the tempo or aggravate any national economic or political crisis that may develop. 11. When I joined the revolutionary movement in 1934, I was burning with all the idealism of youth. I was dreaming of a paradise on earth, a prosperous, united, and peaceful world where every nation, big or small, would enjoy democracy and freedom, a world where the strong help the weak and the progressive assist the backward, all in the spirit of one brotherhood of men, under one fatherhood of God. I was dreaming of my country's becoming one of the most prosperous and happy lands on earth, a true pearl of the Orient Seas. My concept of revolution emphasized peaceful methods rather than force and violence. I believed that the only way to realize my ideals would be to fight for them and that militant, democratic mass action would be the best means to that end. But I also believed that a nation might have to face situations when violent revolution could not. 166. I6J. Be prevented. There were the examples of our revolution against Spain, in 1896, and our valiant resistance to the Americans, immediately after we had defeated the Spanish. Win or lose, such patriotic revolutions are necessary to a nation's life, to keep alive the glorious traditions that makes it worthy of the respect of others. I believed that I had found what I sought in the revolutionary mass movement during the most trying days of our struggle, when I was the secretary of the Socialist Party, the General Workers' Union, and the Popular Front in Pampanga, and at the time when the Socialist and Communist parties merged and dedicated themselves to the anti-fascist cause. I continued to believe in the rightness of our cause during our anti-Japanese struggles, throughout the occupation, and when we fought terrorism under the Roxas and Quirino regimes. After early 1950, when the communist leadership tasted the opium of power, dominating the hook and the peasant and labor movements, although that power was not yet state power, the true nature of communism became more apparent to me as I saw it in practice. Under the guise of iron discipline, thought control and totalitarianism were introduced into the movement. The leaders called it collective leadership and democratic centralism, but there was no collective leadership except for the few members of the superfaction in the Secretariat, and nothing democratic in their procedure, only centralism. Thus, the term dictatorship of the proletariat meant nothing but the dictatorship of leaders. In the life of a revolutionary, the most important source of strength and inspiration lies in comradeship and friendship. In the Hukbalahap, we were all one family, we lived together, went hungry together, and shared hardships equally. Our common home was usually a tiny, unobtrusive, and crowded shelter. We ate from the same pot, off 168. The same banana leaf. Our life was communal. I was the supremo, the popular leader, and I had the love and admiration of our people. I considered it unfitting to be regarded as anything but a comrade by our fighters and by the peasants and workers who supported our fight. It was a joy to help mend the torn clothes of a comrade, and my greatest delight was to cook for my men after their long, wearisome and dangerous missions. I loved to reach out to people, to please, to aid, to soothe them. I could not let an opportunity pass to give a sponge bath, an injection, or medication to a sick or wounded comrade in our camp or in the camps we passed on our many trips. It was painful to see how our wonderful comradeship and friendship deteriorated with the Bolshevization of the party. Gradually, the Communist Party of the Philippines conformed to the pattern set for communist parties everywhere. This meant schemes, intrigues, and struggles for the consolidation and centralization of power in the hands of a few smart superfactionalists. This climate produced suspicion, distrust, and enmity among the comrades. The struggle for power at the top always resulted in serious demoralization of the ranks. I came into the liberation movement with a fervent love of God. I nearly became a bitter atheist during my association with the communists. I came with a burning love of my country and our people. I nearly became a man without a country, a traitor to my native land and nation. I nearly became a fanatical agent of Bolshevik communism, worshipping as my homeland and fountainhead of cherished aspirations not my own country but the Soviet Union. I nearly became a robot whose only loyalty was toward the Communist Party, which in turn is loyal only to the international communist movement, which in its turn is controlled by the Kremlin. In the Communist Party, I learned the doctrine that 169. Only the working class comprises humanity. The class enemy has no right to exist, it must be liquidated. There was no distinction between good and bad elements in society, only the working class, the proletariat, is good. The bourgeoisie is bad. Only the Communist Party can lead the proletariat to victory, and only through dictatorship of the proletariat can the present dictatorship of the bourgeoisie be ended. Therefore, only the international communist movement can really liberate humanity. The logic was sweeping and clear-cut, and I was swept along with it. It seemed plausible. But theories must be tested in action, and in practice I found the Bolshevik logic seriously wanting. The human element in society simply cannot be mechanically explained in terms of mass thinking, mass action, and mass decisions. Order, planning, and coordination must take account of the individual, the human person who is the key participant. He must be the determining factor. Even though the Bolsheviks call their form of organization democratic centralism, it holds no democracy. Without the people's participation on a wide scale in the conduct of their social, economic, and political affairs, democracy is a farce. And without democracy, all talk of freedom, humanism, and humanity is an insult to every self-respecting citizen. Of all revolutionary movements, the communist movement is the most flexible when it wants to be. We must therefore expect that in the Philippines the party is doing everything in its power to correct its mistakes, adopt new policies, evolve new tactics and new forms of organization, all in conformity with the demands of the new situation. The party is ever alert and ready for new developments. But above all considerations, it must be remembered that the communist movement will never give up its basic and fundamental aim or depart from its long-term strategy, which is to communize the world. It will not stop short of that goal. All its tactics must serve that overall strategy. When communists join harmless fraternities or even religious bodies, these are tactics and nothing more. I joined the revolutionary movement seeking the right means to secure justice for the oppressed. Instead, I learned through painful experience that the Communist Party is founded on principles that lead to great injustices. I was seeking for a way to fight the centuries-old oppression and exploitation of the poor. But I found in the Communist Party systematic oppression and exploitation, not only of the physical self of the individual but of his most sacred thoughts and emotions. All this is done in the name of liberation. The period from 1948 to 1952 was decisive in my later ideological and spiritual development. My tolerance of atheist materialism and Bolshevik communism weakened during those years. I now took a firmer stand, for personalized humanism versus impersonal collectivism, for genuine nationalism and a broad national coalition versus nationalization as a tactic for the infiltration of other parties, for keeping the CPP the most active and model member of the national liberation movement versus making it the dominant leader. But I did not dissent strongly enough, and this I deeply regret. As a result of the clash of opinions and of the disputes between the dyed-in-the-wool Stalinists and me, even our personal relationships became strained. My opponents became suspicious and began to intrigue against me. The more I searched for a common ground on which we could reconcile our differences, the more I discovered that my most cherished principles came into irreconcilable conflict with the basic principles of communism. At that time, my belief in God and my concept of life and love became clear to me, and I seemed to see the purpose for man's existence. I make no pretensions of having read or understood much philosophy. My philosophy of life has been formed by my environment and is mirrored in many of the incidents that make up my story. In the peace and quiet I found under the giant trees in the heart of the Sierra Madre Mountains, I felt the presence of God. I knew that I was in the presence of a supreme intelligence and power. When I was enchanted by the beauty of orchid blooms, when I saw the glorious east at the break of day or the faces of happy children at play, I often closed my eyes in wonder. All these reminded me of a divine, infinite source of beauty and goodness. And when my thoughts soared into the limitless space of the universe in which our world is but a tiny speck or, conversely, into the mysterious properties of the infinitesimal atom, I could not help recalling the essence of those enraptured words of the great Einstein: the most beautiful and the most profound emotion you can experience is the sensation of the mystical. It is the power of all true science. To know that what is impenetrable to us really exists, manifesting itself as the highest wisdom and the most radiant beauty which our dull faculties can comprehend only in their most primitive forms. This knowledge, this feeling, is at the center of true religiousness. Einstein, with his extraordinary intelligence, assisted by the latest techniques and methodology of modern science, found in matter and in all creation, from the atom to the cosmos, a perfect and magnificent order. He discovered within himself the knowledge and the feeling to comprehend the reality and existence of that impenetrable something that is manifesting itself as the highest wisdom and the most radiant beauty. That something is God. I believe that this knowledge, this feeling that is at the center of true religiousness does not rise from an edu. 1J2. Cation acquired through books and universities, though, of course, intelligence and wisdom, sharpened by higher education, can help explain it, but is acquired by a total dedication of the self to truth, true love, true wisdom, and ultimate goodness, for all mankind, for all time. Through such devotion and total dedication of himself, body and soul, man inevitably comes into contact with the presence and power of God. He experiences a mystical sensation that arouses in him the most profound emotion and knowledge and makes him sense God's presence. I knew and experienced that emotion in my younger days. I lost it during the period of my association with the atheist principles of communism. And I found it again, during those hazardous years between 1948 and 1952, when we lived in the mountains and forests. My new awareness brought back to me my belief in the existence of the Supreme Being and intelligence and in the divine plan for creation, working throughout eternity. The dignity God gave to man and the all-embracing command to love one another as I have loved you are the foundation both of man's freedom and his equality. And from this command derives man's duty to protect the dignity of each person, to stand up and fight against all that would destroy this dignity or, if it should be lost, fight to regain it. In the communist ideology and practice, there is no room for such love. Yet love is at the very heart of our purest and noblest emotions. It is love that prompts a man to lay down his life for the sake of his loved ones, and those must include even the most unlovable of his fellow men. Such love, emanating from God, is the most powerful, driving force guiding man to moral behavior. True love is selfless, it is capable of surviving the limits of suffering and self-sacrifice. 12. Born again. In the silence and solitude of my prison cell, I review my more than 40 years of existence. Thinking back to when I was 5 years old, I recollect most vividly the incidents that were warmed by loving kindness and affection. I have almost forgotten many of the bleak moments that were unpleasant and empty of love. The most important element in my life is love. It has always been my profound ideal, from love of God, the fountain of love, to love of humanity and country, of my hometown and barrios, my wife and child, my parents and relatives, comrades and friends. I love all these intensely, I give my heart and soul, my mind, all of myself. Love, to me, is the root of life. From the moment I was weaned from my mother's breast, I was taken care of by my spinster aunts, my father's sisters. They competed with my mother in doting. IJ4. On me. From the time I could walk, they took me on Sundays to church in the town across the river. If we arrived before Mass began, my aunts would tell me stories about the goodness of our town's patron saint, San Luis Gonzaga, after whom I was named. I was born on his feast day, June 21st. They told me he was a very obedient and loving son, a model of goodness, a devoted missionary and servant of Christ, and a lover of birds and flowers. He was especially fond of white flowers, the symbol of purity and of the love of God. San Luis Gonzaga always carried a spray of fresh white flowers to remind the faithful of the lilies of the field, how they grow, they toil not, neither do they spin, and yet even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we drink? Or, wherewithal shall we be clothed? But seek ye first the kingdom of God, and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. My aunts always hoped I would grow up to be a good man, loving and kind like my namesake. From the age of 6, I loved to watch and listen to my two grandfathers, Miguel and Pedro, when they met once a week to read in their sing-song way from a very thick goatskin-bound book. They squatted on the slit bamboo floor and sang alternately, as loud as their powerful voices could, until they got tired. When I grew older, they told me that this book was the Banal Acasulaton, the Holy Bible, or, rather, that it contained the most important portions of the Bible, from Genesis to the resurrection and ascension of Jesus Christ. It was written, neatly and patiently, in Pampango verse. The script, in rust-colored indelible ink on strong parchment paper, was written with great flourishes in Spanish-style longhand. My grandfathers taught me how to read it. I learned fast, and eventually they gave the precious book to me. I loved and treasured it, but lost it during the Japanese occupation. 1J5. My ardent love of country and people grew in my childhood as I read the life stories of Rizal, Bonifacio, and Mabini, our country's three great heroes. I also read the works of Balagda, our foremost national poet. I was especially fond of his Floranti and Laura, and of poems about many other national martyrs. From these books, I learned our nation's history and of our struggles for liberty, justice, and democracy. Through their teachings, my love for my home barrios and hometown was intensified. This stirring became the root of my love for our country and people, and, later, for all mankind. My love for humanity, for the people in distant places, grew as I read the life stories of famous international figures. My favorite among them was Abraham Lincoln, whose short and simple statement of faith I adopted: I believe in the brotherhood of men under one fatherhood of God. My little hometown, and after it, the barrios from which my father and mother came, is to me the dearest spot on earth. I love it despite its poverty and backwardness. And so with my country. Its defects serve to awaken in me a greater sense of responsibility to love it more and serve it without limit. I learned at an early age that we cannot expect outsiders to love our hometown, or our homeland, more than its native sons do. If our country is to achieve progress and prosperity, peace, and social justice, we have to work for these goals ourselves, through self-sacrifice and solidarity. I love my hometown for sentimental reasons, too. How fondly I recall the many happy days I spent there during summer vacations while I was still in the primary and elementary grades at school. These vacations lasted from the last week of March to the first week of June. Every year, I set out on a 2-day walk from the barrio of Batasan, in San Miguel, Bulacan. I passed through the outlying barrios of San Miguel and through Candaba, Pam. IJ6. Panga. Then I went across the wide Candaba swamps. During that season, the Philippines' biggest and sweetest watermelons are harvested there, and we hikers passing by had our fill. When we left, the planters would graciously give us as many melons as we could carry. This was a standard practice among brother peasants in that region. Very often, we spent the night on beds of hay near the planters' sheds. We would look up at the clear sky, the countless stars, the Milky Way, and the almost full moon, before we closed our eyes and succumbed to sweet, undisturbed sleep. Before daybreak, we would resume our hike across the swamps and enter a vast bamboo forest. Before noon, we would reach the public market of the town of Candaba, where we had our lunch. After an hour of rest and a look around the main plaza, we would board the town ferry. Once across the wide Pampanga River, we followed a dirt road that skirts the river bank. The road connects Candaba and San Luis. By 4 p.m., we would be in the town plaza of San Luis. There I would linger for an hour to greet familiar faces, visit the old, familiar places, and enjoy the sight of our hometown church. The church of San Luis is the most beautiful of all the churches in central Luzon, despite its neglected patio and convent and its poorly furnished interior. Its architectural design has great dignity. It is a masterpiece of creative art. The church successfully combines everything needed in a house of God: timeless beauty and symmetry, a sense of strength, and functional simplicity. When one stands in front of our church, it seems to extend an irresistible invitation to come into its sanctuary. Its facade is a striking trio of hexagonal round-roofed towers, the center tower taller and bigger than the other two. They are made of cut stones fitted and cemented together. The three combined serve as the church belfry. The center tower houses J77. The big bell, reputed to be the biggest, loudest, and most mellow-toned of all the church bells in the surrounding towns. The two smaller towers house the smaller bells, which complement the big bell. Around these towers, toward the front and below the bells, winds a balcony with a protective balustrade of small sculptured stone columns. From this balcony, one can see all the surrounding barrios to the east, south, and west of the town, the vast central plain of Luzon, which, in the dry season, is like a green blanket patched with brown and gold, and in the rainy season, a sea of greenish blue. One can see the Sierra Madre ranges to the east, Manila Bay to the south, and the mountains of Batan and Zambales to the west. Looking out from that balcony, I first experienced the yearning to see distant lands, meet faraway peoples, and to find out for myself if those places are as beautiful as my hometown and if those peoples are as good and loving as ours. Below the central tower of our church is the massive main door, flanked by two pairs of halfway pillars built into the stone structure. Under the smaller towers are two niches holding life-sized statues of saints. To the left stands the figure of Saint Joseph, the patron saint of the workers, to the right the statue of Saint Isidore, the patron saint of the peasants. The bells of our town are like a fatherly voice speaking for the whole community. They ring to express the collective feeling of the whole township, in sorrow or in joy, in prayer or in play. They ring out the glad tidings of weddings, fiestas, and other celebrations. And they toll in sorrow when one of us has died and is laid to rest, or when a disaster has visited the town. Our bells wake up the people in the morning, remind them of morning mass, and urge them to remember that every day can be dedicated to love of God and man by patient and honest labor. They ring. IJ 8. In the noonday hour of rest and, 2 hours later, call the people back to work. They ring at 6 o'clock in the evening to announce the Angelus, and ring the time for the night's rest and sleep. Every night I lie on my back, gazing at the whitewashed ceiling of my cell for an hour or two before I fall asleep. After all these years in prison, I still find myself thinking of the days long ago, when I was a child and attended Mass in the church of my hometown. I used to climb to the choir loft and hear Mass from there, listening to the swelling tones of the organ and the singing voices. I recall the days after I left my hometown to go to school. I met and befriended many Protestant preachers of various denominations. I respected their zeal and the selfless dedication that most of them gave to their missionary work. But I was not influenced by them sufficiently to leave the church into which I was born. In prison, I again made friends with Protestant missionaries, and I still respected their dedication. But I was looking toward my mother church, and I yearned for an opportunity to return to it. I still had doubts about the meaning of some Catholic practices, particularly those that might be called the externals of faith. And I could not help remembering bad priests and bad Catholics, prominent and powerful in social and political circles, whom I had seen as the source of the poor man's poverty and oppression. These bitter memories stood between me and the sacraments. I thought of my mother, too, and of the days when we went together to church in my childhood. I remembered how, over the years, she had been praying for me. But most of all I remembered the last words Liza had spoken to me before she died so young and so tragically. On the eve of her death, she had told me how she longed for the day when we could be married in church and could 179. Go to Mass and take the sacraments together. While in prison, I had learned that in her dying hour she ignored those who wished to interrogate her, refusing to be distracted from her prayers. She knew she was about to die, and she prepared herself for death as a Christian should. Her last words were a supplication to God and to Our Lady not only for herself but for me, which moved even the battle-hardened soldiers who were present at the time. There were some good Christian lay missionaries who visited me regularly in jail and helped me bear my lot. At that time, I was imprisoned with the other members of the Politburo. They created an oppressive atmosphere that I found almost impossible to defy. I felt spiritually suffocated. And yet, I knew that they were doing their best to treat me well, in order to lure me back to the party. The most convincing argument came from Mrs. Aurora Aquino, now the national president of the Catholic Women's League. She told me that whatever my doubts might be, so long as they were not fundamentally negating my old faith, I could continue to fight for the things in which I believed from within the church. Then, as if sent by Providence, came another powerful influence, Douglas Hyde, another ex-communist, who came to see me in November, 1957. It happened that I had already read his autobiography, One Believed. He helped me sweep away my remaining reluctance to return to the church. We agreed that I should go to Christmas Mass that year. I did, despite the taunts and ridicule of my old comrades of the Politburo. As I knelt, I felt as though I were surrounded with love and tenderness. It was like the first meeting with my mother after my surrender, when she embraced me and wept on my shoulder. I felt the church embracing me in the same way at that midnight Mass. And like my mother. 180. The church received me without reproach, with nothing but love. I felt I had come home. These were my thoughts and feelings as the choir sang, the organ sounded, and the incense rose at the altar of the prison chapel. I felt I was being born again and reliving my happy childhood days. At that time, the launching of the first Sputnik by the Russians was still fresh in the public mind. When I got back from the chapel, the spokesman of the Politburo sneeringly told me that, in our advanced space age, I was regressing to medieval nonsense. The argument that followed served only to strengthen my conviction that, above all, the only certainty in life is God, that only God can answer the mysteries of life, death, and the universe, and that only with God can there be true love and happiness. But there is no mystery of the universe, my old comrade jeered. Our Sputnik is at this very moment searching out all space to find your God and will blast that superstition out of existence. Someday you will repent what you are saying now, I told him, because in the face of death, you and your Sputniks will discover the true power of God. I was already defending my newly rediscovered religion, right from the very first moment. I felt a new sense of freedom as I gained the courage to defy the stifling atmosphere of atheism and oppression. 13. Despite the heroism of the peasants who took to the hills to join the Hook Rebellion and the sacrifices by the people in the barrios, the basic social and agrarian problems remained unsolved. Many good men and women died in the belief that their deaths would help end the poverty, insecurity, hunger for land, degradation, and oppression that have been the peasants' lot for centuries. Many others died fighting the Hooks. But poverty, insecurity, and land hunger are still with us. Our peasants are Christians, and that makes them all the more sensitive to the degradation they experience in their daily lives. Both the common people and their rulers must realize and understand that a solution to these problems is just as pressing today as it was in the days of the Hook Rebellion. The Philippines today, and this is equally true of Al. 181. 182. Most all the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America needs a healthy, militant, democratic outlet for the legitimate protest of the poor. It must be one that will work and organize for urgently needed social, economic, and political reforms. In particular, it must work for agrarian reform. Land for the landless must become something more than a slogan. Land reforms are urgently needed, not only for the sake of the peasants but for the economic and social well-being and progress of the whole nation. The present system is wasteful, uneconomic, and inhuman. Agrarian reforms must not be simply imposed from above, by paid employees of the government. The most effective reforms will come from below, provided that the people are given vigorous democratic leadership that is encouraged, and not frustrated, by those in power. The peasants want ownership of the land they till. And self-help will always be better than state-imposed help. The experience of the Hooks proves that the people have initiative, self-reliance, resourcefulness, and an unsuspected ability to solve their own problems when they are given the opportunity. These same qualities provide the essence of democracy in action and must be harnessed and used for the good of the nation as a whole. Without a militant democratic movement, revolution will remain an ever-present possibility and the communists will have their job made easy for them. The communist-led Hooks may have been defeated, but the revolutionary peasantry remains militant at heart even though, for the time being, they have turned their backs on communism. A positive, democratic answer to the problems that gave rise to the recent rebellion still has to be provided. Once such an answer has been found, the specter of communism will be banished from our land. Lenin recognized that the peasants' hunger for land was 183. The key problem in the Russia of pre-revolution days. Mao Zedong, even more, sees the peasants' plight as the major problem in any agrarian country, particularly in what the communists call the semi-feudal, semi-colonial countries. Both leaders used the dissatisfaction of the peasants to bring communism to power. The question of the distribution of land, its use, and the peasants' desire for ownership or secure tenure on just terms is, therefore, very relevant to the fight against communism, just as it is relevant to the fight for a just society. In the Philippines, 80% of the people are living on the land or are in employment directly related to it. Many of them barely support themselves and many fail to do so. Thus, their contribution to our democratic political life and to our nation's economic well-being is minimal. A more prosperous peasantry would mean a more prosperous nation. The higher living standard that exists in the modern world leads to the creation of new needs. But the poor peasant has little cash to spend. He can buy no more than a minimum of manufactured goods. His food is confined to what he produces. If the living standard of an economically depressed class is raised, Soon improved dwellings are required, and more furniture, clothes, food, and household appliances. Thus, a home market is created, which in turn provides the basis for a vigorous import-export trade. The business community and the professional class in the cities will benefit, too, and so, in turn, will other nations. And the country will become a productive, contributing member of the family of nations. It is of great importance that the common people become intellectually alert. When the people have no educational opportunities, they tend to remain inert unless their anger over injustice and oppression makes 184. Them rebellious. The political life of the nation, just like its economic life, will become more healthy and vigorous when all are able to take a part in it. Even if none of these arguments is valid, it still would be necessary, in common justice and humanity, to raise the peasants from their present state of poverty and insecurity. To do so would indeed be in the interest of the entire community including the landowners, although it may be difficult for them to see the truth of this statement. What does the peasant want most? What drives him to rebellion? What was it that led young Filipino peasants from hundreds of barrios to believe that life was so hard and their oppression so unendurable that they were prepared to die fighting with the hooks in the hills rather than let it continue? The old peasants are peaceful and humble, but they enjoy telling colorful stories to their sons and grandsons of the Philippine revolutions against Spain and the United States. The sons and grandsons are usually semi-literate, restless, imaginative young people who yearn for something better. But they face conditions that they believe to be comparatively worse than those endured by their grandfathers. The land they till has become even poorer. They have no irrigation, no fertilizers, no modern farm implements. They would like to learn about modern methods of plant culture and crop rotation. Most of them have not yet been reached by the modern cooperative system of marketing products and daily necessities. There are today many idle young boys in the rural areas. Often they go to Manila or other cities looking for work, for something to end their frustration. As often as not, they do not find it. But they are idealistic and freedom-loving. Advertising whets their appetites for products they cannot buy. There is frustration wherever they go. But if the peasants find something to fight for, something that 185 promises to better their condition, they show great courage, strength, and solidarity. In practical terms, this is how these virtues helped the Hook Rebellion. A government anti-Hook convoy passing through a barrio would be ambushed. When the officers demanded to know who had done the shooting, not a single peasant would say a word even though the dead lay in the road for all to see. The people remained silent, although they knew that the angry soldiers might burn their homes to the ground and rape their women. Why were they so firm in their solidarity? Why did they feel no sense of identity with the government and its cause? What is needed to make the peasants cease thinking in terms of them and us, to make them feel that the country belongs to them and they to the country and that they are responsible, first-class citizens? There is no single, simple answer to these questions. Many of them are equally applicable to other Asian countries. First, there was the peasants' loyalty to the men and women who had gone from the barrios, driven by idealism, love of adventure, or a spirit of revolt, to fight with the hooks in the hills. Second, there was the sense of outrage at the mailed fist policy of the government and the atrocities by undisciplined troops between 1946 and 1950. Third, there was the record and remembrance of old rebellions against colonial rule. Some of my earliest memories are stories of past revolts told me by my father and grandfathers. My generation grew up on such memories, just as the children of Vietnamese peasants are told stirring stories of revolt against the French, Indonesian children against the Dutch, Malayan children against the British. And, going deeper, there was the deeply felt discontent. 186. With life as the peasants knew it. They had no stake in the land, nothing to lose, nothing but debts to look forward to. That brings us to the land question. Since the recent land reform, most peasants in the Philippines have more land than the peasants of Formosa. Clearly, it is not just a question of how much land, but also its condition, methods of cultivation, the rent paid for it, and security of tenure. If a peasant has no security of tenure, he often lacks the initiative to develop the land. Here are my own thoughts on the aims toward which a Christian democratic society should work to make the land sufficiently productive for a decent living standard. 1. Ownership of land by those who till it, the implementation of the program of land for the landless. 2. Where ownership is not immediately possible, there is an urgent need for security of tenure, with low rent, on a lease basis, guaranteed by law, together with the repeal of the old crop sharing system. 3. Aside from the 2 points above, the peasant's industry, initiative, and sense of responsibility will be encouraged if a minimum amount of land is guaranteed to him. Under the present law of tenancy, the peasant is guaranteed 100 square meters for his exclusive use, where he can erect his house, grow vegetables and fruit, keep poultry, etc. But there is a loophole in the law, and the landowner can deprive him of this right. I know from personal experience that this is a fertile cause of discontent. That loophole must be eliminated. 4. Where land has no water, irrigation must be supplied. 5. Hand in hand with irrigation is the need for fertilization of the soil and intelligent crop rotation. Fertilizer should be made available to the peasant on easy credit terms. More government supervisors are needed to advise the peasants on the best use of their soil and the crops that the nation needs most. I8J. 6. More government advice is needed to encourage scientific poultry, pig, goat, and cattle raising. Rural supervisors should encourage canning and other forms of food preservation to meet the peasant's own needs in time of scarcity and for cash sale. 7. These last 2 items presuppose a recognition of the need for more agricultural and horticultural colleges and extension work by such colleges in the countryside. 8. More rural industry must be developed. The greatest possible stimulus to this would come through rural electrification. 9. The monotony of barrio life must be ended through the introduction of educational, recreational, and cultural activities. 10. The Philippines has much virgin land that could be distributed and developed. This, together with present agricultural land under cultivation, would supply all the prime commodities the population needs and would provide all the raw materials required for industrialization. Success in implementing these points is contingent upon the people's initiative and self-reliance, which would be fostered through genuinely democratic organization. The overwhelming majority of Philippine peasants are devoted Christians, and most of them are Catholics. Catholic lay organizations might serve as models to provide a spiritual foundation for what might otherwise be a pursuit of purely material ends. Such organizations might make the program more stable and productive and prevent the growth of materialism along with the growth of material prosperity. I do not suggest that these are all the answers to the peasants' problems or that they can all be immediately realized. But I believe that it is along such positive lines that those who are anxious to meet the challenge of communism in an intelligent and Christian way might think and act today. It must be fully understood that one cannot separate the problem of rebellion from that of the peasantry. It is most important to recognize that this is an urgent problem, perhaps the most urgent of our day in every one of the newly developed countries.